Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? No, I don't think aliens have ever visited Earth. Could be intelligent life somewhere in the universe, but they've almost certainly never visited Earth. There's zero evidence of that.
This is Adam from Rhode Island.
Adam from Rhode Island. What's on your mind?
1 second. Let me just disconnect my Bluetooth because.
Thanks.
Matthew, donated $2. React to this.
There is an ongoing rift among conservatives having to do with the treatment of women, and it is a fascinating story to say the least. So apparently, women influencers on the right are caught in a massive disagreement about how women are portrayed by some conservatives. Specifically, they're arguing about how much they're allowed to push conservative, misogynistic expectations onto women, and some of them are really.
Hey Richard. Love the streams. Love the clips from 2 a.m. Keep it up.
Thank you, Lord, your God. Appreciate the support, man. Thanks for the donation.
Misogynistic, even more than what we've seen before. And to be quite honest with you, I agree with those who argue that the most extreme among them are doing it for attention and as part of a branding exercise and a grift. But let me fill you in on what the details are. So Media Matters publishes a lengthy and comprehensive account of this debate among conservatives, okay? And here are the major players. So there are the women who are getting a little irritated and uncomfortable with all the misogyny, and those women include Turning Point USA's Alex Clark, Blaze TV's Ali Beth Stuckey, Blaze host and Turning Point USA contributor Lauren Chen, and Michaela Peterson, who is the daughter of Jordan Peterson. And to be clear, these women have not held back in some of their I'll do.
This is what they all fucking asked for. It's like, okay, well, if you want to date fucking conservative men, Republicans promote this like anti-feminism sort of. It's not even anti-feminism. It's like literally anti-human rights. Plain and simple. Like, what the fuck do they expect? They're so stupid.
I'll be generous and say stereotypical and traditional views of women. For instance, Stuckey has said that she believes wives should submit to their husbands as to the Lord, even though that word submission can be really scary. Yeah. Chen argued in a February video that it is important to listen to what a man might want in a woman, adding that being independent and career focused are things that essentially make a woman into a man.
Okay, I want to just pause to let everybody understand. Those are the moderates.
Those are the moderates, right?
We're going to get to the right-wing fanatics in a second, but those are the ones that are pushing back against the right-wing fanatics. I don't actually think they're moderate. Those quotes are insane.
I mean, look, I'd like to see a little more context into Chen's comments, right? Because I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to listen to what your partner wants. Like,
no.
Yeah, but the second half of it.
Nicholas donated $2. Did Amanda Knox and Raphael Solicito kill Meredith Kircher? I have no idea who any of those people are. Thanks for the donation, Nicholas.
Where like being career focused or independent basically turns a woman into a man. I disagree with that, right?
I don't just disagree with it. Yeah. I think that's mental.
What happened? Starting a bit later, so what time did you want to start the sit-ups and soup at work?
Well, I was going to hopefully poop soon again. I ended up having like a nap in the afternoon, and then I just took a poop, but it feels like there's more poop in my tummy. So I'm gonna wait a few minutes to do the sit-ups, but I'm gonna start doing the sit-ups like pretty soon, like in the next, like within 30 minutes probably. But yeah, I was planning on streaming earlier. I just ended up having a nap in the afternoon. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. Appreciate it. And then like we'll do the twerk soon after too.
Oh, so working is only a man can?
Did someone send you Professional Douche's new video he just uploaded?
No, I'll take a look. Thanks for the nation, Chris.
Can do it. So if a woman does it, you become a man. So
I got
what
news
women
for
should
you.
never
Most
work.
women
You
don't
work.
have the choice. Most women do not have the choice.
That's also
anyway,
true,
yeah.
but she works, and why don't you go home? Go make a sandwich. So those are the so-called moderates in the right wing, and they're not so.
Crystal, don't need to tell her zero evidence of aliens visiting Earth. How about this? Did I explain that? How about other countless UFO videos? Blah, blah, blah.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My God.
Yeah, that is probably a bird or something.
And out from the west.
Like, this is not evidence of UFO. And by the way, the twisting you're seeing here is from the gimbal on the camera. I think that was actually confirmed to be a bird. That was literally just a bird. So there's literally no evidence of UFOs. These are just, or I mean aliens, these are just unidentified flying objects. And all of these have actually been confirmed to be different things. Like one I think was like a meteor or something. One was like a bird. One was literally just a speck of dust on the fucking camera. Explanation though, Crystal.
Fresh off of being banned from every Trump event.
I'm asking you to leave, right? And if you don't, I can go get local law enforcement and we can start talking about trespassing.
But this is a public
Sir, I'm not
street.
getting in this. This is a private event that you are uninvited. It is no go at any point in time.
I thought to myself, who's next?
Crystal, how's that video not evidence of UFOs? UFOs are unidentified flying objects, so yes, there are unidentified flying objects. It's not evidence of aliens. The thing is going faster than the military has ever seen. That's not true. AOC is starting to realize UFOs are real, but she blames it on shitty defense contractors. Sure, she can say whatever the fuck she wants. I don't care, you're an idiot. Thanks for the nation.
Listen to your body, think of the rest as meditation. Start the fun when your body is 100% ready.
Alright, I will do that, Sam. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Would you think that segregating carnivorous animals from herbivores, in their natural habitat, would be a good idea? I know you think that predators should be culled. We could keep them as pets and feed them lab meat lol.
Hi
VG. Hope all is well. Would you be interested in watching Barbie? I just got done watching Vosh debunking Ben Shapiro trying to dismantle the movie and I am motivated to watch it. Should I wait for digital since it's cheaper?
I have no interest in watching the Barbie movie. You can watch whatever movie you want, but I have no interest in seeing it. Thanks for the nation, Ben. So I don't think it would really be viable to feed all carnivorous animals lab-grown meat. It's already hard enough to make it affordable for people. So you'd probably want to feed like most carnivorous animals like vegan cat food or something. But again, like I don't see how that's tenable. Like who the hell is going to be able to keep lions, tigers, bears, wolves in captivity? They're not, a type of animal that you can keep as a household pet. Thanks for the donation, Zed.
It's being reported that Elon Musk refuses to turn on Starlink in Crimea for Ukraine's forces to access for their offensive. Never forget Elon's retarded peace deal.
Redo elections of annexed regions under UN supervision. Russia leaves if that is will of the... What sense does that make? Okay, so first of all, a lot of the people in Crimea are Russians that are there in the first place because of a fucking genocide. So, like, when you're talking about political changes happening to a region due to a literal genocide and Ukrainians being replaced by ethnic Russians, like, this is how you want to fucking settle territorial disputes? Like, if, I don't know, if fucking Chinese people moved to, the United States, committed, like, huge mass murders in Texas, and then most Texans were replaced by ethnic Chinese, and then they wanted to call a vote on whether or not Texas will become a part of China? Like, that's how you think fucking geopolitics works? And secondly, what's it called? Russia is an occupying force. Like, the idea that you can get rid of an occupying force with a vote, like, are you fucking stupid? I mean, you've already heard Putin's demands when it comes to peace negotiation. There's no such, like, there's no peace negotiation. In order to even begin a negotiation, Ukraine has to abide by, their terms to demilitarize completely and utterly. So to even negotiate, and it's not a negotiation, there's a reason why they want them to completely demilitarize. To even technically negotiate, they'd have to completely demilitarize. So, what does he mean by this? Redo elections? They're they're invading a country illegally. You think you're gonna get rid of a fucking an occupation by a vote? It's just stupid. Crimea, formerly part of Russia. Okay. Well, I guess, like, Poland, Finland, they were part of Russia at one point, so I guess they're not sovereign nations either? What a fucking idiot. Water supply of Crimea assured. Ukraine remains neutral. Like, Elon Musk is a piece of shit, dude. I hope everybody remembers the stupid fucking shit he says, and his life the walls just keep closing in on him. What a turd. Dodo donate tellers. Did kid respond to you? Check email, cause he made this today.
I tore my teres major about 2 months ago and have been doing the physical therapy, but it has legit not gotten any better. My medical advice is just to stay on course. They also told me it is fine to train MMA, 3 hours a day. You know of any recovery hacks?
Tore your teres major, like, what is meant by tear? I'm assuming it's not a full avulsion, right? If it's a full avulsion and there's no way to surgically repair it, then yeah, I mean, it's just going to be torn. Taking time off isn't really going to do anything. It's just going to hurt. Like, if it's still inflamed and everything and it's bothering you, it's probably not a great idea to train MMA 3 hours a day. You probably want it to heal a bit. As far as recovery, like taking anti-inflammatories and doing some mild exercise is probably a good thing. And doing things like stretching. Aside from that, like, you can take human growth hormone, peptides, steroids, like, that'll make it heal faster. Thanks for the donation, though, Sky.
Veganism. Let's go on.
Yeah, so this kid didn't email me back.
This guy is coming for Blaha's throne as the yogurt god.
Major yogurt brand. I'm a very mediocre yogurt.
What would you? That was my.
Yeah, you know Penguin Zero's retarded if he likes yogurt. Anybody who eats yogurt and enjoys it is human trash. I don't even think that's a controversial statement. Yogurt is fucking disgusting. If you like yogurt, fix your life. You're a piece of shit. Eat cereal or something. Like, yogurt's terrible. Thanks for the donation, though. Dylan is growing.
What is it? Hopefully you can read, but a strict vegetarian who consumes no food or uses no animal products. Also,
That is not what a vegan is.
so if you
Vegan is somebody who grants the same rights between animals and human beings. Not this crap.
you get the joke right here, hopefully you can read it. And it's pretty fun. I don't know if I'm working on too, so
Crop deaths, accidental deaths during harvest are accidental because they are pest and build their home and field, blah, blah. Something, something, something. Farmers are responsible for not 4 times more. It is not counting the other places. And what is... this is...
Remember to just think nice calming thoughts. Does that include people who eat vegan yogurt?
I'll give them a slight pass, but even vegan yogurt is pretty bad. But I'll give them a slightly... like a slight pass. Like dairy-based yogurt is fucking horrific. Soy or almond or whatever based yogurt is a bit better. It's not as horrifically disgusting. Still bad, though. And thanks, Sam. I will be sure to try to think calming thoughts. Appreciate the donation, dude. This isn't even intelligible in any way. I don't know what this kid is trying to say.
deaths. There, most farmers are responsible for counting.
Yeah, as far as accidental... So, as far as, like, accidental deaths, if you're talking about using mechanized farm equipment, there is so fucking few, like, deaths due to mechanized farming equipment, it's shocking. Animals tend to move out of the way when they hear a big, scary machine coming by. So, you see far more field animal deaths from, like, them getting killed by snakes or birds or something than you do from, like, a combine harvester going through. As far as pesticides, like, again, for one thing, if you're a farmer, I think you have a right to protect your product. So if there are, like, insects and shit that are going to get killed by the pesticides, I don't really consider that a rights violation, and especially considering most insects are carnivorous. They also live very short lives, and I'm not even convinced that you're going to see more insect deaths within a given area of farmland versus, I don't know, a given area of wilderness. Like, why would I care? I don't even see any evidence for why I would even think there are more deaths happening in, I don't know, say a cornfield versus same kind of square area of wilderness. Click on the link, donate $2. Let me see. Okay, thanks. That's not how being Rickrolled works, but appreciate the donation.
And the places considered step birth, and it's called weaning.
Birth, conceptions, pigs not murdered but neutered for population control and because of the rain. How soon the sow or mother pig gives birth. What the fuck is he talking? Like, these aren't even proper sentences.
factories now.
There are more family farms. That is just not true.
Please learn logic from here, epistemic context, and semantic analysis from A before looking like a bitch with destiny next time.
Happy New Year from Carneades.org. Well, even those very arguments based on propositional logic went to a basic course.
I'm not going to do that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Debates. So, over 90% of US farms are factory farms. Where the fuck is he getting this idea from? Or I should say over 90% of animals originate from factory farms. So I don't know where the fuck he is getting that stupid idea from. Yeah, that kid is dumb. Anyway.
So I'm going to give you 3 brackets.
Both parties. I'm just gonna.
Next.
Tonight, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz is under investigation for alleged sexual misconduct. According to the New York Times, the Justice Department is investigating the Republican representative over claims he had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl and paid for her to travel with him. Florida Representative Matt Gaetz.
Well,
Governor Bill Lee is now going to implement toll booths on major highways near Nashville. I drive to work to Nashville 5x/WK and the traffic is awful. I hate the POS gov who I didn't even vote for.
that is fucked. Like, what is the justification for this? So they just wanted to find weird roundabout ways to privatize the road system so they can rake in cash. That's really fucking stupid. Yeah, that's fucked. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Yeah, that's conservatives for you.
A prominent and often outspoken conservative is demanding answers tonight. This after a report from the New York Times said the Department of Justice is investigating him over whether he had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl and paid for her to travel with him.
Despite 2 years of headlines suggesting otherwise, it now seems Congressman Matt Gaetz will not be charged after an investigation into whether the congressman paid for sex with a then 17-year-old girl.
The House Ethics Committee has reopened their investigation into Matt Gaetz's conduct, even though back in February of this year, the DOJ announced that they would not be bringing any charges against Matt Gaetz.
After Rod Webber had a run-in with Ron DeSnowflake,
Hey!
he brought Judy in to troll DeSnowflake. So I thought to myself, why not use Judy to prove once and for all that
Ben 10 donators, that Tate dude is unbearable. Alright, well thank you. That's how a Rickroll actually works. Appreciate that donation, Ben.
Matt Gaetz loves underage women. So we're taking off from Boston.
That's Judy. It's important that I get that to my friend Matt in Florida.
And we're landing in Atlanta. Then we're driving to Montgomery, Alabama. Imperative that I deliver her to my friend Matt in Florida today. To work.
Hey, thank you so much for letting me meet your Congress. I mean, it's been a lot of fun.
How's she put up with you?
Oh, my daughter's Barbie floaty. It's taking way too long. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
He had to sneak this fucking blow-up doll in.
Make way! What are you doing? Matt Gates! I got you the underage girl! I got you the underage girl! You can have her! You can have her!
Who controls property here? Do you know?
Oh, that's funny.
Can you find out who controls the property here, please?
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Trump grip.
Controls the property.
Can I have my doll back? Stop.
We need to find somebody trespassing.
Can I have my doll back?
No.
Why not?
Because?
Because why?
Because you can quit asking. In here. Are you getting...
Am I being detained?
You are. Go.
Okay. That was for Matt Gates. That's the underage girl for Matt Gates.
He's probably not all here in the head, so you can... Sorry, he's just bothering me.
I don't understand what's going on. Like, obviously the security didn't want him there. It's just a simple trespassing order. What they should have done is just told him to leave. And then if he refused to leave, then, you know, arrest him for trespassing. But, like, why the hell is he being detained and asked to ask questions for this long?
What they did to my Judy.
It's really weird.
They ruined her. Matt Gates got a little feisty with that doll.
What's her name?
Michael.
Michael? Last name?
Picard. Picard. Also known as the professional douche. Look me up on Facebook and YouTube. If I promise to be really, really good, can I go back? Pinky swear.
No.
Mom, you're taking away all the fun. Tonight when this guy gets home, he's gonna look up my YouTube channel. Professional douche, remember that, people. This is the
No,
most
dude.
fun. This is the most fun you've had all night.
Stop talking. I mean, you don't have to, but I'm really not... Nobody's interested in what you're saying.
I am.
Oh, well, yeah, you are.
Does
but
that count?
Not really.
Why not?
It's like you're your own audience kind of type thing.
I wish I had more Facebook followers and YouTube subscribers. This guy was pretending to want my phone number, but really he was looking at my YouTube.
That's it. You got to go.
Okay.
Don't come back here for a year or you'll be ready.
Ooh, this is my favorite song. Can we just stay for this? I've been trespassed. Can't come back here for a whole year. Phooey. Remember, guys, don't forget to check out my YouTube channel, Professional Dude.
This is feeling dumb. Feels too easy and predictable.
Well, we knew what the outcome would be, but I like how in a large crowd he called Matt Gates for... He probably was guilty, at least, of some of the things that he was accused of. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
I'd kiff it is a full tier TBH, although never specified on that. I'm 23 and trying to go pro, so I'm grinding RN. It hurts pretty bad some days, others not much at all. Would it be smarter to keep building skills RN and just go a little light or take a month off?
Well, if it's a full avulsion, again, like the tendon's gone. So if the tendon's gone, you exercising, even if it hurts and shit, it's not doing any more damage. So if you can bite through the pain, then whatever. What was the specific teres major? So the only other consideration might be, like, because you lost the teres major, other muscles around your shoulder are going to have to kind of work harder to make up for that lack of the teres major. There's just less muscle there, but there's not really anything you'd be doing that could make the injury worse, technically. Because again, the muscle's gone. It completely tore from the bone, if it's a complete tear. So I would just maybe play it safe and slowly work up your workload, just so that the other muscles around your shoulder have time to strengthen and adjust. But yeah, just take some anti-inflammatories and stuff, and then that's all you can really do. Thanks to the Nation of the Sky Gardener.
But yeah, I will say.
All right, let's watch the Candace Owens and Tate interview.
Very long.
Actually, I met you downstairs at the Ritz.
Correct.
George and I were engaged at the time.
Yep.
And I probably was very swept up in George and barely got time to talk to you, but I do remember you being very polite. So it's interesting to fast forward to today.
Sorry if my questions are a bother. Also wanted to know if you would watch my next fight on stream if I linked you the video. Love your content and you have helped me a bunch. Would mean a lot to see you watched me beat some ass showing that plant power.
Yeah, sure. Give me the link and I'll react. Thanks for the donation, Sky.
Today, and you were very much in the UK circuit.
Yeah.
Now it seems like your celebrity is kind of really hitting the US market. They're kind of finding you for the first time, digging up a bunch of old clips, and there's a lot of pressure now on conservatives to say something really awful about you.
There seems to be a pressure on everybody on all sides to say something awful about me. I kind of feel like I've been placed in a position where there's always someone attacking me new each day. But I guess I was built for it because it doesn't bother me like it should, perhaps.
You seem to be doing pretty well given the circumstances.
I know the truth in my heart, and I know that what I say is the truth, and I understand very well the internet. And
Every single interview he's done since getting arrested, he has lied. And since he's now being officially charged, he's actually lied about the charges themselves. So it's great that he's doing these interviews because this is just more evidence for the prosecution that Tate's a liar. And since he's going to have to rely mostly on his own testimony as evidence against his accusers, well, if the prosecution's able to prove that he is a liar, then his own testimony is going to be worth shit. So they're just going to be that much more likely to actually prosecute him.
And how it works. And I also think I'm perspicacious enough to understand there's certainly a degree of weaponized virtue and perhaps a degree of jealousy and perhaps a few other things are involved in all of these attacks.
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe that people who sit and attack somebody for their past, especially something from so long ago, are genuinely virtuous. I don't think it's...
Yeah, wasn't that text message that got leaked literally from like a year ago where he was bragging about how he trafficked this one girl and separated her from her family and friends and basically locked her inside so she couldn't like escape? Like, it's just, they're such bad lies. Like, all the information's public.
It's about virtue. I think it's about, well, I can get some clicks this way, or I can get some views that way, or he did the biggest interview ever, or whatever it is. There's certainly some other motivations. And I don't want to say water off a duck's back. I don't want to come across as arrogant. However, I do believe that since the dawn of human time, every single king with any kind of empire was constantly at war. And I think if you're going to become one of the most famous people in the
That is not true. What does that have to do with any of it? Like, there are people who have more money and are more famous than him, and they don't have multiple women accusing them of rape and human trafficking. So, like, where there's smoke, there's fire, and when you have a situation where multiple women over years have accused this guy of rape and human trafficking, he's probably guilty of rape and human trafficking. Like, this isn't normal.
internet, you're going to be at war. And
Did you know that scientists at Harvard University have drawn images showing what Gollum from Lord of the Rings would look like had he been a human?
Fascinating. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
be a fool to become massively influential and then cry about the fact that you end up in constant battles. It doesn't matter if you're Napoleon or Charlemagne or Genghis Khan.
What is he talking about? So Napoleon deliberately went to war with other nations. Genghis Khan, there was no particular reason for why he did things like invade China other than he just wanted to have more power and influence. He's literally naming rulers who, by fucking complete choice of their own, decided to invade and control other nations and start wars.
There's always someone prodding the edges of your empire, trying to find weakness.
By the way, it's ironic that he mentions Genghis Khan. Like, Genghis Khan is quoted as, like, saying, basically, one of his greatest pleasures in life is waging warfare, killing his enemies, and then stealing their wives and daughters and raping women. Like, and then he's comparing himself to Genghis Khan?
See what a little bit of land
when
they
he's
can take.
Getting charged with human trafficking.
Right now, I guess you could say, to a degree, I certainly have an empire and I'm massively influential, and there's a degree of, I wouldn't say jealousy, but there's certainly some ambitious people who are trying to damage it. I think that's what it is.
So I did see a mashup clip that we're not going to show because I thought it was unfair. Dude. I will say that. Yeah. Only because...
By the way, like, his current story right now is that he was never pimping women. He was never making money off of getting girls to do sex work online. He just wanted to have fun and hire girls to make cute TikTok videos for him. That's the story he's going with right now. Why would anybody have a fucking interest in going after you if that's all you were doing? Like, it's just so stupid.
Because there was no context provided to the clips. It was just an extract of something that you said that 10 years ago. Some of them were literally 10 years ago. Didn't know what year it was from, didn't know who you were talking to, didn't know what context.
You mean like 3 or 4 years ago, and he went into detail about how he would traffic women? You mean those videos that are literally on the internet in full length and aren't just short clips? Well, like, by the way, even if she's going to try to do this cope and say, oh, they're short clips taken out of context, please explain the context where Tate says, like, how he lies to women and manipulates them to come to Romania and then gets them to do sex work against their will. Like, what context is that okay?
It was, and I've been victimized online by something like that before, where somebody takes something abstract and says, well, this is what must be what she means, until they're provided the full context of the clip. And I also take exception to, I think, digging back 10 years. I don't know who could survive that litmus test.
Okay, well, if he did, I don't know what the statute of limitations is on human trafficking. I would imagine it's probably pretty long, over 10 years. So if this guy has admitted to human trafficking 10 years ago, I don't know what difference that makes. Like, if he did it 10 years ago, or if he did it yesterday, he's guilty either way.
I'm 34 years old today. 10 years ago, today I speak to my audience. I talk about, they call me puritanical. I talk about, not drinking. I think the biggest change has been becoming a mother. And it would really be unfair if we went and found Candace at 24 years old, liberal, dancing at One Oak and said, well, look at these clips of Candace Owens. Fortunately, I had no cameras in my face 10 years ago. You somehow did. So I think it's a bit unfair. I also think that some of the critique that is coming your way is coming from people who are well-intentioned, like they actually don't perceive maybe perhaps, okay, this is 10 years ago, what the context is, has he changed since? So I will ask the question, and we are going to get into some of those clips. You said you're an open book.
Doesn't really matter if he changed in the 10 years. He admitted to fucking human trafficking. And by the way, these clips aren't 10 years old. That's just a fucking lie.
How have you transformed? And I've seen changes just, I think, in the last 5 years.
Let me actually just look that up. Statute of Limitations, human trafficking. Statute of Limitations. So this is in like different states. Some of it's like 7 years. Within 7 years of actual discovery of violation, within 5 years. This is just different. He might be, so in Illinois, it's within 10 years. He may be stating specifically that these video clips are from 10 years ago because the statute of limitations in Romania might be like 7 or 8 years or something, and he's just saying they're 10 years ago so that he can make some argument that it's beyond the statute of limitations so that like that evidence can't be used or something.
Yep.
Who are you today? How have you transformed?
That's a very good question. It's also very important when you talk about Candace from 10 years ago. The idea that you did something 10 years ago, which you would no longer agree with, is one thing. But the second thing,
pretty sure Candace Owens wasn't sex trafficking 10 years ago.
To come along to the conclusion that you now have no value to add to the world would be massive.
Did he shaved his head again recently? It's about time. His hairline looks fucked up anyway.
Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't have, why you would have waited so long. Thanks for the donation, though, Dutchie.
Massively unfair, right? Everybody changes, and that's fine. I'm not the kind of person who's going to sit and apologize for his past. I believe all's well that ends well. I believe we're humans and we grow and we learn. I'd be a fool and I'd be disingenuous to sit here and pretend I was sorry for something I did in the past, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be very honest to everyone at home. I've talked at length for a very long time about my history and the fact I used to run a webcam business, and I don't feel guilty for that. I know that's maybe what they want from me. I don't feel sorry for that. I've never hurt anybody. It has nothing to do with my current criminal case. Everybody who worked for me was very positive. In fact, my #1 supporter is currently online, and my best lifelong friends and some of the letters I got in jail were from people who worked for me at that time. And I had a business, and I'm not going to sit here and try and pretend that I feel guilty or I feel sorry for that. I'm from a low-income background. I did what I had to do to survive. And truthfully, all in all,
I have the following questions. 1. Are any of these women taller and or more muscular than Tate? 2. How would he get them to do his bidding?
So, no. None of them were taller and more muscular. And by the way, like, Tate's a pretty big dude. So, like, you're not gonna find any women that are bigger than him. He's, like, what, over 6 feet? He's, like, 6'1" or 6'2". And he's around, like, 230 pounds, so there aren't any women that big. And he would use what is called the lover boy method to get these women to do sex work. So it's a form of human trafficking. What he did was he would get into contact with these women somehow, convince them to fall in love with him, promise them that they're going to get married when they're together, and then when he got them in Romania or wherever he was living, the nature of the relationship would change, there'd be strings attached, and he'd do things like, oh, if you really loved me, you'd like do the sex work with me and stuff like that. He'd also try to separate them from their families. There was a leaked text message conversation recently where he would make up lies and confront these women and say that they heard from old friends of theirs that they used to do prostitution. And he would say that so that they'd be less likely to contact their old friends and family if they were convinced they were spreading lies about them like this. And it would make them like want to prove their loyalty to him and stuff like that. So that's basically how he was trafficking these women. Thanks for the donation though, Sam.
Did you microwave your poop today? I had a cheat day, so went with 8 logs. I took some from my neighbor against their Wilmid poop. It was a surprise but worth it. Mixed with yogurt and blended before microwaving for 6 minutes. A light brown bubbly treat.
There was actually a guy on Twitter named Messy Tales. I think his account might still technically be active. He was a furry who had a fetish with eating shit, and he actually mixed his shit with oatmeal and ate it. Yeah, he was a weird guy. Thanks for the donation though, microwave poop.
Being very honest, I don't think what I did was really that bad. And I want to say that, and I know.
So Andrew Tate has publicly admitted to sex trafficking women. He has also admitted to running various types of romance scams. So he would pretend that he was a woman from Russia or something. He'd get into contact with these vulnerable men, and he would scam them out of tens of thousands of dollars. He's also admitted to drug dealing. He's admitted to working with organized, crime like mafia and laundering money for them. And he's saying none of this is that bad. I would say this is all pretty fucking bad.
People are going to lose their minds for it, but I didn't sell drugs. I didn't kill anybody. I mean, what did I do? I found.
What's the collective IQ of all the women who fell victim to Tate? Well, I would imagine they're not very smart, but that doesn't mean the crime that he committed is, I don't know, any less severe. If anything, again, if you're preying upon vulnerable people, I would say that makes the crime that much more obvious and worse, because if he was, say, trying to do this with highly sophisticated, intelligent people, you could maybe argue that they did all of this on their own free will because they'd have the intelligence to know exactly what they were getting into. But because he chose vulnerable people who aren't particularly smart, then that's evidence that he tried to take away their, free will and take advantage of them.
Found a gap in the market, and I helped some people organize some accounts on an internet website. That's what I did. And they're going to try and criticize me and crucify me for the.
Oh, he tried to organize accounts on an internet website. The story keeps changing. At first, it was this weird TikTok story. Now he was managing accounts on an internet website. Okay, that's... Yeah, right. Tell the judge that. Oh my god.
The next 100 years because of clips that were made 10 years ago. I think it's disingenuous. I don't think anyone actually really cares about the virtue of it, because nobody who's...
By the way, again, these aren't clips from 10 years ago. Most of these clips are from 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Involved in my life back then is complaining about anything. I think it's just an attack on me. And certainly we learn and we grow and we change, but it's very interesting how hypocritical the idea of looking at somebody's life over such a long period actually is. I mean, we can look at Donald Trump, right, who I'm a fan of.
I genuinely, like, this is what he's going with. Oh, those clips are from 10 years ago. Okay, well, if what you, like, now he's not even denying that he didn't say these things or didn't mean these things. So, 10 years ago, let's just go with this, you admitted to human trafficking. Well, that's human trafficking. Like, I mean, you're not talking about, like, stubbing somebody's toe. You're talking about, like, forcing somebody into fucking sex work. Even if there's a statute of limitations, like, the idea that any of this can be hand-waved away because, oh, well, it was 10 years ago, it's a serious fucking crime. Like, I don't know why he's going with this bullshit excuse and why he even agreed to do these interviews if this is, like, the best he can come up with. Doesn't matter if it's fucking 10 years ago, 100 years ago, like, if you human trafficked somebody, that's a serious fucking crime. And this wasn't 10 years ago. Most of these clips, again, are from 2, 3, 4 years ago. So that's just a fucking lie. And there's other, like, there's other evidence of, like, text messages or, like, Discord DMs, shit like that, that were very recent. Again, like, from a year or two ago.
Like, sure, I know you've had your ups and downs with him, but in the conservative sphere, he's pretty well respected. Donald Trump used to own the Miss Universe pageant. Are we going to criticize him? Are we going to crucify him? What about the girls he had in Miss Universe who decided to go on and do Playboy magazine? Is he a bad person now?
What? He's comparing his human trafficking to fucking Donald Trump's beauty pageants and Playboy. Like, the difference here is that this was entirely consensual, Tate, whereas your human trafficking case, there was a lack of consent. Like, what? This is insane.
Why? Now, that's not Christian values, right? People are messy, and life is messy.
Oh my
Nothing is
God.
completely clean. And this idea that you're going to find somebody and 10 or 11 years ago, they did something which might even be slightly distasteful.
This
not
guy
even illegal.
is getting put away for the rest of his fucking life. Holy shit. Like, again, this is going to be played in court, and they're going to show that this guy has absolutely no remorse for what he did. He's a fucking narcissistic psychopath. And, like, when the dude's comparing fucking beauty pageants to raping women and trafficking them, like, it's just going to prove he's such a fucking danger to society. They need to put him away for as long as they fucking can. What legal team does he have where they're letting him do these fucking interviews?
And you're going to crucify him forever. I just don't believe that's genuine virtue. I think it's just an attack.
I do think what's happening right now is they are wrongly conflating you having run a webcam business, however long it was ago, to the criminal cases happening in Romania. And
He never stopped doing webcamming. It just changed slightly. So he uses various different websites, including, you know, typical social media like TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. He's lied about this, and, like, of course, an idiot like Candace Owens, who's not really going to do her own research and just believe everything she said, she's heard. He makes it sound as though he stopped doing the webcam business years ago. He just changed the way he did things slightly, where he's just not doing it on certain websites. So yeah, he used to use some other, like, webcam platform. I think it was like Pornhub or something. Then it moved to OnlyFans, and I think he still has some girls doing OnlyFans. But now he's doing a lot of stuff just on social media like TikTok, and he's running, like, different scams and making these girls do live streams where people just pay them directly to do certain stuff on live streams, to communicate with them, send them, like, money as a donation. Like, that's the stuff he's doing, but he's acting as though the webcam stuff stopped, like, over 5 years ago. It's just bullshit.
this is why I interjected in my voice when people were saying, he's not a conservative, he's not a Christian. I don't understand why Christians are giving him a platform.
And I'm very sorry to interrupt. I'm very sorry to interrupt you. But yeah, I will say right now, I would never consider myself a conservative from that standpoint.
Right.
I'm a rational actor. I'm a reasonable person. I'm intelligent.
This is the same guy who said reading books is for stupid people.
I use my brain, and I guess that makes me aligned with many conservative issues overall because the other side have lost their minds. I don't wake up and stand there as a conservative figure. I don't consider myself a conservative figure. I've just ended up aligning with them on a lot of core issues because I'm a forward-thinking, rational person. But I'm certainly not a conservative. I don't stand up and say, hey, I'm a conservative. I'm not interested in whether the conservative want to embrace me from that perspective or not. I have no interest in that. I wasn't even particularly political until my recent debacle where I realized a lot of things about the world and how avoiding politics will not save you, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's one of the things I pointed out is I said, he's never said he was conservative. Why are we, he is not identifying as a Christian. So why are we suddenly using that as whether or not a Christian, a conservative can put him on a platform and talk about something that is relevant? And something that is relevant is whether or not you are being wrongly or unfairly persecuted by a government.
Yeah.
Like, a fair bit of evidence has leaked from this court case. It's obvious this guy is guilty at this point, beyond any fucking reasonable doubt. Like, it's not just that there's evidence against him, he has literally admitted to guilt an innumerable amount of times in videos and in public and private messages between people. He's admitted to guilt. Like, countless times. There is no debate over whether this guy's fucking guilty. And that's why he's getting fucking prosecuted. Like, why is she sitting here and acting like playing dumb like this? Like, this is the same fucking person who accuses the gay community of grooming children. And then you have Andrew Tate, who is admitted to having a sexual relationship with an underage girl, and who's trafficked women. And then she's trying to cover for him and act as though he's not guilty when he is.
I have spoken on my platform after examining the charges against Harvey Weinstein. He's clearly not a conservative. He's about as far left as it really gets. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that I don't have an interest in whether or not he's guilty or not guilty and whether or not he was persecuted because of a overtly political movement like Me Too. So I do not like that these things are being conflated, but I want to park that aside because we are going to get into your case and just stick with what you just said about the webcam
Hi,
business.
this is Alex Lutz.
So you say you don't have any guilt for it.
I'm not sorry. I don't operate in that frame. I don't think it's an intelligent way for a man to go through life to say, I'm sorry. At a younger age, I did the best I could possibly do, and I did the best I believed at the time. And you grow from it and you learn. And perhaps there's times in your life where you look back and think, well, maybe I would have done this differently because hindsight's always 20/20. But every rapper sold drugs. Like, you get to a certain stage in your career where you no longer sell drugs and you don't do it anymore. But that's part of the life journey, and life's messy. And I'm not going to sit here and apologize to any conservative who wants to sit me down and try and give me some moral high ground garbage. I'm not going to listen to it. I had a very rough upbringing, a very tough.
I don't understand. He's being accused of human trafficking. Right now, none of the charges involve drug dealing. And he's trying to say, like, it's okay what he did because other rappers did it? Like, the way this guy tries to, like, obfuscate guilt is just baffling. And like Candace Owens just sits there like, rappers did it too. Why doesn't anybody fucking talk shit about Biggie Smalls, but they go after you? Like,
life.
It's so
and
stupid.
It could have been so much worse in so many ways. I've done nothing illegal. I've never hurt anybody. Everybody.
What do you mean? Like again, this guy is admitted to doing criminal activity. What the fuck does he mean? He's never done anything illegal. Holy fuck, this, like, he's such a liar, and he's already contradicted himself I don't know how many times, and we're not even at 10 minutes. And Candace Owens does nothing to fucking, like, give any kind of pushback. This is the most softball interview I've ever seen.
Who was involved in my life back then are massive supporters of me, and I think it's very hypocritical for someone to sit, look at a situation they were not involved in and don't understand, look at old clips taken out of context, and then tell me and a whole bunch of people who were in my life who were all perfectly happy that something bad happened or something wrong happened. I don't think that's genuine. And for that reason, I'm not going to sit and be preached to by these people who are imperfect themselves. Everybody's imperfect. And another thing that's really important, we talk about Christian values. I also think that I find it very interesting and ironic that I'm somehow the problem and these Christians feel like they need to come and attack me now in the name of Christian values. I think Christianity has much bigger problems than Andrew Tate in some old clips.
Yeah, I think rape and human trafficking is sort of a big deal, whether you're Christian or not, dude.
I think they have much bigger problems that are happening in their churches on a daily. I think you can go to a Christian church in a lot of America and be very disappointed in what you've seen. I don't think I'm the problem with Christianity.
Okay, so because like pedophile priests are preying upon children, it's okay for him to traffic women. Okay, I get it.
And yeah,
other people do it too, so it's okay if I do it. That's how he rationalizes things in his head.
Very interesting. But there was a webcam company, and I've talked about it at length on many different podcasts. I had a business. Many girls on there were perfectly fully clothed and would paint pictures or sing and dance and laugh. I've talked about this at length. I've had nothing to do with it for 10 or 11 years, and nobody was ever hurt.
That's a fucking lie. So, like I said before, the nature of the business changed a little bit, and he's branched out, where he is not just getting girls to do sexual stuff on cam, he is also getting them to do shit like on TikTok. And then he's found ways to monetize TikToks with monetizable streams, getting men to just send them donations, fake romantic interest, stuff like that. But he's still been getting girls to do sex work, you know, like on Pornhub, on OnlyFans, crap like that.
Hurt. And I am not sorry for it. I don't see why I should be.
Okay. So the way that I read you, and you can definitely let me know if I'm wrong, obviously, because you are you, is that people that don't come from a lot, me and you, obviously, obviously have different decisions that lay before us in life than people that come from everything, or people that come from a very stable household, two loving parents. And this kind of gets into the dilemma. I remember years ago, Tomi Lahren had said something, she's a political commentator in the US, had said something to the effect of, well, you know, Jay-Z used to sell crack. And he sort of laughed.
And he probably did.
And he did. And he sort of laughed this off. And I remember looking at that because I looked up to Jay-Z's music so much, you know, and I looked up to him because it made it possible for me to change my circumstances. So you're looking at this guy who comes from nothing. He came from the projects. He sold drugs, and then he doesn't have to sell drugs anymore. And he's now talking about ideas and talking about business. So I was able to more closely understand and go, okay, I can actually climb out of these circumstances, even though I wasn't born, you know, with a ton of wealth and a lot of opportunities that some people were. And I think it's very difficult for people that don't come from nothing to understand that, and they're so sure that if they were in desperate circumstances that they would still never do anything.
But this is their massive mistake, and you're right, but this is their massive.
Whether you're in desperate circumstances or not, that doesn't justify a crime. Like, especially when you're talking about crimes where victims are involved, like human trafficking. I don't care how fucking broke or poor or hungry for money Tate was, that doesn't justify human trafficking. So if he's like they're both fucking talking like psychopaths, where they will never fucking admit guilt or take responsibility for their actions. Candace Owens is literally saying, oh yeah, it's okay that you like raped and trafficked women. Like, you wanted more money. Just crazy to hear from somebody who claims she's a Christian and she's, you know, supposedly against fucking groomers and sex crimes.
Mistake. The reason I have such huge affinity with the youth of the world today, especially the masculine youth, is one, because a lot of them are disenfranchised, which is one conversation. But two, also the reason my reach is so global, the reason I have so many fans in Slovenia and Southside Chicago, and I've had kids from Ulaanbaatar come up to me, Mongolia, all around the world, is because I speak to the disenfranchised, and part of that is always going to be, or is going to involve, financially disenfranchised.
That is total and utter bullshit. He appeals to people who want to get rich quick. So any idiots who are kind of suckered in by the kind of get rich quick, don't work hard but get a lot of money kind of lifestyle, that he's going to appeal to them. Especially like dudes who are fucking incels and losers who don't have a good education or any prospects of having a good education because they're stupid and they want like a lot of girlfriends. He appeals to those sorts of people. I mean, like again, this is a guy who has no post-secondary education, hasn't gone to college or university, was a kickboxer, has severe CTE, his brain doesn't function properly. He's one of the most anti-intellectual people you could ever fucking come across. He has unironically made videos saying reading is for stupid people. Books are a waste of time. Don't bother reading. Don't bother going to school. Like, why the hell would you want to be a doctor? And then he flashes, his millions of dollars on screen. It's like, why would you want to be a doctor when you could make money like me? I mean, who is he appealing to? It's just fucking idiots and dumbass losers who can't make money through legitimate means. Why is he bragging about this?
I'm someone who comes from absolutely nothing and made himself into something. And unfortunately, there's a rocky road sometimes.
Yeah, criminal. That's what you made yourself into, and now you're getting charged, now you're going to be put away.
Like you just described with Jay-Z, to get that done. But if I would have been born into a perfect family, like you said, 2 loving parents, family was rich, white picket fence, and I was saying all the same things.
Oh, by the way, Andrew Tate's dad served in the U.S. military. He was discharged because they discovered that his dad was a psychopath who suffered from narcissism. Apparently, his dad was abusive to his wife, and then she ended up breaking up with him. And a lot of the behaviors that you hear about his dad were probably passed down to his son. Like, this is probably where Andrew Tate gets it. He likely just has the gene for psychopathy.
Then they wouldn't have the same affinity. So if you look at even a lot of superheroes, you look at Batman, he's a flawed person. And I think the reason I'm seen as a hero and the reason I have the fan base I have.
Batman is not really portrayed as a flawed person. He's portrayed as a person who has basically everything going for him. Extremely intelligent, extremely good looking, extremely rich, and he could use all of those advantages that he has to benefit himself personally. But rather than doing that, he uses all of his advantages to benefit others. But Batman isn't really portrayed as a flawed character. I mean, he's not perfect technically, like he has personal issues. Like, when it comes to his relationships, he has trust problems. But that's a really weird way to portray Batman. Like, what is he... like, this is not... This is a guy who says he doesn't read. There's no way he fucking ever read Batman comics. He clearly doesn't understand the character.
It's because, to a degree, I've always been a flawed person, and I'm not a perfect human, and I don't want to be.
He's comparing himself to Batman now? Like, dude, Batman never human trafficked anybody.
And I think that actually adds a lot of credibility to my character as a whole, that I've become the kind of person who believes he can add value to the world. And just like you said with Jay-Z,
what the fuck?
And the biggest thing for me personally,
what is this interview?
I want the whole world to understand this. I've been forensically analyzed by multiple different federal agencies from different countries for the last 17 months, analyzing every aspect of my entire life across the last 10 to 15.
Yeah, that's because they discovered you're a fucking criminal, and they want to prosecute you because you're clearly a fucking danger to society. He's acting... Can you believe that I did something illegal and federal agencies want to prosecute me? Like, this guy literally cannot comprehend that he needs to be held accountable for his actions. This is a fucking narcissist who cannot fucking grapple with the idea that he's guilty of anything.
Years. And what did they find? An old YouTube clip? That's the worst they could find. No sex.
Oh my god, dude. Here we go with the lies. Like, again, you can convince your stupid, idiot 13-year-old fans that, oh, they have no evidence, all they have is a YouTube clip. Like, again, so much information is leaked. And even from the little bit that is leaked, it proves his fucking guilt. The idea that they'd have this investigation that's been going on for over a year and all they've been able to find is like 2 YouTube clips. Like make up whatever fucking lies you want. Guess what? In court, it's not going to make a fucking difference.
Sexual perversion, no drugs, no genuine criminal acts. They found something.
Why is he mentioning drugs? If you look at the list of charges, none of the charges made relate to fucking drug trafficking. It's related to human trafficking.
Something semi-immoral in a YouTube clip. And I would actually challenge anybody
So
who
he's
wants to
just a
throw
liar.
stones at me to go through the same level of scrutiny I have been under. And let's see what they find in your life.
Yeah, I don't think if you did an investigation into my life, you're going to find any women that are being raped or human trafficked, dude. like he's acting as if the way he behaves is the way everybody else behaves. Yeah, everybody else lies to women to try to lure them to their country, saying that, oh yeah, I'll marry you, and then when they come to your country, oh yeah, get on cam for me, you fucking whore. And then, like, rape them when they refuse to have sex. Yeah, that's, like, how normal people act.
Because I guarantee anyone who's watching this right now, you sit there, you have a secret in your closet. You have a skeleton that you don't want anyone to know about, and they would have found.
Yes, that's right, okay? I've jerked off to Zootopia porn before. I have skeletons in my closet. But the difference is that's not fucking illegal.
Found it. So what's the worst thing that they found about me, considering I've been the most attacked man in the world for 17 months?
Oh my god.
YouTube clip? An out of context YouTube clip? Is that the worst?
This guy's a
crazy
fucking
that people aren't even
narcissist.
sitting there and going, okay, this guy's been absolutely attacked and from every single angle, and this is the worst they could possibly drag up.
Right. No, I agree with you. So the question I would ask you, though, because obviously you've moved away from that business, the thing I find to be the most interesting about you is that younger boys love you.
Yes.
They absolutely, like the 12, 13-year-old, 14-year-old. I have not come across a 12, 13-year-old boy who's not just an Andrew Tate stan.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Yeah, so a guy who has multiple girlfriends, a millionaire, and hates books. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of young men who find that, attractive. I'm sure there's a lot of 13-year-olds who hate books and don't want to go to school and also want 10 girlfriends and millions of dollars. I wonder why he appeals.
it's remarkable. It gives you a lot of power. And I think this is perhaps the interest that a lot of people have in you is, what are you going to do with this power, right? You have all these boys, they believe in you, they stand up for you. And that is why it becomes important to state, I'm not sorry that I lived this. I don't think I would say that I'm sorry for anything decisions that I made when I was young.
Well, that's one of the fucking problems with Andrew Tate. The guy has been, for years, promoting violence against women as if that's just a normal, rational way to fucking behave. And he has such a huge audience of young men. Like, again, this is one of the reasons why he's particularly dangerous.
Young either, because this is the deck of hands that I was given. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do try to, now knowing that I have such a following of a lot of young ladies that follow me, say, like, listen, I did the idiot stuff, so you don't have to.
Power and responsibility go hand in hand. And that's the thing that's so interesting, these out-of-date clips, and they want to talk about these things from 10 years ago. At the time when I was talking...
Oh my god. So again, this is a fucking lie. Andrew Tate has tried to convince young men to human traffic women. Like, this is why he had Hustlers University, where it was literally a course on how to human traffic. And then he is acting, and then Candace says, oh, he's teaching young men how not to do things. He had Hustlers University. Like, he only recently got rid of it after, this criminal investigation. But, like, up until very fucking recently, like a year ago, he had courses on how to fucking human traffic women And then Candace Owens is trying to convince her audience that, oh, he's trying to teach young men how not to go down this road. That's bullshit.
Talking to camera. Those videos are made for private circulation initially. Secondly, I wasn't trying to educate the world on anything back then. I didn't have the kind of power and influence I have back then. The way you say something to a video which has 50 viewers has to be different than the way you say something to a video that has 50 million viewers. Power and responsibility absolutely go together, and I understand that very well, and I understand the power I have. And I do believe I'm now an absolute force for good in the world, and I'm far more careful with how I'll project myself with certain ideas. Absolutely.
Yeah, because if you're too honest and self-snitch, you're going to go to jail, as you've recently discovered. Oh man, that's pathetic. Do you think you would have been a Tate fan if he was around when you were 12, 13? No. He is far too stupid, and I think my bullshit radar would have gone off even when I was that age. Like, he's just clearly a fucking liar. Like, the shit that he said about his, like, kickboxing record, even when I was around 12 or 13, I don't think I would have fucking believed him. Like, he just lies about so many things. I wouldn't trust somebody like that.
Agree completely. But that's the thing that's even so crazy about all of it. These old videos that everyone's so concerned about wouldn't even circulate.
I'm not drinking Red Bull, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
If my haters weren't constantly trying to use them against me. They'd be disappeared into the history.
Red Bull tests on animals. What the fuck are you talking about?
Of the internet. I don't know where these things come from. I don't know where they were found. I don't know where they are. It's kind of crazy. A lot of people are making all these constant attacks on me, and I don't watch a lot of it. I'll have to be honest with you, Candace. I don't watch all of it, but a lot of the videos are so outdated. The only reason they even exist now is because my haters are so desperate trying to take me down. They don't have any concern for them being seen because they wouldn't be circulating them otherwise. So yeah, absolutely. Power and responsibility go hand in hand. And I do believe that I now have a huge platform, and with young boys, they're exceptionally interested in my case. I do believe to a degree I'm an anti-hero. I do believe to a degree that the
No, you're just a fucking criminal.
harder I'm attacked, the more credibility is given to me in the eyes of my fans. I think that they see, everyone's out.
Yeah, they're fucking sycophants. Okay, what does that have to do with you being either guilty or not guilty? This is the case for anybody. Any public figure has retarded sycophants who will believe whatever the fuck they're told.
To get this guy, everyone was out to get Batman. It kind of feels that way. And I do try and lead everyone down a good path and say extremely positive things. And I don't think anybody is finding any clips from the last 5 to 6 years which have anything negative in them.
Right. I think you've changed. That's why I say over the last 5 years, I think there's been a seismic shift. And speaking to boys, the younger boys, I think one of the things that they're really suffering from, I get tons of responses rather unexpectedly whenever I talk about the topic of pornography on my show. And it's one of those things that, again, if you found Candace 10 years ago and you asked me about pornography, and by the way, this was actually implanted into my head from a health school, like from health education, where they would say pornography is healthy, people should watch pornography, people should engage in pornography.
That is a complete and utter lie. Any sex education in public school around porn use only has a non-judgmental take on porn. They don't have a take where it's never bad for you. In fact, you should watch it. She's just plain fucking lying. She's about my age. She's 34. I'm 32. So I've gone through basically school from the same era. I think the first time I ever had sex education in school was when I was in grade 4. I don't think porn use was ever even fucking covered until I was at like the grade 8 level. And again, they never fucking said, oh yeah, porn's great, you should watch it, this and that. Like, no, they just had a very basic coverage of it where they tried to be non-judgmental, and they just went over potential harms, potential benefits, and whether or not you should like decide to watch it in the first place. Like, why are you watching it? Are you watching it because you're lonely? Are you watching it like what should you should watch? Like, do you think you should be watching like some like people getting harmed. So they would warn about like depictions of violence in the porn you're watching, whether or not like what is depicted is realistic. Like overall, what I got from it was the teacher wanted you to be cautious about the content that you watch online. She's just fucking lying.
It's okay if you're in a relationship for you to watch pornography. And then I had a huge wake-up call when I spoke to Tim Ballard. You know, he runs Operation Underground. And then I realized how closely pornography is related to human sex trafficking.
Real sex trafficking, not TikTok
real sex
accounts.
trafficking. And yeah, we should talk about.
Right, yeah, because here we go with the TikTok story. Yeah, real human trafficking,
About that because they are kind of.
Like, buddy, the fucking text message conversations with him were just leaked, where he admitted he was trying to traffic a girl and convince her to do online cam whoring. I mean, like, who do you think you're fooling?
Stretching the definition of sex trafficking in your case. I've taken a look at it. And what's remarkable to me is the amount of young men, and I would say from the ages of 18 to 35, that write in and say how much they're struggling with porn, how much they're struggling with pornography addiction, how they feel that no person is talking about the ills of porn.
You know, I really wonder if a lot of these people are kind of gaslit into thinking they have a problem with porn. Because, like, you're starting to see a similar thing happen with video games, where you have this, like, fucking red pill, like, weird financial scam sort of, you know, social media influencers who are like, why would you waste your time playing video games when you could be, like, on your grind? You know, that kind of thing. I wonder how many people are, you know, getting convinced that, oh, I watch porn like 20 or 30 minutes a day. I have a problem. Like, not knowing what sort of healthy kind of porn use looks like. So I've seen a fair bit of research on pornography. It's hard to actually find associations between porn use and things like sexual dysfunction. Like, you're talking about people who watch porn extremely regularly for very long periods of time.
Pornography.
Yeah.
And so I just watched this clip of you this morning, sitting next to Adam 22.
You were ever interested in doing your first ever double penetration scene that me and Lena, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like,
yo, dude,
would he be a suitable candidate? Would you,
Andrew Tate,
can I tap him in?
I don't know. No. He looks built.
Oh, yeah, no, can I fill in real quick? Andrew, you know.
You're out. Aiden, we canceled you. You're not in this conversation anymore.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Andrew. Would you, Andrew, would you double penetrate her, bro? Would you do that, Andrew? Go ahead. Finish the answer question.
If all pop together, is that chill?
There's absolutely 0% chance of that happening. And it's not because Lena is particularly unattractive. It's because she's married to Adam, and I have no interest in degenerate, pointless sex, and I have no interest in making a spectacle of myself or...
This is a guy who, in all likelihood, has raped multiple women, by the way.
Even just in...
So, yes, consensual sex between adults is degenerate. But apparently, when you rape women, that's just fine in his mind. Oh, because, like, I knew deep down they really wanted it or something, right?
Involving myself in anything which I deem to be overall haram and pointless. It's just not something I'd be interested in. There's not a single amount of money on the planet you could pay me to undertake. So
you were very polite. I'm not going to be so polite. I thought he was an absolute degenerate. And I mean that the idea of having a woman making the vows that you make in marriage and literally offering her body as he did to you was a form of degeneracy. And you were being very nice and measured. And I think that for that moment, that was the best thing that you possibly could have done because she looked quite vulnerable.
Yeah.
Lena, I think is her name.
Yeah.
But how do you reconcile that now, right? You're in a circumstance like this. You're being polite. You did say I'm uncomfortable. You did say that I would never do this. And I think that was really important for you to say. But you're not the same person. I mean, how did you?
Yeah.
Even reflecting on it. It's so disgusting. He offered you his wife.
It is pretty disgusting.
This is a guy who's being accused of rape by at least, I think, 4 different women. And Candace Owens is disgusted that a guy who does pornography with his wife offered to have a threesome. Like, that's what you're concerned with when 4 women have come forward accusing him of rape. Consensual sex between adults. That's disgusting. But this guy has been accused of rape by 4 different women, and that doesn't concern her. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Ask her, he offered her. I felt sorry for her, so I was very measured with my conversation with them because I felt sorry for her. I could tell she was nervous. She was swinging on the chair back and forth. She didn't want to be there. She felt extremely nervous. And I think that only a coward would berate a very nervous, very scared woman, even if she did something which I personally disagree with.
Says the guy who's human trafficked women and is also accused of raping women.
Even if I think Adam is personally, he doesn't align with my morals, because she was so nervous and because she was so almost afraid she looked. And I think she...
This is a woman whose job is to have sex on camera, and we literally just saw the clip. He's just lying.
He expected me to go at her hard. So I just felt sorry doing it. I just didn't, I couldn't find, maybe I'm getting soft in my old age, but I thought I think she knows what I think, and I think she knows what the world thinks. And I think if I go at her too hard, it's just going to break her. And I don't really like the idea of her, turning off the camera and bawling her eyes out. I think that God will teach her the lessons she needs to learn from her experience, both positive and negative. And I think that's God's job to do and not necessarily mine. But yeah, it was certainly uncomfortable.
Right.
And it shows how degenerate the world is becoming. And pornography as a whole is simply just, I think it's an effect. I think it's a tool which is used to ensure that
this guy is like, he's a human trafficker. He's also being accused of rape, and he's talking about degeneracy.
That the male populace stays as docile as possible. I don't think that any of the things that are happening to the male population are accidental. I think that keeping us as docile as possible is very interesting for the people who are in charge of the world, because we're the warrior class. At the end of the day, it's going to boil down to...
Where's he getting this idea that porn makes you docile? What does he even mean by that? Like, what? If anything, it seems that porn makes you desensitized to violence. A lot of porn depicts like violence, like, choking, spanking, stuff like that. There's evidence suggesting that watching porn frequently desensitizes you to that kind of violence. So, like, how is it making anybody more docile?
To the men who are going to stand up and actually do something about anything at some point in time. So I think they like the idea of us being docile. And I mean, how much more docile can you get than a man sitting there looking at a screen, not even want to reproduce for real because he's just staring at a screen? And I think that's just the next stage.
In all likelihood, the men who have the most amount of sex probably watch the most amount of porn because they're just more interested in having sex. I think there was actually a paper that showed there is some correlation between porn use and actual sexual activity. So what are you fucking talking about? Not everybody is going to have have access to a sexual partner wherever and whenever they want, especially somebody they'd consider an ideal partner who will do exactly what they want. It may be easy to find a girl who will just have, like, vanilla sex with you, missionary, but it might be a lot harder to find a girl who's willing to do, like, ass to mouth or something. So porn may be an outlet for some of those men. And again, you're not going to have access to a sexual partner wherever and whenever you want. If your girlfriend isn't around because, I don't know, you're in a different state or city, or if she's just not able to come over, like again, porn is going to be an outlet for something like that. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Age in the slave mind.
And it's everywhere now. Whereas, and this is something that my husband says, he doesn't have any social media because he's like, Instagram is pornography. I open my Instagram and I've got Emily Ratajkowski's butt cheeks.
Yeah.
And I'm not a...
Yes, Instagram is totally pornography. Let's just watch some porn on Instagram, shall we? Oh yeah, that's like porn. Oh my god. Potato? Might as well show anal. Wow. Oh my god. Like, this is... Can I show this on YouTube? This is like pornography. Holy fuck, bro.
Man, so I don't have that same biological reaction to seeing it, but I can only imagine how difficult it is for a man when you open an app and you've got Kim Kardashian offering her body to Emily Ratajkowski. Even if you're walking down the street, I've realized even how desensitized I've become to pornography, because you see an ad for Gucci and for whatever reason, she's got to be completely naked while she's holding the bag.
I remember in my lifetime, there were music videos that got censored or banned or could only be played after 10 or 11 at night. And if you watch them now, you'd be like, what? For what? What is that? A bikini? Like, it's nothing. It's amazing how quickly it has degenerated.
Yeah, you're actually seeing the exact opposite happen. You're starting to see less nudity, including implied nudity, both in popular media and in advertising. Like, Mortal Kombat is a good example of that. If you look at like Mortal Kombat 11, which was the most recent release, let me see. So this was the... Let me see if I can find the actual fucking image. So this was the... Well, I'll just search it. What's her fucking name? Not Katana. Her sister... Why am I drawing a blank on her fucking name? Melina. So this was the basic set of costumes for Melina in MK11. Not particularly revealing. In fact, a lot of the male outfits were more revealing than her outfit. And then if you compare that to Mortal Kombat 9, which, that came out in like 2010 or some shit like that. This was, and here's a comparison. That was her basic costume in Mortal Kombat 9, and I think Mortal Kombat 9 came out in like 2010. Something like that. Let me see. 2011. So in the span of roughly 10 years, we went from this to this as, you know, the standard costume for that particular female character. And again, you can just go back 10, 20, 30 years. Like, look at the advertising in the 80s and 90s. Look at the movies in the 80s and 90s. You're going to see way more actual nudity, including implied nudity, than compared to today. Things are actually getting a bit toned down because people are becoming more sensitive to the idea of sexual exploitation.
Generated, and yeah, absolutely.
And we're all degenerating with it. Like I've realized the fact that I don't have a reaction to seeing the half-naked woman holding a Gucci bag means that I have been desensitized to pornography. And I can only imagine what that does to men.
Oh, completely. And but this is what the powers that be want. They want to make sure that the male populace is as docile as possible.
I've been desensitized to boobs. Imagine what this is doing to men. Men will be able to see boobs and not really think of anything.
Well, and they do that with a large array of weapons. And they do that with a web of tools. And I believe that I'm the counter to that, which is the reason I ended up attacked in the first place. But
oh shit. Fuck, god damn it, what the hell? I didn't realize my dono alerts were off. Son of a bitch. Give me a second.
React. Do you still stand by this? You literally admitted this is a two-quote queef fallacy, so what are your stances?
So what is this? 4148.
Context. In some contexts, we can say that it is morally justified to eat animals. So
you basically
if you're
just
killing
said
off
that
a
meat diet.
No.
What?
You look like a baby.
Yeah, whatever.
No,
You
no,
just said
no.
meat
You're
diets are
changing
more
your
ethical.
wording around. You keep changing your wording around. First, you say in certain contexts.
I don't know what you want me to react to here. I was only talking about his argument that in cases where it would like reduce rights violations, like an invading species, it'd be okay to kill and eat an animal. Like, what do you mean? I don't know what you're... Like, it wouldn't be a two-quote queef fallacy. Thanks for the donation, though, Sego.
4148 React said this was a two-quote queef fallacy. Do you still back this claim, Richard?
No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I want to bend your naughty ass over my knee and slap it till it gets red. Then Gaines, oh Gaines, I want to teabag you. Will Jasmine mind? I hope not, Gaines, you naughty peanut. I will drown you in cum, Gaines. Now please disregard everything I said. I love you, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark.
Alright, well thank you, Uphill Gardner.
Hey dipshit, It's Sneeko and Hamza combined, we are Snamza. We shall avenge Tate. Feel our smooth swag bitch with this blessing.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mac.
Tate?
Yes, Tate. Thanks, VG. Yeah, it's a 3-hour long interview. It's pretty crazy. I don't know what the fuck they're like gonna talk about for 3 hours. They just keep like saying the same stupid shit.
I made this short I thought was funny. It's a little loud. My YouTube is Colburn Clark, please subscribe. Tristan Tate and Candace Owens seem like normal Christians.
Yeah, I bet. So I've seen this clip before. I actually had this clip as an intro to one of my videos. It's a nice deer. Thanks for the donation, Colburn. Dodo, do you tell her Zootopia really, dude? Sick fuck. Definitely don't send me a link to that. Yeah. Sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I made this short I think is funny. It's kind of loud. Candace Owens and Tristan Tate seem like normal Christians. My YouTube is Colburn Clark. I make vegan content, please subscribe.
Yeah, I already saw the clip. I'm not going to turn the audio on, but thanks for the donation again, man. Bend over to $8. So Elon Musk just tweeted on X stating that if a good enough X logo is posted tonight, we'll make go live worldwide tomorrow. And someone tweeted the best and accurate X logo 13 hours later. That's fucking hilarious. It's the Confederate flag. That's pretty fucking funny. Fucking get fucked. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Elon Musk is such a dipshit.
Tate is so full of shit. He claims he is against drug use but is a nicotine addict himself and says it's a miracle drug. His kickboxing skills are overrated as fuck. He only won the ISCA World Championship, a league that isn't considered to be top 3.
Yeah, he's a massive hypocrite. Like, he literally takes antidepressants. Nicotine is an antidepressant, and he smokes all day. And I take fucking nicotine to help treat my depression, along with prescription drugs. Like, and yeah, he's lied about his kickboxing. Claiming he's a world champion kickboxer is really misleading. It's a very low tier league. It's basically like claiming you're a world champion MMA fighter when you've only fought in Bellator. And even comparing his kickboxing league to Bellator is a fucking stretch. He also lied about his record. I think he said he had something like 84 fights or something. He didn't have anywhere near that many fights. And yeah, he's a fraud. He lies about practically everything. Thanks for the donation, Enrique.
Not docile, but docile. 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 Bugatti top G. Top G. He shouldn't donate one of his elephant ears to Hamza. Docile. Docile. Bugatti docile. Docile. Bugatti docile. Docile. Bugatti.
Yes, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Adam. Guy donated $2. Did not Dr. Sean Faker delete your comment? Also, did he get his medical license back? He might have. I'm convinced at this point he's ducking me. Let me see. Sean Baker ducks fucking everyone. Let's see. Like, I can still see it, but he hasn't replied. Somebody did respond an hour ago. He might have hid my comment on his end. I'm not sure, though. Like, he should have seen that by now, and I haven't gotten any reply back in his comment section, hasn't emailed me nothing. So... but he did not get his medical license back. He cannot practice as a doctor. Thanks for that donation, Guy. Dodo donated $2. That GTA vid IRL. Bottom G.
I'm sorry to bother you with this. I've been your neighbor for like 6 months, and I think you're beautiful, and I think you deserve a flower.
You'd probably get arrested if you tried that. Thanks, Dodo.
When you mentioned that Oreos no longer use bone char in sugar to make them, what makes you sure of that? I've tried to Google it but found no source. Can you explain thought and Bellator where how you make that claim?
So, like, again, bone char as a filter for sugar, it's just not really used anymore. It's pretty rare. It's just a very old world kind of technique. There's not really much else to fucking say about it. Can you explain thought on Bellator? What do you mean? Bellator is much lower ranked than the UFC. They don't have nearly as much money to pay their fighters, so the best fighters aren't going to be in Bellator. So claiming you're a world champion MMA fighter when you're not fighting the best fighters is just misleading. Thanks for the Nation Duchy.
Andrew Tate is like an autistic skin stealer robbed Mr. Clean.
Just gonna skip that, but thanks, Rasputis.
Recently rewatched your intersectionality speech. Keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. Prismo did nothing wrong. Appreciate the donation, Matt.
Man looked at this footage, thought yes this is good and had no problem with it being public lamau.
But I thought what I would do today as an experiment is to attempt to read this in the most calm and understanding manner that I can, despite its rather pointed message. And so I'm trying to get the tone right,
12 seconds later.
You centralizers of power, you worshippers of Gaia, you sacrificers of the wealth and property of others, you would-be planetary saviors, you Machiavellian pretenders and virtue signalers.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson is extraordinarily dramatic.
Gucci bag means that I have been desensitized to pornography, and I can only imagine what that does to men.
Oh, completely. And but this is what the powers that be want. They want to make sure that the male populace is as docile as possible. And they do that with a large array of weapons. And they do that with a web of tools. And I believe that I'm the counter to that, which is the reason I ended up attacked in the first place. But unfortunately, when you buy into the slave mind programming, you not become the kind of man who can easily attract a woman because you're not attractive to females as a whole. So how do you satisfy yourself? You end up sitting there staring at a screen and they convince you that's a good life to live.
Well, by the way, why is this even seen as a bad thing? Yeah, there's obviously going to be dudes who are just generally unattractive to women. So, because you're short, just ugly, maybe you're disabled, what have you, or really socially awkward, maybe you have Asperger's. But you want to have certain sexual experiences. Is this person going to be better off without porn? Okay, you could either have these same people be incredibly miserable and lonely, but without any sort of outlet, for their romantic or sexual needs, or they'd have some kind of outlet for their romantic and sexual needs with porn use. I don't understand how the first option is preferable.
To live as a man, and that's perfectly fine and perfectly normal. And you don't even get to genetically reproduce.
No.
I do also, though, and I want to make this clear, I do believe in absolute and utter self-accountability as a man. I think as
Why is it crackling?
a man, everything that happens to you is your fault. Me going to jail was my fault. Me being attacked online was my fault. All these bad things that happen.
Well, it certainly was your fault because you were the one who committed the crimes.
I will take responsibility for, even if I believe they were unfair or unjust. And I think that any man who's going to sit there and say, I'm struggling, he also needs to wake up and understand that if you're going to truly struggle to not click on a website, then you're going to deserve the terrible life you're going to live. And the devil or the matrix or whatever you want to call them are going to fill your life with temptations. They're going to fill your life with easy way outs that they're going to want you to take because the good road is usually the hardest road. And if you're going to continue to fall for them, then you're going to have to suffer the consequences of that. So it's double-edged. It's certainly difficult that pornography is everywhere and men are struggling with it. But to me, what's even more upsetting is that these men don't have enough fortitude and enough.
I don't understand. He produces pornography online. And then he's saying this is some sort of psyop to make men more docile. It's just clearly bullshit.
Mental strength to wake up and say, I'm better than that. Okay. But this is the thing, right? So I'm about to get started, Candace.
Good, get started.
This is the thing. But this is the thing, right? So when you attack a man's mental fortitude on one issue, you attack it on all issues. This is why it's done purposefully. To resist a slave mind, you need to be able to resist in the first place. How can you resist a slave mind if you have no physicality, you have no willpower, no ability to mentally resist anything? Well, then what you're going to end up doing, you're going to end up eating the bugs and watching the porn and sitting in front of your computer. And that's what they want from the people. So
what is he talking about?
It's actually all very interconnected. People come at me with the porn problem.
Dodo Nutellers, can you please watch 259 when they talk about Candace?
They start stuff, I finish stuff. Did you see it? You see it? No, you didn't. You ever heard of that conservative talk show host Candace Owens?
Do check this fucking shit out. China is fucked. Did you like the Sly Cooper series?
Yeah, I did. Sly Cooper's good.
This is the most popular street food currently in China.
Yeah, so I know about the gutter oil. It's pretty fucking disgusting. Yeah, you should just not go to China. Thanks for the donation, Axel Fuzz.
Owens.
Okay, yes.
What, you ever heard of her? Why you got to sound like that? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Not feeling her.
I feel you. A lot of people are not feeling her. I will tell you this, and I never said this about Candace Owens. You know, I'm a registered independent. I have some conservative views. I have a lot more liberal. I'm basically conservative about money, and I'm liberal about everything else. Yeah, is that accurate depiction of your brother?
Yes.
That's me, right? Okay. But Candace Owens is quite brilliant. She knows what the hell she's talking about.
Sometimes.
She's a fucking airhead. Even Joe Rogan was unimpressed, to say the least. Joe Rogan thought Candace Owens was a fucking idiot when he had her on. So if Joe Rogan thinks you're stupid, like, my God, you're an idiot.
She's just mean as hell when she's doing it. The one thing I do like about her, she makes me seem like Gandhi. I mean, I seem like the nicest person in the world compared to, because when she go at people, I saw her go at Cardi B one time. I saw, she don't play, okay? Yeah, Candace don't play, all right? But I wanted to talk to you, Carmen, about this because did you read the story about what Candace Owens called Kim Kardashian and her mother, Kris Jenner?
No, read it to me.
I don't need to. I have the clip. Could you play it, please?
That Kim Kardashian is a prostitute, and I'm not going to edit this opinion. Kim Kardashian is a prostitute. Her mother is a pimp. Worse than a prostitute, Kim Kardashian is a corpse.
So because of one shitty sex video, she is a prostitute. Okay.
A body without a soul.
Carmen.
Oh.
She called Kim Kardashian.
Who the fuck cares? Anyway.
Problem, and I get the same thing. Guys say to me all the time, hey, what are you going to do? What should I do? I struggle with pornography. And I say, that's because you have nothing else in your life in order. If you were in good physical condition and you had the money you were supposed to have and you had the mentality you were supposed to have, you wouldn't need it. So the reason you're so addicted to porn is because everything else in your life is a failure. And
that is not how addiction works.
yeah, it's certainly a complicated issue. It's a difficult one. And this is why they fear male agency so much, because when men truly wake up and decide to be the best versions of themselves, they're hard to control because all these control mechanisms fall by the wayside. They don't want the porn anymore. They don't want the antidepressants anymore. They don't want the garbage anymore.
I don't know what the fuck Tate even means by this. Like, as if the US government doesn't have an interest in having more people be healthy, active, and productive. Like, the more money you can make, that means the more tax revenue the government can get from you. The healthier you are, the longer you live, the more money you'll make over your lifetime, and the bigger pool they have to hire or not hire, what's the term? Like get recruits for the military, basically. So if there's a war, they can conscript a bigger pool of people.
Ready to start the 750 sit-ups?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it in just a minute. I just have to go to the bathroom and pee. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Dodo donated $2. The comments are racist. Let me see. The fuck is this stupid shit? Ew. Oh my god. Dude, really? What the fuck? Do you want brain worms?
I love that the rich person like Stephen Smith claims to be independent and mostly liberal on most issues. but he is endorsing Chris Christie for president in 2024. Lamau, I do love though the grilling he gave George Santos once.
Chris Christie announces he's running for president again. All righty. Let's go ahead and go.
He's not gonna win. I don't care. Gives a fuck about Chris Christie. Thanks for the donation. Bend over.
7 reasons why Chinese are the most undesirable tourists. For the fact that the Chinese government had just issued a new law against unruly behavior while traveling, there's got to be something that can be done. Last month, New York Times even listed China tourists as the most undesirable tourists. Now, let's see what they did wrong. Stand in line?
Well, they're incredibly rude. In China, there's this thing where if you have money, it's like it's appropriate to be incredibly rude to any sort of wait staff or what is it, like help at any store. So they're usually extremely rude, and they're also incredibly entitled. They'll do like weird shit, like try to sleep in a hotel lobby if the hotel's overbooked, and then when they get kicked out for trespassing, they'll like freak out and pretend cry.
Yeah, right. There's no such thing in their dictionaries. For them, they think they are entitled to touch everything they want, even priceless artifacts. I'm rich. I can do whatever I want, with no regards to other people's feelings.
What the fuck video is this?
For here.
Where do you find these fucking videos, Dodo?
Single UK sniper shot killed 6 insurgents.
Remember to just go with the flow during the 75-minute long start work.
For sure, Sam, I shall. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The British military has confirmed that in December 2013, a sniper killed 6 Afghan insurgents with a single shot. The 20-year-old UK sniper was defending a position in southern Afghanistan when he observed what appeared to be enemy activity near a tree line some 850 meters from his
I literally don't think that's possible.
sniper's nest. After positively identifying the targets as enemy combatants, the sniper zeroed in on an individual carrying a machine gun. Unknown to the sniper, the target was wearing a suicide vest, which exploded as he was hit by the bullet. The blast was powerful enough to kill 6 insurgents, and the sniper was commended for preventing a serious attack on British forces.
Oh. Maybe. It's improbable, but maybe.
And now you have a whole bunch of men who actually...
Alright, I'm just gonna go take a piss, and then I'm gonna set up the sit-up board. What are you doing? Get out of here. Sleep on your bed. Thank you for that 9014. Appreciate the donation, dude.
They want truth and honor and respect, and they want to live for something. And then what are they going to live for? They're going to want to be brave. They're going to want to do the right thing, regardless of how dangerous it may be for their own personal circumstance. And that sounds like a difficult population to enslave. And that's what's scary.
So how?
What? So, if you don't watch porn, you're more difficult to enslave. Right.
How do you reconcile? First off, how long ago was your webcam business?
Yeah, so I stopped having any involvement with it. I think 8 to 9 years ago I stopped. It was a long
So he's lying. That's not true.
time ago. It was at the early stages of the internet. And I'll explain it one more time for people.
10 years ago was the early stages of the internet. So, like, fucking 2013 is the early stages of the internet? Oh my god.
I've explained it already at length, but I'll explain it from the beginning.
Dude.
I had a company. I was fighting at the time. And on a side note, I actually want to make this clear. We talk about things people have done in the past for money. I beat people up for money. I hurt people for money. I don't often tell people this.
Yeah, for one thing, this is consensual. So that's the big problem here. The women that you forced to do sex work and trafficked, it was non-consensual. The people that you fought in a kickboxing ring consented to doing this. Like, again, this is just a fucking way for him to obfuscate guilt.
And I think it's the first interview I've mentioned it in. There's a person who can never walk the same again because he fought me. I've had 87 professional fights, and I did my best to kill people.
He did not have 87 professional fights. He's lying about that.
You're going to sit here and talk about what I did for money. I literally hurt people for money. And so I'm not a perfect person. I'm not sorry for my kickboxing career or my cage fights. I'm not sorry for any of it. I had bare knuckle fights. I'm not sorry for any of them, right? I was a person who had to pay the bills. I lived the life I lived. I used the tools I had. And I ended up opening a webcam company where girls would sit on a laptop and they would talk to guys on the internet for money. That's what they would do. The girls would sit there fully clothed or a bikini. Some of them would paint pictures. Some of them would sing songs. It's very similar to Twitch is now. Twitch is almost more sexual than the sexual websites were back then. I helped the girls set up accounts. We worked together. I helped.
Like, he's such a fucking liar, dude. He's acting like this was the 1990s, where there were like AOL chat rooms. He like he's claiming this is back in 2013.
And become as popular as possible, and everybody made money and everybody was happy. And nobody is complaining about it. Nobody's upset about it. None of the girls who worked for me are upset about it. The government aren't after me for it. It's perfectly legal. Nothing's wrong with it.
Right, that's why there's multiple women involved in this criminal case about the shit, right?
There's just a whole bunch of people who now think that they can take the moral high ground against me because I previously ran this company. And I think I can anticipate the question you're going to ask. How do I reconcile with the fact that I used to produce pornography or degree pornographic content?
Now men are writing to you like, how do I?
And now men are trying to escape it.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. There's a few different ways I can answer that question. I think the first way I'll answer it is
he's a
if you own a liquor store and an alcoholic comes in and you refuse to sell him alcohol, does he stop being an alcoholic?
No.
He just goes and buys from someone else. So that's the
Here we fucking
cop-out
go.
answer. The cop-out is, well, these people who are addicted are always going to be addicted regardless of whether I did it or not. So that's the cop-out answer. But the second answer I can give, which I think is more detailed and probably more nuanced, is one, I intimately understand the relationship between men and these websites. I've had and seen men give away their life savings to girls they've never met. I've watched and I've seen it. And I actually think a lot of the insights I give, a lot of
Well, this is false. He would actually scam these men and have fake romantic relationships where he would say that he has legal trouble and he needs tens of thousands of dollars for a lawyer so that they can get a visa so they can travel. Like, he would do shit like this, and then the dudes would give them money thinking they're in a legitimate romantic relationship. So he's lying. This is just one of the scams that he ran.
All the things I tell the world about the mental health crisis, about men being so constantly lonely, about how important it is to build yourself into a high value man, about how money alone is not enough. I explain all these things. A lot of these are lessons from the webcam days. I saw dudes who had a whole bunch of money, no other attributes, and they ended up on these websites spending hundreds of thousands of dollars because they didn't have anything else. So I think I learned a lot of important life lessons, and I do my best to try and pass them on to people. But I guess also, and this is the final answer I want to give about this whole subject, is that I do think I can take the question you're asking and reverse engineer it and use it against the people who are trying to attack me for it. My answer to it would be, how do you sit and want to criticize me for being involved in the production of pornography 10 or 11 years ago if you're involved in the consumption of it?
Here we go.
Because you're creating a market for it. So anybody who wants to sit and say that I did things wrong, that's fine.
Yeah, they're criticizing you for human trafficking, and this wasn't just something you did 10 years ago. You were doing this up until recently.
You're allowed to throw stones, but if you're in a glass house, if you have ever signed up to an OnlyFans account, if you have Instagram, if you're following these models on Instagram who you don't know, who are showing their tits and ass all day, if you've watched porn, if you fancy or think some beautiful woman on a movie, if you're going to live in lust yourself, and you're funding this entire industry, you're downstream, you're at the bottom of it, how can you then take the moral high ground on the person who's producing it? That doesn't make sense to me. So if you've totally abstained from pornography your entire life and you've never looked at it ever, and you've never been involved with it ever, and you're a perfect person and you want to come along.
So you can't criticize Andrew Tate for human trafficking because you watched Zootopia porn.
And say what I did was wrong, that's fine. But I don't think most people who are complaining can even say that. I don't think they can.
Oh my God.
And I will once again state this, and I state this as a matter of almost fact. The level of investigation I've gone under, the level of forensic investigation my life has been submitted to, most people don't understand. Most people have never been through what I've been through. They've not had their entire life forensically analyzed, every word they've ever said, everyone they've ever spoken to, every WhatsApp chat, everything, head to toe by federal agencies for the last 10 years. And the most they come up with is that I ran a webcam company, which I've already admitted to. That's it. Take these people who criticize me and see how many porn websites they've been on. Get their laptops, see the they've Googled, see who they've spoken to.
Yeah, so that's not what happened. This guy admitted to committing criminal activity. Like, the way he won't take responsibility for his crimes.
Too. Like, it's all massively hypocritical. I do understand that some people would hear that and go, oh, you know, he's a bad person, etc. I don't think I was a bad person. I never hurt anybody. I think I could have done much worse things.
Yes, rape and human trafficking doesn't hurt anybody. Andrew Tate, 2023.
I know many people from my circumstances who did many things worse than what I did. And all in all, I'm not going to sit and pretend I'm sorry for something I'm not sorry for. And I just want to make it clear to the world that, like you said, people come from different backgrounds and people grow and people change, etc. But I also look at the world in a different way. I think that we're all constantly doing our best. I think I'm doing the best I can right now. When I'm 55, I might watch this interview and think I'm an idiot, right? And I think we're all constantly doing our best, and I did the best.
No, I don't think it'll take that long. I think after you're finally thrown in jail for your human trafficking, and these interviews are used as evidence against you in court to show that you're a fucking manipulative liar, think you'll think you're an idiot then.
Best I could do at the time, and I don't think it makes sense for me to hate past me for doing his best. I just don't think that's a very constructive mindset.
Living a healthy lifestyle can be challenging when you're always on the go. You need simple, manageable routines to make sure that you're getting the proper nutrition every single day, which is why I'm a huge fan of Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature fruits and veggies capsules are a great way to make sure that you're getting essential nutritional ingredients every single day. Through Balance of Nature's advanced cold vacuum process, the vitamins, minerals, and phytonutrients of the fruits and vegetables are preserved so you can get the vital nutrition in each capsule. Balance of Nature is a whole food supplement with no additives, fillers, extracts, synthetic conservatives, people that identify and say I'm a conservative, to recognize that the people, it's not people that are perfect that are bringing people over to our side. I was not brought over to conservative principles by people preaching at me and telling me how perfect their lives were. It was actually people that were much more broken that led me here. Which is fascinating. I got interested in business because of Jay-Z.
Yeah.
I criticize him all the time now about things that he does.
But you're not.
I got interested, you know, in Kanye West, you know, him doing a Christian album and things of that nature. You need people that are flawed.
Yeah, the fucking Nazi Kanye West is an inspiration to her. That says a lot.
You need people that are real. This is the thing. I'm not particularly political. I didn't consider myself particularly political, but it looks like I'm kind of ending up there. And like I said, I'm a realist, which puts me on the conservative side, and I'm not stupid. And I understand very well about the world and propaganda and what they're trying to do to us. So you end up being a conservative by default. But you're a real person if you have flaws. If you want to sit and tell a disadvantaged youth growing up in the south side of Chicago how he's supposed to live his life from your perfectly manicured garden and your white picket fence, you're not going to get through to that person. They don't care what you have to say.
It actually becomes a bit of a turnoff.
Absolutely.
It's like those are things about me that I don't think will ever change, which is why I get your following. I get what people like about you. It's why you say the disenfranchised.
It's okay for me to be a criminal because then if I'm not a criminal, then kids from Chicago won't be fans of me.
Follow you. And I think it's important for people to understand that. Like, there was no way, like, and I still have no respect for her at all, but it's why I snap so hard at, like, the Meghan McCains. I'm like, who the hell are you? What have you done in your life that you think I'm going to take advice? What, you've just been someone's daughter, right? What have you worked for?
Absolutely.
What have you survived? Tell me something that you lived through in your life that was a struggle. You can't.
Yeah.
Because your life has been perfect. And so I think it's so foolish to think that I'm going to take a lesson, that I'm more likely to take a lesson from a Meghan McCain, who I don't even think is a conservative. I think she's just a rich girl and got rich in way worse ways than you got rich. What was daddy doing overseas?
Yeah.
Sorry? Meghan McCain is a worse person than Andrew Tate?
And that's a really amazing point, because we can also look at that.
I don't think she's raped anybody or human trafficked anyone.
Conservatives will sit here and attack me. There are people who are making millions from blowing children to pieces.
Yeah.
Like, let's get the world in perspective here for a second.
But it's cleaners. They didn't get their hands dirty.
Of course.
Yeah.
What the fuck is he talking about? What?
Totally agree with you. And that's why I am never the first to bark when someone is suddenly assessing someone's entire life. I'm like, look at your entire,
God.
You are literally built on the backs of dead Iranian children.
Absolutely.
What is he talking about? Wait, sorry. So because the US is being involved in pointless foreign wars, it's okay for him to rape and human traffic women?
And I'm standing up here also, and I want to make this very clear. Like, I've not tried to avoid this judicial process. I've not tried to run away from anything. I'm standing here saying, if I've committed a crime, put me in jail. And if I haven't committed a crime, what can you say I've done? You could argue it was slightly immoral, perhaps. But
like, again, the charges have been made and they've been made public, and he's acting as if they're trying to arrest me for making TikTok videos. Like, that's obviously not what he's being charged with.
Also, to a degree, maybe I'm a libertarian. I think if 20 people or 30 people get in a room and they all agree to do something and it makes them happy, then they should be allowed to do it. If nobody's hurt, nobody's upset by it, then they should do it. And perhaps that does make you a libertarian. If 30 full-grown men decide to go into a room and be gay, and they want to be gay, then they should be allowed to go be gay. You're 30 men, you're not hurting anybody, it's what you want to do. If you want to wear red t-shirts, wear red t-shirts. If me and my brother had 30 people, we all got together and everyone made money and everyone was happy, who's others to come along and criticize and say people are victims, people are upset, this is wrong, this is bad, etc. So, yeah, you're completely right. It's amazing how people throw stones and how imperfect everybody is, truly. And I think the best thing you can do as a man is obviously learn your lessons from your life and try your best to pass them on. I feel like I'm doing that to the best of my ability. But also, another thing that conservatives is going to blow their minds, is going to really upset them. What they don't understand about especially the strength of my message is that, to especially the young boys of the world, I'm cool. I'm cool. And I know they think that doesn't matter, but if you want to sit behind a desk and go, the Republican Bill 304, you're a dork, so no one gives a shit, right? You're a nerd. I got the big cars and pretty women, and I live the lifestyle. If you want to really capture the youth of today, you need to get some kind of affinity with them. They need to at least want to be you to a degree.
Right, so it's okay that I'm a criminal and I've raped and human trafficked people because I'm cool, so, you know, like, you violated legal code 7, what, you're a fucking dork. Should I get Far Cry 6 now? It's a piece of shit, dude.
You need to at least be their hero to a degree.
Oh my
This is where
God.
liberalism wins. I don't think a lot of conservatives understand that liberalism's sexy. You do drugs, you run around, you burn stuff. It's cool. You get a party. Because what do conservatives do? Stay home, stay home, stay. It's boring, right? At least what they don't understand is that conservatives will sit there and go, he's a terrible role model because he has all these pretty girls in this fast car and he's a materialistic. That's the only.
Like, conservative policies are what's fueling the illegal drug trade and organized crime, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Donate Tellers, you missed his arena stream the other day.
This uncaused cause, if it caused the universe, would you accept that this uncaused cause is conscious?
Yeah, I mean, that's another leap. I don't know.
Well,
why would I think that?
Well, the reason you think that is because we have conscious causes and you have mechanical causes. So you have causes that occur just because something else exists. So, for example, apples will grow on a tree just because the apple tree exists. Apple doesn't choose to grow. The tree doesn't choose to grow apples. The apple is the result of its existence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Now, I've used this example before. If I was to bake an apple pie, the apple pie doesn't necessarily have.
There's already two problems with this. If he's gonna bring up the issue with causality, like something existing from nothing, I don't know how a conscious creator would somehow fit that model better, something coming from nothing, than like an unconscious creation, like, I don't know, some sort of special particle or something. Secondly, like, he's also assuming, like, free will. So just because, like, you know, a tree doesn't consciously produce an apple, that doesn't mean, like, if, I don't know, you were to create something that, like, you created it through some sort of act of free will. You could say, like, you, I don't know, designed some sort of instrument for the same reason, or, like, the same sort of mechanisms in which a tree would produce an apple. It's not something that you, like, consciously decided to do. It's, like, it's just an outcome of determinism.
Have to exist just because I exist, does it? But I can get the apples, get the crumble, and make an apple crumble, yeah?
Yeah.
So its existence is caused by me deciding when to do it, isn't it? It's not.
It's because we know that you're conscious.
Because I'm conscious. Okay.
No, I know that you're conscious.
Right.
I think you are.
Yeah, of course.
I would.
So that's the difference between me and an apple tree. An apple tree doesn't choose when it has apples or not. Apple is.
Yeah, that argument doesn't make any sense. I don't know how that's evidence for a creator. Thanks though, Dodo. Isaac, thanks for the gifted sub, dude.
That's the reason I can actually help the world. That's the reason young boys will listen to me. You said it yourself, 14, 15-year-old boys, they'll look at my life and go, okay, I want to listen to this guy. They don't want to listen to me if I sit behind a desk and read Republican Bill 308. I don't read that crap. I don't know. And they don't care.
I agree with you. I mean, I think one of the criticisms that I faced was that I care too much about culture on my podcast. I'm like, culture is interesting. Culture is what is changing minds and changing hearts.
100%.
So if we don't want to compete with liberals in the cultural space, then what are we doing this for?
100%.
Right? What do you think the young kids, do you really think that they're, like you said, following a Senate bill that just hit the desk? Or do you think that how you convey that to them and how you're talking about ideas actually matters and culture matters? And it's something that conservatives gave up many years ago.
And they wonder why they lose. And then we call it...
Trump was cultural.
Trump was cultural.
Yeah.
Trump was fake news.
Yeah.
Trump was a hero. And to be a hero, you have to be attacked and you have to be an imperfect person. And that's the reality of the world. And culture is super important. And you're right in regards to
Trump was a hero. The guy who has admitted to raping women.
I'm trying to
He's
think
a
of
hero.
conservative culture now. I mean, I like to think that we're making.
Let's see. Dee donated $2.
The bodybuilding breakfast. Egg whites. So today I'm actually gonna eat like a real human being. Cranberry almond with extra fucking protein. Now, time to eat this breakfast. No pepper, no cheese, no salsa, no nothing. Gotta be honest with you. Tastes like shit.
I didn't sell drugs. So when I was 24, 25, I sold drugs. Long time ago now. I didn't sell drugs. To be honest and open about my past. I was a fighter, but fighting wasn't paying the bills, sold drugs, whatever. I didn't sell drugs. So I'm selling drugs. I didn't sell drugs. I didn't really like selling drugs. I didn't sell drugs. I didn't like the anxiety. I didn't like the idea of getting caught. I didn't like the violence, the stabbing. Someone tried to stab me. I didn't sell drugs. I didn't sell drugs. So when I was
Like, the problem with him lying like this is, his life is online. He shared so much, so he can't get away with lying like this. And again, like, when he's gonna make testimony in court where he says, oh, this girl's lying, this didn't happen, this is, like, you know, the course of events that actually happened, they're not going to be able to rely on his testimony because he's a fucking proven liar. So he's not going to have any fucking case.
Was that an old Big Lenny vid we just saw?
No, that was Rich Piana. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
This guy Mike, and he's like, this is what you got to do. He said, you got to be a Jew.
A Jew?
I said, a Jew. He's like, do you know what they do? He worked in the kitchen. He said, you don't want to eat the food that we give you from the mess hall. Like, you don't. He said, you got to be a Jew because that way you get the kosher meals and they're sealed. I was like, well, how do I become a Jew? You know? So he's like, you got to fill out. So I fill out this, one of the forms, like, I want to see the rabbi. So the rabbi calls me in. He's like, what are you doing? I said, well, I want to be Jewish. He's like, but you're not. I said, I think my mom is because she's cheap as hell. This is God's honest truth. I said this to her. He's like, that doesn't make her Jewish. I said, you send her a card, she'll donate. He's like, you're Jewish. So I got the kosher meals.
This is exactly how federal prison works, too. We would always sign up. And you go to see the rabbi, they say you're Jewish, and you get the better meals.
Jesus. That's fucking stupid. Thanks, Dono.
Making degeneracy unpopular. I like to think that there are some good voices out there that is making God cool again. I actually like to believe the pendulum is swinging. I do believe it, and I see it online, and it's a combination of so many.
Religion has fucking lost a long time ago. The idea that religious beliefs and practices are becoming more popular is just fucking stupid. It is dying, if not already dead. Kids these days are too smart to really believe in, like, nonsense like this. Everybody's becoming more scientifically literate. People are becoming less indoctrinated because from an early age they have access to the internet and better information systems. Like, yeah. No. I don't know why you'd want religion to be popular.
Small things coming together almost in perfect timing. But
like,
it is
what's strange too is, you know, supposedly Candace Owens and all these people that are against grooming and, like, sexual violence. Like, look at all the worst sex-related crimes that are happening in church systems. Like, if they're so against, you know, sex abuse, then they should be against these church institutions or religious institutions.
cultural. You need a cultural shift that moves away from this insanity. And you're right. If you just want to sit there and just preach, nobody's going to be interested in it. And I also think that especially in the masculine realm, I can't talk for being a woman, but I can talk for being a man. In the masculine realm, we certainly like to see people lead by absolute and utter example. because traditionally we would be following our commander or the man we respected into war. So we'd like to know he can at least fight. You like to see he's at least brave. You like to see him lead by example. And I think especially if conservatives want to win the culture war, then they need to lead by example. If you're going to be a conservative preacher and you want to tell men about how they should live their lives, you should be as strong as possible. You should look in shape. You should be big. You should show you're motivated, you're disciplined. You should absolutely, of course, we all have vices, but you should be very disciplined with your outlook. You should make it very clear to the outside world that what you've done wrong, what you haven't done wrong, you should take accountability. I think you need to lead by example. I don't think you can preach to men. I don't think you can preach to young boys. I think that's the reason why they don't do so well in school in general. I don't think that's the reason why they're disenfranchised. I think you need to just lead by example and let them follow. And I feel like I'm kind of doing that by just standing up and saying, no, this is who I am and I'm unapologetic for it. And this is what I've done. And this is what I intend on doing. And I'm going to try and save the world.
So I want to shift gears here and talk about your dad, 'cause I'm quite fascinated by your dad. He passed recently.
Yeah.
How many years ago?
9.
Yeah, his dad was a diagnosed narcissist. He was discharged from the military because they discovered he had narcissistic personality disorder. And he was physically and emotionally abusive to his mother, which is why they split up. So his dad's a piece of shit.
And I think 9 years.
9 years ago. Yeah. But wow, just wasn't at all what I was expecting. A chess champ served the country.
Calling him a chess champion is also fucking misleading. He was an amateur chess player. He wasn't anywhere near one of the best.
His name was Emery.
Yeah.
Really interesting to talk about just, I guess, your upbringing with him as this chess champ. How did he get into chess?
Yeah, I do believe I had the best father on the planet. A lot of the things I regurgitate are regurgitated from him. A lot of the things
like, again, his dad physically and emotionally abused his mother, which is why they broke up.
He literally said to me, line for line. I believe that he was very morbid in his approach to life, and he wanted me to understand that he will not be here forever. And he wanted me to understand that when he is gone, I had a duty to fulfill. He talked about dying a lot, which I guess is kind of
He wasn't almost a grandmaster. That's just total bullshit.
Unusual, but he would, even though he was relatively young. He died when he was 58. But he was a chess professional. He was a professional chess player. He was one of the best chess players in the world. And
he was not. That's a lie.
What's most interesting about him is he almost predicted the future absolutely and utterly perfectly. He was talking about the Ukraine-Russia war back in 2013, and he was talking about...
Dude, as if that was a surprise to anybody when they had already invaded Crimea.
How the gay people can't have children, so they're going to come for your children. Trust me, that's what they're going to do.
Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go. Boyd and I tell us, is this a good argument for antinatalism?
Imagine that you had a magic wand. If you tapped a stone with this wand, the stone would become sentient, and thus capable of experiencing both pain and pleasure. As a sentient stone, it would, for example, require and enjoy hydration, but would experience parching thirst when not exposed to water for protracted periods, and would drown if covered in water. It would enjoy the warm rays of sun on a lovely day, but it would experience hypothermia if the environment became too cold, and hyperthermia if it became too hot.
No, it's not. So for one thing, it's a very odd fucking analogy to make, because rather than just explaining Benatar's, Benatar's chart, they're using like a rock, which it implies a lot of weird things with how you could cause a being to suffer. And all you have to do is just reject the fucking set of premises. So if somebody agrees that any amount of suffering couldn't justify existence, then okay, that's your opinion, but like you'd have to agree with the with that premise. Explanation, Donut Tellers, why don't they shut down the bad zoos and only keep the good zoos open?
These animals got a taste of freedom.
In 2016, after years of living in deplorable conditions, 2 orangutans started over.
I don't know, dude. Thanks for the donation. I'm just gonna go get a drink.
To do, the children are next. Like, you'd say all these things back like 10 or 11 years ago, and I'd be like, all right, Dad, you're a bit crazy, calm down. But I guess when you're a chess player, you see the future. And he raised me with absolute accountability, and he certainly raised me and Tristan to be, he understood what the world expects of men, and he raised us to be strong. And even when we were in jail, my mother would call, I'd speak to her on the phone, and she'd say, how are you doing? And I'd say, oh, don't worry. And she would say, yeah, Dad raised you for this. Like, we were always raised to be warriors. So I don't think I could have possibly ever had a better father. I'm going to miss him forever. And I think the best thing I can do is be the best version of myself to give honor.
Dad was a
and
literal
respect to
piece of
him. I
crap.
think that's the best thing.
Where did he pick up chess? It's quite unusual. He's American. He was American.
Yeah.
Black American. I don't know too many Black American chess players, full stop.
Yeah.
Where did he pick up chess?
He taught himself.
Oh,
and he taught himself, and he just read a couple books. I think he read 3 chess books and ended up being one of the best players in the world. And
It's incredible.
He was never one of the best players in the world. What's the ranking system? He also like barely won any tournaments. There's yeah, he was like FIDE Masters, or he was like the 3rd tier, something like that. He wasn't anywhere close to a grandmaster. He was a good chess player if you're talking about like amateur standards, but he barely won any tournaments. I don't think he actually won a tournament. But yeah, he was nowhere near close to one of the best in the world.
It's incredible, but it's actually interesting when you talk about, we were just discussing affinity and how people are imperfect people and how it allows you to actually teach things better. My father, towards the end of his chess career especially, made most of his money teaching chess in inner city schools because he's a big Black guy. So the children would be like, ah, okay, I'll listen to this man, right? So it's amazing how affinity is real, and coming from a certain socioeconomic background is real. And, you know, we all talk about how ridiculous racism is, but also to a degree, pattern recognition is real. I look like him. I can be like him. These things are real. So yeah, he did fantastically well in terms of teaching, especially disadvantaged children. And he taught himself, and I wish I had his mind. I'm not.
Nominating Trump for the Republican Party is a lot like peeing in your pants. It's going to feel good for a couple of seconds, but then you wake up and realize the reality of what you did.
And hopefully one of those are able to step up. But look, they should all be unanimous in rebuking anything Donald Trump has to do and say.
I don't know why you sent me that. Like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever. Thanks for the donation.
Seem like less of an asshole. The problem is, Andrew still tells the story like it's real. Another lie that little Andy likes to tell about his daddy is that Emery Jr. was a genius grandmaster at chess.
My father was a chess grandmaster. I was on track to become a chess grandmaster. So
he was a legitimate chess grandmaster.
My father was the highest rated Black chess player in history.
Really?
Yeah.
It is well documented that while Dad was a renowned chess player, a reported trailblazer for African American players, having won several tournaments over his lifetime, Tate Jr. never exceeded the rank of International Master, the 2nd tier, with a max FIDE
Okay, he was the 2nd tier.
rating of 2413 in 2006, barely cracking the barrier between Master and International Master, and 87 points shy of the Grandmaster rating that his oldest son likes to credit him with.
My father was a chess grandmaster.
Again, most likely to swell Andy's own artificial, self-proclaimed intelligence level. Now, as for the other, even more...
Yeah, that's a pretty common thing that narcissists do is they'll try to appear smarter than they really are by doing things like that, like, lying about their parents' accomplishments or their own accomplishments.
Or outlandish claim made by Andy about his daddy.
My father was the highest rated black chess player in history.
Really?
Yeah.
Emery Tate was not, in fact, the highest rated black chess player in history. That honor belongs to Jamaican-American Maurice Ashley, who was the first black man to achieve Grandmaster in a game of chess, receiving that honor in the year 2000, 15 years prior to Emery Jr.'s death. Maurice Ashley knew of Tate, even played him to a draw in the New York Open in 1993, and wrote about Tate after his death. But Ashley rose to Grandmaster in 2000, and Tate took until 2007 to receive his second-tier International Master ranking. Maurice Ashley was the first black Grandmaster, and 3 other black men have followed suit, none of them named Tate. Pontus Carlson from Sweden, awarded Grandmaster in 2007, Aman Simotawe from Zambia, awarded in 2009, and Kenny Solomon from South Africa, awarded Grandmaster in 2015. All of these men exceeded Tate's accomplishments in the chess arena during Tate's lifetime. In the same vein, Andy likes to tell the world that he himself was a chess prodigy, winning the Indiana State Championship at the age of 5 with a rating of 1600. Here's a recent tweet that he deleted and a video to go along with it.
I was state chess champion age 5 in Indiana, the under 16s. I was the youngest to ever win it. I remember I was sitting there across from some 16-year-old. When you're like 5.5, that's scary, right? And I remember when I beat him, he cried. That made me happy.
Sure.
I was like, ha! Not so big now.
Hold on. At 5 years old,
Yeah.
you were the Indiana State chess champion.
In the under 16s, yeah. So I was the youngest to ever win it. So I was on the way to becoming a grandmaster.
That is the story told by little Andy Tate. Wonder how truthful it is. Well, the US Chess Federation has all the records, so let's see what they say. Here's little Andy's USCF profile, going by Emery Tate III. Says here he had a top regular rating of 896 and a quick rating of 1056, a little shy of the 1600 he was bragging about. This site provides records of every tournament that Andy played in, going back to October of 1992 when Andy was almost 6. In this tournament from 1992, the one he's bragging about, he came in 10th of 10 players, with 4 straight losses. His dad won that tournament, with 4 straight wins. Maybe Andy meant this tournament that happened a couple weeks later. No, he came in 13th of 15, with 4 losses and a bye into the second round. His dad won that tournament as well, with 5 straight wins. Those are the only 2 tournaments that he entered in 1992.
Yeah, so Tate lies about his own fucking chess history.
Not nearly as intelligent as he was. I wish I was.
You gotta be real smart to be a good chess player.
You've got to be better than smart. I actually think you go beyond the realm of smart into I wouldn't say he was on the spectrum, but you certainly get to a new level of socio interactions. Do you understand? I'd go to chess tournaments when I was a kid and everybody there would be a world level chess player and everyone was a bit strange, a little bit. I don't know if it's like that anymore. I see the chess community's now moved online. There's a lot of them playing online and they seem a lot more normal than the grandmasters I remembered. I remembered old grandmasters half drunk, ex-KGB, shaking at the board. Yeah, like it was a bit different back then. But yeah, I wish I had his level of intellect. He was certainly the smartest person I've ever known. And even when he died, I got endless emails from people I'd never heard of who just said, I worked with your dad and I don't think you understand how smart he was.
He served America, yeah?
He served America. He was in the Air Force and he was a linguist for the CIA. He joined the Air Force. He ended up being a linguist for the intelligence.
What other languages did he speak?
He spoke Russian, German, Spanish, and English, but officially he was supposed to speak Russian. He assimilated Russian in 2 weeks. I think he holds the Air Force record.
Okay, so he's very smart.
Yeah, super ridiculously smart.
Yeah.
I got an email from somebody when he died and they said that, I just want to send you an email. You don't know who I am. I was serving with your father in the armed forces. You tell everybody your dad was smart and they're not going to understand how smart he was. And I want to give you a quick story. I was living with a Russian woman and I already spoke Russian conversationally when I began the Air Force training to learn Russian. Your father knew nothing, didn't know the alphabet, didn't know nothing. And within 2.5 weeks, he was correcting everybody, including the professor on Russian.
Yeah.
So like he just read the dictionary. I saw my dad sit there and read a
bullshit.
dictionary. Just read it. And that was it.
That sounds like a bullshit
He
story.
was on a spectrum.
Yeah.
Something else going on.
Yeah, something.
A little X-Men.
Emery Tate was his name, and everyone called him E.T.
He was tough on you.
E.T. He was certainly tough on me, and I can't express.
By the way, it's funny he says this because He got kicked out of the Air Force because he got into an endless argument, I guess, with the language professor. He was getting into a fight over the translation of a particular word. The professor said he was wrong. And after, like, this fight had been going on for weeks, they had him psychologically analyzed, and they discovered that he suffered from narcissistic personality disorder, and then he ended up getting discharged. So it's funny how Tate said he would correct the professor. He was probably correcting the professor because he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Enough how grateful I am for that. We live in a world now where I'm going to say that my dad hit me when I made a mistake, and everyone's going to lose their minds. And they're going to pretend I was somehow abused and that somehow my childhood was terrible. And I could not if he was come down to earth today, I would shake his hand and say, thank you for absolutely everything you gave me, including discipline, including understanding that in the harsh realities of the real world, there is a line. And if you cross that line, violence appears.
It's fucking ridiculous. There's no excuse to ever hit a kid. The guy who fakes the...
This is a full day eating for weight loss. I'm currently 400 pounds. We first woke up and had a whole entire stick of butter, followed up by a deep fried stick of butter, dipped in butter, washed down with a glass of butter. Then for breakfast, I had a Wallace and Grommet with a raw testy taco with a nutsack tortilla.
I don't want to watch that, so that's all fake. Thanks for the donation, Corbs.
The unfortunate reality of Earth. There's a line, and if you cross it, violence will appear, either from a cop or from a guy on the street or from someone you don't like, or even a friend will turn on you, whatever. There's a line that shouldn't be crossed, and I learned that from a very young age, and I'm very thankful for that. I'm not sitting here saying a kid should be abused. There's a difference between abuse and discipline, of course. Everyone with a brain understands that, but he was extremely tough on me. And if I could change anything about my childhood, I'd only wish he was tougher. Because life's tough. Life's hard. And I think that the best thing you can possibly do as a man is prepare for the endless difficulty that's going to come your way. There's no way out as a man. You're either going to have a very difficult life to become somebody important, or you're going to suffer the difficulty of being invisible. What do you want to do? You want to be invisible and just hide and work in Starbucks and never have a girlfriend who truly loves you and nobody care if you live or die? Or do you want to go out there and be top G and be the most famous man in the world and have government agencies trying to lock you up for no reason, putting you in a dungeon? You have to make a choice. It's going to be difficult either way. So I think if you have a son and you're not preparing him for absolute difficulty, you're doing him a disservice. I think that's what has to happen as a man. And I've said this many times before, but I'm going to say it again. I don't think many people understand exactly how competitive the masculine world is. Men are constantly in competition with each other. We always have been. We used to go to war and fight and kill each other. I guess in some places we still do. Maybe that's calmed down a little bit. But in the masculine world of today, everybody is constantly competing for everything.
What the fuck? Like, he's glamorizing rampant fucking, like, violence and warfare?
The car that you want, other people want. The woman you want, other people want. The house you want, other people want. You're competing to have all of it. And how do you do that? You do that through status and money and influence and power.
How many sit-ups have you done?
Done 275. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
It's war. I don't think many women realize that when two men even meet each other for the first time, it's like an unspoken, maybe tiny bit at the back of the mind. There's a tiny analysis of, could I fight this man?
Yes.
That's real. It's super real. You go up and say, hello. He's more than a one-punch issue. Oh, he's one punch. He's one punch. He's 3 or 4. That's the reality of the masculine world because we've evolved.
Everybody thinks like that, men and women. Everybody thinks about threat assessment.
If you believe in evolution, but my views are mixed. But we've evolved to be in this position where we're constantly analyzing possible threats and we're constantly analyzing people who perhaps are on our team or snakes, etc. And I think that not many people understand exactly how brutally competitive the masculine world is. And I think the worst thing you can do for a son is just to raise him in a bubble. My dad, I'll say it here, people lose their minds. My dad used to just randomly push me over. I'd be like 3. You just not hard, but just get up, boy. Okay. And mom would be like, why are you doing that, son? He's like, you get pushed over. That's life. My mom hated that she did that to me. But, yeah, I can give him nothing but praise. I'm really so thankful I had the upbringing I had.
Do you think he's proud of you?
I'm certain he's proud of me. And it's amazing how much strength I can get from that. It's amazing how much strength you can get from knowing that your ancestors looking down on you and you're doing your absolute best. I also believe that God can be proud of you when you do your absolute best. And I don't think many people genuinely do their best in the world anymore. When I say do your best, people sit and go, oh, yeah, okay. No, when's the last time you actually did your best? Like, I don't train to run marathons, but I know.
Yes, I'm sure an all-powerful, infinite, perfect being gives a fucking shit if you can, I don't know, run a marathon in a particular pace of time. Being retarded.
If I gave my best, I could run a marathon right now, first try. If I gave my best, life depending on it. When's the last time people have genuinely given their best to anything? There are people going through the world and going through life today that don't give their best or 100% effort to anything ever. Ever. They can't.
Why would you if you're not going to get anything out of it? It's just retarded. Work harder for no additional benefit. Like, if you work harder at your job, are you going to get paid more money per hour? Like, that's just, you have to be a fucking idiot sucker to think that way. To work harder for no extra benefit.
I can't remember the last time they tried. So when I'm sitting in a dungeon, I'm sitting in a Romanian jail cell, I understand that it is a chance that God has given me and my ancestors are watching for me to do my absolute best and to show to them that I am the man I say I am. You can't become the most famous man in the world for mental resilience and God not test your mental resilience. I think that would be a very amateur way to view the world, that you can now become one of the most famous men in the world who talks about mental discipline and mental resilience and God's not going to test it. I think God's going to come along and say, okay, you want to be Mr. Famous. All right, let's see what you have. So I believed it was
So isn't that, like, very telling? He thinks he has some sort of divine gift from God. And he thinks God himself decided to make him famous and give him all this money and shit. Right. There's the narcissism poking through.
Chance to show God and show my ancestors and show my father that I am the man I say I am. And it's amazing how much strength you can draw from that, because I don't think many men especially understand that even if you don't have the strength to be a hero for yourself, you should have enough discipline and enough honor to want to be a hero for somebody else. And if you have other people you truly respect, you should want to be a hero for them. And I think that's the masculine imperative. If someone's going to attack your wife, that's when you become a hero for her. You have to. What kind of man are you if you're not? And you can apply that to other things. If you apply that to your ancestors, or you apply that to God, or you apply that to your beliefs or your core principles as a man, then you can be a hero anytime you want. So
it's so funny that you say that, because it really does. Everything goes back to biology. I think about this all the time. No matter how much sociology is behind everything, telling men to act like women and women to act like men, at the end of the day, women want a masculine man. And when they don't have a masculine man and they beat their man into submission, they're not attracted to them anymore. When it's a tail in between, it's just not attractive anymore. And I used to make me think of this boy.
The fuck is she talking about? What? She thinks women just abuse their romantic partners, and once the men can't handle or tolerate the abuse anymore, they become less attractive?
Boyfriend that I had when you were talking about, just defending the realm, this sort of responsibility that men have. And I remember sitting there realizing that I had to break up with him, because I thought that if somebody burst through the door with a gun, I was going to have to be the one that would have to defend us, because he was just such a flower.
100%.
And it's in society.
It's funny is, like, there's all these conservatives who are having these bad breakups lately. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, Crowder, like, I guess technically also Hunter Avallone, although he's not conservative anymore, but it looks like that breakup had been going on for a while. I can guarantee you, after she says this shit, her relationship is not going to last long. She's literally claiming, like, oh yeah, like, women, emotionally abuse their romantic partners just to see if they're still man enough. Like, yeah, they're probably going to break up. You're going to hear about her divorce, I can guarantee you.
glaring at men to do the opposite. And I
Well, they're
think
trying to
this
confuse
actually-
us.
This is why I think you have a platform. This is my whole theory that I built in my head about why you have a platform, is because Lena Dunham came before you, right? And I think that for years, men were told to act like sissies.
Yep.
Men were told to put your tail between your legs. That was the message, the agreed upon message that came with, Hillary Clinton running, the Me Too movement, all of these things.
Where is she getting this? It's just totally fabricated.
Where men were basically told that if you have a masculine instinct, you're guilty.
Yep.
And then
Sure.
inevitably, because there is an equilibrium in this world, because there was Lena Dunham's, because there were the Taylor Swifts, because there was the Girl Squads, eventually what would have to happen was that it was going to have to be evened out by some.
Cute gains, no tillers. Think you might like this. Wow. These are some good chonkos. I like the noises they make.
Roar. Butter.
Oh.
Open. Three. Now go out.
Wow.
Open. Spider. Hi, look at all that.
Walruses are really weird. Who are the fucking idiots who let their dogs near sea lions? Jesus, it's stupid. Thanks for the nation, though, cute gains.
Someone saying, no, F that, be a man.
Yeah, and I don't feel guilty for being a man, and I don't think any man should.
No, I don't think so either.
And I think that the most annoying thing about all of this is just how genuinely hypocritical it is. Because there's all this feminine movement, and we don't need men, and men don't matter, etc. That's
Music too, men ain't the whole, it's a agreed upon message that men suck.
Absolutely, and it's only in the most favorable possible circumstances where females will say that. And that's what's so disingenuous about it, because as soon as things actually begin to get hard, the closer we get to the realities of life, the closer we get to the unfortunate circumstances of the world, and they exist in many places, the faster you will see people look for traditional masculinity to protect them. So it's not even like it's a genuine belief. That's what's so upsetting about it, is that it's just, I don't know if these people are delusional or if they're...
I don't even know what the fuck that could possibly mean. Some of the biggest issues right now, you could say, are created by traditional masculinity. I don't see any female world leaders invading Ukraine right now.
Deliberately hypocritical. I'm not sure which one it is.
I think they're brainwashed. I think it's a two-prong approach. I think it's the cultural messaging, and also in the education system, they're actively learning that this feminism is what you need to aspire towards. Like when you get out of school, women, you should want to compete with men in climbing the corporate ladder. Yeah. I actually think there's a mass brainwash that's taking place.
Oh, completely. They want to neuter men. And the way you do that is you empower women to a point where they're now the dominant power, especially in the Western world. I believe we live in a matriarchy. I don't believe it's a patriarchy like we're told it is. I actually believe it's the other way around. I can't think of a single law that benefits men over women, but I can certainly think of some that benefit women over men. Mm-hmm. I think it's very dangerous to be a man.
There really aren't, like, aside from maybe family court and divorce law, but now women have to apply for the draft.
And in the world today, I think that if women want to destroy a man, it's extremely easy to do. We can look at my current scenario and situation I'm in, and many other men are in the same scenario.
Magic Johnson had thousands of sexual partners over the course of several decades, and not one single woman came forward and said that he sexually assaulted or raped them. Andrew Tate, not anywhere near as many sexual partners, and you have at least 4 women who've come forward. So, like, what does that say? Like, again, in all likelihood, the guy's guilty. And that's why people are telling you that you raped them. Not because you're rich and girls, I don't know, just have some compulsion to make false rape claims because you have money.
I can't think of many examples of a man falsely accusing a woman of something and her losing her entire life, where I can certainly think of ones the other way around. So, yeah, they want to...
Well, look what happened to Amber Heard. So that's not entirely true.
Turn men into eunuchs because their intention is to make us all slaves. And I say that and people, it rolls off my tongue and people just hear it and they don't actually think about what I'm saying. Their intention is to turn men into eunuchs because they want to make us all slaves. I want you to actually understand exactly what I'm saying to you, because at the bottom line of...
What the fuck does that even mean?
Revolution has always been young military-age males, and they don't want them to have enough balls or enough forward thinking or even enough care for anything outside of themselves to do something about it. Another thing people don't understand is that a lot of these attacks and a lot of things they're trying to do with the culture, especially, they're trying to inject such innate selfishness inside of people that they don't really care about anything that happens outside of themselves. Because then it's very difficult to give a shit about your community. It's very difficult to have any kind of genuine care about your town or your country or an issue. No, they just want you to be self-absorbed, semi-depressed, because depressed people don't fight that hard, watching porn, living inside of your own mind, convinced that somehow you're oppressed for some reason, on the internet typing tweets. That's what they want you to do. And they're going to try and keep you there. And
Andrew Tate moved to fucking Romania because he thought he could get away with more criminal activity there. And he has probably raped and trafficked women. Do you think he cares about his country or community or anything like that with the decisions he's made?
And genuine masculinity, yeah, to a degree it's protective, and to a degree also it has parameters. You can't be a man who doesn't say no. You can't be a man who doesn't have standards for himself and for people around him. I'm got labeled as ultra misogynistic because I believe that a man should have standards in his relationship. I believe a man should avoid dishonest people, male and female. You should avoid, if you're a dishonest person.
This guy lies constantly, and he's a scammer, so.
If you lie, if you're going to deceive me, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I don't want to have anything to do with you. I was sitting talking on a panel show saying that women who are dishonest and promiscuous are not the kind of woman I'd ever want to associate with, and I was labeled misogynistic for that. So it's crazy how they'll attack you, and they'll attack you so violently and so endlessly and repeat it so many times in a bid to beat your soul down.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation, man.
That's what they want, especially from me. I truly believe I'm the #1 prize for them to get. If they can get me to just give up. If we can get Andrew Tate to just give up. Being a man's bad. Come on, Andrew, say it. And it's like, it's dangerous, one thing, but it's actually genuinely also sad. When I analyze the situation in the world we're in today, part of me feels sad that we've ended up in this place where the people who are in charge are so evil and their plans are so heinous and the consequences so dire that they know they can only implement them if they genuinely remove the warrior spirit from every man on the planet. Yeah. It's kind of sad.
And the warrior spirit is really important. And it's something that I speak about a lot, that men need to go be men. Even in capacity of my marriage, my husband needs his guy time. I need my girl time.
Yep.
The masculine and feminine, it's very important. The fact that my husband hunts and shoots and does these things, that's very attractive to me.
Yep.
To know
Hunting is not masculine. Taking a high-powered rifle and killing a fucking innocent animal that can't fight back from 300 yards away, there is nothing fucking masculine about that. Your husband is a fucking pussy, and if he were to actually fight somebody who could fight back, he'd get his ass kicked. Who the fuck is Candace Owens' husband? That's him? Oh my god, she married a fucking twink bitch. She literally married adult Justin Bieber. Like, wow. Oh, my husband's so masculine. He literally is a fucking twink. He's so masculine, he kills innocent animals with a high-powered rifle from 300 yards away. Holy crap. Yeah, she doesn't know what fucking masculinity is. My God.
But if the grocery store is faded away, that he could go catch dinner.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? That he knows how to skin an animal.
Absolutely.
And they poison that. Look at the hunters. Look at the way they view hunters. They look at people in the South.
Yep.
This is why they know how to ranch. They know how to farm. They know how to survive on their own, which is why they start to poison that mentality, which is why I think it's really important that you're speaking to young men about why it is okay to be a man, giving them permission to be a man in a capacity that I can't give them that permission. In the same way that I try to give women the permission to know that don't allow them to delude you to believing that this is femininity. It is not femininity, Lena, to have your husband offer your body to another man on camera. That's the poisoning. They teach women that this is sexual freedom, that this is sexual liberation.
Yeah.
I don't think any of that has to do with femininity or masculinity. That's just a matter of free will. If a married couple wants to have other sexual partners and film it, that's their fucking prerogative. What the fuck does that have to do with masculinity or femininity? I think she's just injecting these terms because she's insecure with her fucking masculinity or femininity. Mac donated $2. Keep it up. Keep pushing through the sit-ups. Can you say the spam out loud real quick? It's motivation. Hard are you? Hard are you? Hard are you? Hard are you? Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the donation, Mac.
I looked at that and I saw a slave relationship. I saw a master offering his slave to
From the sound of it, it sounded like Adam 22's wife having sex with other men. That was her idea. He wasn't really in favor of it. And she just wanted to take advantage of a financial opportunity she had because she made a lot of money off that video. And if you looked at what Adam 22 was saying before that whole, thing happened, he was saying he feels uncomfortable with her having sex with other men. So I think the only reason that really ended up happening was because she was able to convince him that it would be beneficial for both of them to just go ahead and do it. So, here we go with infantilizing women. Oh, there's no way a woman would ever agree to have sex with another man while she's married, right? What? It's fucking stupid.
Wow.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate it. What's her name? This is the dude she ended up fucking. You're really telling me that, there aren't any married women, who want to have sex with fucking insanely hung black guys? You think he wants his wife to bang some black dude with a fucking massive 12-inch cock? What fucking world does she fucking live in where no married woman would ever think of fucking some bigger dude?
another person because he was just so, I just love Andrew Tate. Would you like to see with my wife? I would be okay with that. That is horrific. That is not femininity. That is not masculinity.
Correct. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with masculinity or femininity. It's to do with free will. It's as if there are choices that can't be made outside of a masculine or feminine context.
With you on that point, you're totally right there. And I think that's probably one of the most misogynistic things that have happened on the internet in recent times, but perhaps they're on the right side of the political spectrum. I don't know.
This guy has raped and trafficked women. That's one of the most misogynistic things I've ever seen.
I don't know which side they're on, but if they're on the correct side, you seem to get away with things.
Oh my God.
As you all know, faith is an essential part of my life. My family is always looking for ways to deepen our or John
degree of flexing, showing off. And I think it's being unapologetically masculine and saying, yeah, I'm a big, successful man and I can afford all this stuff. And this is who I am. And I've worked my ass off and this is what I have. And I'm not sorry about it. And I'm dedicated and I'm hardworking. And no, I'm not. I don't feel like I should have to cower or hide or apologize to the world for any of these things. And I think that's the reason why a lot of men find affinity in my message. And you're right. Baseline masculinity is being attacked, and women naturally don't find it attractive to find a man who's not that way anyway. But baseline masculinity is being attacked because they want you absolutely not dependent on the government so that the government can decide whether you eat that day.
How in the fuck is the government going to have money for social programs if nobody's fucking working and making money for tax revenue? That makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid.
And I don't want to be a pessimist, but
My God.
I still think in many ways, almost with technological advances, it's going to be very difficult to resist. I think it's actually scary. I don't know how the world's going to be in 100 years from now, but I don't know if there's going to be much freedom left. I don't know about you, but when I look at the things they're doing with CBDCs and electric cars and the way the currency is going to change.
Oh my God, electric cars. They're going to take away our freedom. Imagine if you can't put gasoline in your car. What's the point of even living? What?
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation.
It's going to be very difficult to resist without literally starving to death. So I don't know what's going to come. So
learn to farm.
Learn to farm.
Hunt,
That's
learn
right.
To shoot. Don't let them convince you that's somehow racist and sexist and backwards and veganism. Like you.
Yeah, so, please explain to me how the fuck you're gonna farm food when you live in Detroit.
You better learn to do all of those things because
we need men now more than ever, right? Yeah. And also, I do believe.
Oh my God!
And this is gonna get me called misogynist.
Like, what's also bizarre too is if you're gonna promote this idea of living completely self-sustainably, where you're gonna hunt your own food, like the government hands out hunting permits. You can't just let everybody hunt as much as they fucking want because they're just gonna kill off all the wildlife, and then nobody's gonna have any animals to hunt for food. So you're still reliant on the fucking government. This idea that you can be self-sufficient through hunting is fucking stupid. And yeah, how fucking difficult is it to hunt an animal? We have 30 caliber fucking rifles. If you see a deer from a mile away, you can fucking shoot it.
Misogynistic, but I'm going to say it anyway. I do believe we need masculinity, especially in the households, because I believe that women are more emotionally led and men are more logically led.
It's true.
And I think that the propaganda machine and the news machine primarily uses emotional arguments as opposed to logical arguments.
And women fall for the emotional
And women fall for the emotional arguments. So if you have a woman who's in charge of the household and her man can't resist her.
The Republican Party's whole strategy is to fearmonger about kids being gay. And then you're talking about the woke left-wing media using emotional arguments. You have an entire political party where their only fucking platform currently is kids are becoming gay.
Commands, and they put on the news, be afraid, COVID's going to kill everybody. She gets afraid. Now you have a whole household of people with masks on, 8 vaccines.
Yeah, and Republicans died at about twice the fucking rate as Democrats because they refused to listen to any of the warnings about COVID. They wouldn't get vaccinated, they wouldn't wear masks, they wouldn't social distance, and they died at twice the fucking rate as Democrats. So, yeah, cool. Keep promoting this fucking bullshit. Hopefully there's another wave of fucking pandemic or disease, and then the entire fucking conservative party gets completely wiped out and eliminated, so we could be done with you all.
And down the insanity hole, whereas a man with logic would sit there and do exactly what I did and said, look, all right, let's calm down for 2 minutes. Let's just wait because the news lies. So let's just wait till Wednesday before we start taking injections. Let's chill. So I think also masculinity is needed because what they're going to do when they try and make us all slaves, they're going to use emotional arguments. And they're going to come along with, I was talking about COVID with someone the other day and we were saying how insane it all was. And I said, imagine how insane something like COVID will be once the police force are robotic. Imagine once it's all AI.
Like, by the way, Conservative Party is the one fear-mongering about wokeism and transgenderism and homosexuality and gay people grooming your kids. They're also the ones that want you to be a slave. They want to get rid of the public school system. They want to get rid of workers' rights. They want to make it so underage children can fucking work and be exploited. And they want to dismantle workers' unions. So, like, what fucking political party is trying to make who into slaves?
No mask. Done. Like.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation.
At least in certain countries, and I know because I traveled the entire world during COVID, I'll say here publicly on the internet, I broke every single COVID rule. I broke every single lockdown restriction. I broke all of them. Every single one. Never listened to any of them.
I broke more.
It's a competition.
Yeah, so if it's a competition, I broke more.
You sure?
And from day one, I was like, absolutely not. I didn't even let people that were wearing masks into my house. I was like, my baby will not look up and see somebody wearing a mask in his crib. That's scary.
Yeah.
Looking like Bane looks over his crib. Like, that's just not happening.
Amazing. But yeah, I mean, me and my brother, we moved to Sweden. We resist the COVID thing from the absolute beginning. We tried our best because Sweden was completely wide open. Absolute insanity. But yeah, even to the COVID thing, if you look at it, the emotional argument that was used and how they controlled the world, and they're going to use emotional arguments to control us with everything. I talk about the police force being AI. What they're going to eventually do is say, cops shoot people, humans make mistakes, cops are racist. We're going to give you robot cops that never make mistakes because cops are racist and cops can make mistakes, but these...
Why would it be a problem to have AI policing if it could be completely unbiased and impartial and do a better job? Like, they're like, what's probably going to happen is we're going to have AI assistants in pretty much every profession. Right now, one of the professions where there's going to be, well, they're already using AI assistants when it comes to law. A lot of law firms are using AI assistants for research. In the medical industry, doctors are also starting to use AI assistants. It's going to get to a point where AI is just better at these jobs than human beings. Like, why is that a fucking problem? You'd rather have a human being that has limited information, limited experience, and has different cultural biases to judge you versus an AI which has far more experience, far more knowledge, and has no cultural biases. Like, it's fucking stupid.
You didn't say the spam right. It's harder, you harder, you harder, you harder, you. Anyways, what do you guys about this?
Let's see. Yeah, it looks cool. It's an alright shirt. Thanks for the nation, Mac.
Robots never make mistakes ever. And then once all the police force are completely robotic and they've removed all our weapons, you think something like COVID 2.0 isn't coming?
I don't know what a automated police force has to do with the right to bear arms. Like, what? How do those things go hand in hand? Okay, you have RoboCop. Why does that mean nobody can own a gun? Like, it's especially crazy to make this argument that we're going to have some dystopian future where nobody will have firearms. If anything, right now you're seeing an expansion of firearms rights, even in states where the government's politically left-leaning. You're seeing an expansion of firearms rights. And even if you saw a retraction of firearms rights, that does nothing to stop the proliferation of legal weapons. If we had a future where firearms were completely restricted somehow, it would be so fucking easy to make illegal weapons. It's not even fucking funny. Yeah, so right now, the latest generation of 3D printed guns allows you to easily make fully functioning firearms that are fully automatic and everything with non-firearms parts. You can make the shit with like a $300 3D printer. And there's actually a military force, I think in Malaysia, that is using these 3D printed guns. You can just literally download the fucking gun. Like, the only metal parts that you need are a barrel that can easily be sourced, and you can, like, again, use non-firearms parts for all the metal pieces that are required. I don't know why that would really be a particular concern. Thank you for that, Sprickety.
You think you're not going to be locked in your house? You think they're just going to, what, let you live in peace and walk around outside? Are you an idiot? And they're going to do all of this with emotional arguments. They're not
That's
gonna
why
do it
they
with
want a
logic.
matriarchy.
Absolutely, because with a matriarchy, you can affect it with emotionality. You can sit there and say, the planet is dying. Don't you care about the trees? Give us all your money.
Think about the children. All your kids are becoming gay, and they're being manipulated into having gay sex. So let's take away your rights for, public assembly and freedom of speech, so we can protect the children. Yeah, we haven't heard that from the conservative side, right?
And people will sit there and go, oh, yeah, I do feel bad about the planet. Okay, it's just an extra 18% tax. And they can fall for it. So emotional arguments are how you get your way with anything.
This guy doesn't even understand how carbon taxes work. So the idea behind things like carbon taxes is that tax revenue is then given to corporations so that they can make, like, green innovation. So rather than people using oil for energy, they can use renewable sources of energy through, like, solar panels and shit. And then eventually, you don't need that fucking carbon tax because industry has just created alternatives. Like, this has happened for so fucking long, where governments tax certain industries because they've been polluting or something was inefficient, and then they put that money back into innovation. Like, that's what happened with leaded gasoline. They were using lead in gasoline to raise the octane level, to prevent compression detonations. Then once they found out that lead in gasoline was harmful and it was poisoning people, the government forced industries to innovate and find better ways to fucking raise octane level in gasoline so they wouldn't have to use... It's the same fucking idea. Like, this idea that taxes are just inherently a bad thing is fucking stupid.
If you give me somebody, if you
like, if we're not going to have taxes, then like what is the alternative? A completely oligarchical system where just you have an incredibly small minority of people holding all the wealth, and then you just have, like, the super rich and wealthy, and then you have a peasant class which fucking has nothing. Is that preferable?
Somebody in front of me I can convince with an emotional argument. I can convince them almost anything. Almost anything. Logic is much harder to do. So we need masculinity even in the household. And I'm just talking about baseline masculinity of just the logic and the rock solid self-assurance to sit there and say, no, I'm in charge of this house. Let's all just calm down. Well, let's not get emotionally led by this news channel. And let's be very smart about what we do and how we react to things. And that's why it's under attack. And I think I talk about revolutions and I talk about men being the military age males who are going to eventually stand up, etc. But I'm not be doomsdays about anything. I don't want to get arrested for any accusations. But even just having a masculine essence in a household makes the whole household harder to psyop. I truly believe that. And I can just think of COVID, and I use it as an example because it's the most recent large psyop they've attempted on us, where the amount of people I saved personally, I must have saved 200 people's lives from that vaccine. Me personally.
Yeah, so the people who chose not to take the vaccine had about twice the rate of death as those who did take the vaccine. So he thinks the vaccine is more likely to kill you than the infection itself. Right, so that's why when the vaccine rolled out, you saw just an absolute crash when it came to hospitalizations and fatalities.
personally, just because me as a man, they'd come to me and go, you know, I want to travel. And I'd say, listen, I don't even have time to explain to you, but have I ever been wrong? No, don't get it.
Have you? Tate has never been wrong. Well, I don't know what to tell you, dude, but you're gonna find out how wrong you are, and you're gonna have a long time to think about all the wrong things you've fucking done in jail, dude.
Okay. A year later, they're like, I'm so glad I didn't get that. I'm like, I told you. Like, it's amazing, like, what a masculine essence can do. So that's another reason.
Wow. Wow. This guy is retarded.
Under attack because...
How, like, oh my god, dude. Isn't YouTube doing anything to crack down on COVID misinformation? Like, why is this still up?
If they can remove the masculine essence from society, well, now you have a society. Imagine a society which you can control purely with emotional arguments. We're almost there.
We are in a matriarchy, and this is why they accuse me of being an internalized misogynist, because I'm able to think through and acknowledge the flaws of what happens in society when women get power. And if you want to know what happens, look around you. Women fall for emotional arguments.
What? The Make America Great campaign was an appeal to fucking emotion. Trump had no fucking economic plan whatsoever for the US, other than putting tariffs on China. Unemployment was at an all-time fucking high. He had that retarded idea for the fucking border wall that he justified by claiming Mexicans are all fucking rapists. Like, what?
The entire time. Show us a commercial, show us. It's so sad. And before they get to the rational aspects of it, they're already invested emotionally.
Has she ever seen a commercial for Axe body spray? Or any, like, male hygiene product? Like, all they have to do is show, like, a dude who smells bad, then gets ignored by girls, then as soon as he puts on Axe body spray, all the girls like him, and then that's the commercial, and then she's saying, yeah, men can't really be emotionally manipulated.
And I think that virtually every societal ill that we are facing today is because of women. And I think the greatest recent example of that is the Bud Light controversy, because women need to realize how backwards it is that it took men to stand up to say something.
Whoa! Okay, that must have been bad if she censored that part. I'm just flabbergasted. Every single societal problem is created by women. What? Like, men are responsible for committing the vast majority of crime. Like, how can she claim this?
Blue Volville, 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 Blue Volville.
Thank you for that, Sprickety. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Something was wrong when it was so obviously patently wrong.
Yeah.
Nobody cared for years until men stood up to it. So yeah,
completely, because it's emotional arguments, and if we also analyze, I mean, there's certain things that
I don't even understand the Bud Light thing. She brought up Bud Light. So for one thing, Dylan Mulvaney, according to her, is a man. She doesn't even believe that transgenderism is a thing. So why is that a feminine issue? Secondly, Dylan Mulvaney was one of one of a number of creators that Bud Light reached out to for a sponsorship. Like, what is she talking about?
women can do so much better than men. I said this the other day. I was saying to my brother, My brother had his daughter here and my niece was here. And I said, isn't it amazing? I found this amazing. I said, isn't it amazing the patience a mother has with a toddler? I'm like, she's been listening to Peppa Pig for 4 hours. I would lose my mind. I couldn't do it. I simply couldn't do it. So women have this emotionality, which is so fantastic when it's properly used, when it's put into place it's supposed to be. I would never drop my child off to a daycare full of men. Would you drop your 3-year-old child to a daycare run exclusively by males? No. It'd be weird. It's just something.
Well, aren't men more logical? Wouldn't they come up with some sort of way to, like, best raise children? Because men don't, like, appeal to emotion. They're not gonna, like, listen to kids crying and screaming. They're gonna be able to, like, use their rational minds and figure out exactly what children need and how to raise them the best way. Like, I thought all the fucking societal problems were caused by women. Why would you want women raising children, right? Like, apparently women would fuck up these kids and ruin them so that they can't actually reach proper adulthood. So wouldn't you want to go to a fucking daycare run by men, since men are better at everything and women are the root of all problems? Like, they're so stupid.
Thing about it is weird. I wouldn't trust the men not to lose their temper with the kid. I wouldn't understand why all these men want to be around these children all day. It would be a very weird scenario. So we all understand innately our gender roles, innately on some level. So women...
The double standards are just... Like, my God, they're so fucking stupid. I can't get over it.
Have a fantastic superpower when it's properly used. But like everything on Earth, if you have a superpower or any kind of power at all and it's put in the wrong direction, it can be destructive. Water, if it's going through a dam, can power a city. If it's not going through a dam, it's a flood. So we have all this emotionality put in the wrong direction, and now they're in positions of power or whatever, or they're controlling the culture, or they're controlling how households are run, and they can fall for these emotional traps, these very simple, basic emotional traps. It's for grandma. The most basic, dumb level. And I sit there and say, grandma's 98. 98-year-olds die. And I'm not saying she should die. I'm saying 98-year-olds get sick. Who said it was COVID? Prove it.
Just look up the criteria for diagnosing COVID deaths. So there are criteria that have been established for determining COVID deaths. If somebody had a pre-existing condition, so say, yeah, they are elderly, they might have had a heart problem or respiratory issues, but if COVID is the common like denominator here, where if they didn't have COVID, they would have still been alive, then that is a COVID death. If COVID wasn't the common denominator, and whether they had COVID or not, they would have died, then it's not a COVID death. That's great. Thanks for the nation, Sprickety. Also, it's so fucked how people like Tate are saying, oh, well, they're old anyway, so who cares if they died? You can look at the IFR, infection fatality ratios for each age group. I think after about the age of 50, you start to see a pretty rapid incline in deaths. The amount of children that have had their primary caretakers die due to COVID is massive. It's in the hundreds of thousands in the United States. So, the idea that this wouldn't affect young people just because older people are dying is fucking retarded. Tens of thousands of kids have lost their primary caregivers due to COVID, and children have died and have become permanently injured due to COVID. Especially given his demographic is young kids in their mid-teens. Young men are the most susceptible to things like myocarditis and erectile dysfunction. There are massive fucking rates of what appear to be permanent erectile dysfunction in younger males in their mid-teens. due to fucking COVID infections. And it appears to be permanent, and it also looks like about 15% of young men who've gotten COVID in that age range have what might be lifelong erectile dysfunction. So, like, the idea that COVID is just, oh, it only affects old people, who cares? This guy is just remarkably ignorant.
It was COVID. She got the flu last year. Like, what? Have you lost your mind? But grandma.
Which is funny because I think the average life expectancy is 73. So if they've made it to 92,
they've done great.
They've done.
Average life expectancy, I think, is over that, especially for women. Yeah, it's 77. What the fuck is she saying? 73. What? Yeah, like, that's... Where did she get 73 from? Let's see. Ben donated $2. Perfect example of a kid fucking around, finding out afterwards. That's pretty funny. Went through her nose. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
More Myron cringe nigger react. Sferry? Ara? Sferry? Ara? Sferry? Ara? Sferry? Ara? Sferry?
I'm just gonna skip that because it's annoying. Yeah, that is embarrassing. So he has absolutely no clue on how to deadlift, and this is just completely nonsensical. Like, why are you doing 135 for 20 reps and then working up to 275 for 4 reps? If you're doing 275 for sets of 4, you're weak as shit. I don't know why you're not just doing straight sets of 5 to get stronger. That's just stupid and pathetic. Like, this guy has no fucking understanding of, like, you know, strength standards. Same thing with his bench. Like, 225 for 5 is... If you've been training for as long as he has...
Please watch this clips, they are short.
Sure, I'll do that in a second. Thanks for the nation, dude. Yeah, he doesn't know how to bench either. His bench setup is fucking horrible. Like, by the way, I don't even believe that he does this, like 135 for 20, 155 for 15. Like, I've never actually seen him do it. This seems like Athlete X stupid shit. If he's struggling that much with 225, I would imagine if he actually did this whole rep progression thing, he'd probably struggle to get like a single with 225. This seems like shit that Athlete X does, where he inflates what he actually is doing to make it seem like he's working harder than he really is. But yeah, Myron has absolutely no arch on his bench. His grip is too close together. He's not gripping the bar properly. The bar is resting on the top of his hand rather than towards the palm. Like, he's moving his feet around for no reason. He doesn't know how to bench. Or just lift in general. Yeah, and like pull-ups are the only thing he can do properly. Sets 2, 3, 4 to 8 reps with... I don't know. I don't understand how... what that means. I also don't know why you'd only rest for 60 seconds unless you're under some sort of like time restraint. There's no reason to shorten your rest periods. You're just going to end up doing less reps per set, and then you're going to end up growing less and not being as strong. Floppy...
is beyond extreme. If you think you need to feed your dog 19 different things for it to be healthy, you're on some wacky, dacky, cracky stuff. And I'm not exaggerating. I think she actually has 19 different things in this photo. The biggest red flag for me is if you're going to try to argue that a dog needs anything in their diet besides meat, It's just not correct.
There is over 100 years worth of research into canine nutrition because people have had dogs as pets for quite a while. In order to have ideal health, yes, dogs need a properly balanced diet that includes plant sources of nutrition, including fiber. Just because that's not what they eat in the wild, that doesn't mean what they eat in the wild is ideal for them. They eat whatever they can in the wild. When you're talking about constructing an ideal diet for a dog, that's a completely different story.
These big dog food companies and...
Yeah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He just talks out of his ass.
So most people take creatine thinking it's not that big of a...
Creatine is not toxic, even in extremely high doses, 20 grams per day for years. There's never been signs of any toxicity with creatine.
deal, but it does actually impair your kidney function.
It does not impair kidney function. There's no research whatsoever anywhere, not one single study that's ever shown a link between creatine consumption and kidney disease.
Now, in a perfectly healthy person on a somewhat normal diet without too much protein, yeah, they'll probably be okay taking creatine, but there are plenty of studies showing that creatine can elevate...
Show me one.
...your kidney creatinine levels.
So an elevation in creatinine levels is not a sign of kidney dysfunction. That's only a biomarker. Exercise. If you lift weights, you're going to see an elevation in your creatinine levels. That's just physiologically normal.
And it's also recommended that kidney disease patients don't take creatine.
Yeah, so there's a difference between creatine causing kidney disease and somebody with kidney disease avoiding creatine. If you don't have, just because if you have a disease, taking something is bad for you while you have the disease, it doesn't mean that thing causes the disease, you fucking idiot.
And then they go and say, oh wait, but no, creatine is perfectly safe. You're better off just eating high quality, naturally...
Yeah, he's a moron. He can't even show one study.
Would you believe me if I told you this was watermelon? When it's cooked, it has the most incredible texture.
At what point of nutrient deprivation?
Don't care. Whatever.
Would you believe me if I told you this?
Thanks for the donation, Floppy.
Great.
Absolutely.
And I said that, and people thought that that was so harsh and so mean.
Because there you go, harsh, mean, emotionality.
Yeah.
And emotionality is used against people, which is also why they don't like stoicism, is why when you have a man who's hard to emotionally affect, they also see him as a threat. I've had it from a lot of people. I've had some of the hate mail I've got, and I get a lot of, I probably get about 10,000 emails a day. I'd say about 9,000 of them are support and 1,000 of them are fervent weirdos. And the weirdos are like, you're a psychopath because all this is happening to you. You don't even care. It's like, they're threatened by the fact that I'm stoic. They're threatened by the fact that I won't cry and lose my mind over it. They're like, oh, he has emotional control.
He is not stoic. He's clearly affected by everything that's happening. He's extremely nervous.
Threat, because then they can't lie to me. They can't psyop me. And they want you to be emotionally incontinent. And this is another thing
Tate's life is completely antithetical to stoicism. The guy tries to get cheap thrills wherever he can. The way he spends his money, the way he tries to flaunt his wealth, the way he negatively affects everybody around him, his criminal activity, like his whole lifestyle is completely antithetical to stoicism.
They're teaching men to act out your feelings. Well, why are they doing that? Because that makes you an emotional person and you're easier to control. They don't care that that damages society by extension, because when you tell men to act out their feelings, that's why you get school shooters, that's why you get rapists, that's why you get murderers.
Well, again, Andrew Tate is an anti-intellectual who admittedly doesn't read books, so he obviously doesn't understand what stoicism is. He just thinks it means being emotionless. It's not what it means.
Why does somebody murder someone? Because he's mad. He's acting out his feelings. He's not a very stoic person if he goes, I hate you.
What? As if the only reason you'd murder somebody is because you're angry at them. Like, there's murders that are opportunistic. You murder somebody because you're paid money to, or, you know, you can get a bunch of money if you kill them. or it's advantageous to you in some kind of way. Like, what is he talking about? That has nothing to do with stoicism.
You bang. Right? So they're teaching all this emotional incontinence in men trying to pretend they care about society. It's destroying society in real time. They have no interest in actually preserving anything that's important about masculinity. And the only reason they're doing it is because that allows them to use emotional arguments. Now they can sit and say, okay, these men act out how they feel. So let's make them angry and they might riot. And let's make them riot on this street. Let's leave some bricks on this street. You understand what I'm saying?
The fucking George Soros brick conspiracy. Oh, yeah, I love that one.
It's all absolutely and utterly done on purpose. And it's kind of amazing to me that nobody sits there and understands the best way you can rebel against the slave mind and resist the matrix is just be the kind of person who uses logic, is stoic, is emotionally controlled, is physically strong because a strong body is a strong mind, who refuses to be told or labeled as something. You can't label me as a depressed person. You can't label me as some kind of disease or some kind of personality disorder. You can't label me a color. I'm Andrew Tate. This is who I am. I work hard for my last name. I understand what's right and wrong. I'm going to do my absolute best. And that alone in and of itself is an act of rebellion against these people.
Society really started going down the drain when we started getting into mental health awareness. And this is maybe one of my most...
Oh my God. Society went down the drain because of mental health awareness. Yes, we should just ignore all the mass shooters. Just be... I guess he just wanted to kill people. What is mental health?
Controversial viewpoints, but I say it over and over on my show. Everybody needs a therapist. They're talking about their feelings. The truth is that every feeling you have isn't valid, doesn't need to be explored. Sometimes you just have a wacky feeling and you need to just let it go. And because my grandfather was such a...
By the way, like, you don't think a therapist is going to be able to help with things like emotional control? Like, I'm pretty fucking sure if you go to a licensed therapist, they're going to be able to tell you if it's, like, legitimate to want to feel like you want to commit a mass murder because somebody fucking cut in front of you at McDonald's. Like as if this isn't useful. To have a professional point out you shouldn't be feeling like this if you encounter this problem.
An impact on my life, strongest man that I've ever known, didn't shed a tear. At my grandmother's funeral, they were together from the time he was 17 years old until her dying day. I'm certain he collapsed when he got home.
Yeah, of course.
But this traditional display of masculinity in my grandfather's perspective that a man needs to let it die in his chest, you know, before.
Yeah, so I don't know why it's useful to not cry in public. She thinks society is better off with men not crying when the love of their life dies. Why? Like, by the way, like, if she's talking about, like, her really elderly grandfather who was almost 90 when his wife died, like, maybe the reason he didn't cry is because he was just so jaded with the relationship and living in general. Like, yeah, when you get that fucking old, so many of your friends die and you've been through so fucking much, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody you've known since, like, for fucking 50 or 60 years dies. You just don't really feel much from it.
Displaying this emotion had an impact on me. And when I see, like, I guess to give a cultural example, someone like Prince Harry, you know, on TV, with his arms like this, breathing and showing what he learned in therapy, it makes...
I would try to spend my money to get all the toys if this was the prize every time, lol. I bet this would be Prismo, lol.
Wow. That'd be nice to win a cat. Jesus. That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, bend over. So Candace Owens says if you use modern psychological techniques to improve your well-being, that's a bad thing. And I know what this is doing. this thing where you pat yourself. It's there's some research showing that Elliot Hulse was promoting this. Can't remember what he called it, but he'd like yell and scream and like beat his own chest and stuff like that. There's some evidence showing that if you have pent-up frustration and you even do light taps against yourself, it does something to your nervous system where it actually relieves stress. So, like, why is this a problem that people are finding better, healthier ways to relieve stress than, I don't know, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, harming themselves in some other way or other people? Like, wouldn't you prefer dudes to just do this to, like, get calm and relax?
Why is every influencer on social media these days like Andrew Tate just a bunch of partisan ideologues? I feel like you're the only person left who isn't biased.
Well, it's all a clout game. So many people on social media are fake, and when they sniff dollar signs and they see that people are doing this thing a certain way and they're making more money, they just do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Makes me want to die a little.
Completely.
It makes me want to die a little when I see men acting like this.
Completely.
And that's controversial because they're supposed to say, oh my God, he's so...
By the way, she married a fucking little bitch twink. If you look at her husband, this guy is literally, he just looks like an adult Justin Bieber. So, oh, when I see men acting like this, it makes me want to die inside. Your husband dresses like a fucking bitch. He looks like a gay fashion model or something. Like, and then, like, she's talking about masculinity, and you fucking date this dude? Like, he's like a gay Chris Hemsworth. Look at this guy.
And you
like,
mentioned your wife.
where are his shoulders? He has a fucking pencil neck.
so brave. It's so stunning. Like, he's showing this side of him. Everything about Prince Harry, to me, is what a man should not be. Right?
Absolutely.
Dude, Prince Harry is more masculine than your husband. So here's Prince Harry. He has facial hair. He's tall. He actually looks like he might be able to pick up a heavy box and move it somewhere else. And then, Candace Owens' husband, like, this guy is fucking, he's just a tiny little twink. Look at this guy. You're telling me this fucking dude is more masculine than Prince Harry? like, she's a joke.
Done to your family, betraying your family, allowing a woman to assert that much control over you that you would, for profit, betray your family. I mean, everybody's got a family. Everybody's got family issues. Don't even let me get started. But the idea of selling out your family and then going
the royal family, selling out the royal family. And yeah,
what happened, it's such a display of what's happened to men, what's happened to masculinity. He's giving up his guns. He's never going to do this anyway. It's all of it is such a public example of what can happen.
The thing is, I know what's so interesting is I know how miserable he is.
He's miserable.
There's no way a man can be happy in that scenario, because I think masculine happiness comes from strength and to a degree excellence, and also comes from respect. Mm-hmm. Men want to be respected, and he doesn't respect himself, his family doesn't respect him, and his woman doesn't respect him. I know how unhappy he is. I know how...
Wasn't the big reason Harry got kind of ostracized from his family is because he basically wouldn't go along with the royal inbreeding? Like the girl he wanted to marry was not related to him, essentially.
Unhappy she is by extension. It's just an unhappy, miserable house. He gave up everything and gained absolutely and utterly nothing. This whole therapy...
Like, what? The whole controversy around him was that he refused to marry the people that his family wanted him to marry. He just married somebody who wasn't part of, like, any royal family. like considering there's a literal inbreeding that's gone on inside the royal family, like didn't his what was it? It was either his mom or no, his grandmother or aunt married her cousin, and I think it was a first cousin too.
Thing. The reason I believe they push therapy so heavily is because it goes into something I said a little bit earlier about selfishness. If you convince somebody that they have to spend hours and hours per week sitting in a chair talking about that feeling they had last Thursday in the kitchen.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
Crazy.
You want to talk about creating mental illness. There it is. This exasperates problems. This makes it worse. And it also builds this.
How many sit-ups left?
I've done 525, so it would be 225 left. Thanks for the donation, Sam. It's taking a bit longer because it's on a higher incline. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donations, Brickety.
This culture of absolute and utter selfishness. Excuse me, they're trying to put you in jail for the rest of your life effectively because they're going to enslave you and they're going to control all the money and they're going to make you get injections you don't need. Yeah, but you know, I'm sad. I got therapy. I'll talk about it later. Yeah. That's all they want. They just want you to be so obsessed with how you feel in your own mind that you can't even look outside of yourself and care about anything. Right. It's part of the propaganda.
Just, what the fuck? I don't even know what to say. Like, this guy has a conspiracy that therapy and the profession of psychiatry and psychology is being used to acclimate people to being slaves? And, like, Candace Owens is taking this seriously.
Propaganda machine is part of the mechanism to turn us all into docile farm animals. I said this to somebody the other day. They were talking about how they feel. And I said, who cares how you feel? And he goes, well, what do you mean? Well, I don't care. You're telling me I know you and I don't care. So all the people who don't know you don't care. The woman you want doesn't care. You can't go up to a chick at a bar and say, you know what? Usually I'm really charming. Today I'm a bit sad. Can you give me a pass? Can you let me off? She'll be like, go away, weirdo. The chick you want doesn't care. The job you're supposed to perform at doesn't care. If the man who wants to mug you decides to pull a machete, he doesn't care. You can't say, bro, I'm not in the mood for a fight today. Tomorrow, please. Nobody cares. So why do you care? All the people.
The idea that your workplace or any of your friends and family wouldn't care about how you're feeling. Like, there's a reason why there are HR departments. There's a reason why workplaces invest in, like, ergonomic equipment. There's a reason why, companies like the Ford Motor Company listened to employee problems, paid them more money, got rid of shift work, had, like, extra days off. It's because psychology matters, and if you're going to have working staff that are depressed, upset, not happy, they're not going to work as hard. So, like, the idea that your employer wouldn't care if you're feeling good when it affects their bottom line, like, what the fuck is he talking about? And, like, friends and family, like, if they see that you're in a shitty mood and they care about you, obviously they're going to care how you fucking feel. Like, this sounds like somebody who's literally never worked a fucking normal job and who's never had any friends or family that give two fucks about him. Like, his dad is a narcissist, so maybe he got it from his fucking dad, this idea. His dad probably didn't give two fucking shits about him, really.
I'm thinking that Tate is discrediting therapy because he knows he needs it. Candace just wants to use Tate to siphon and win over all the fan base he has.
Ugh. Well, yeah, I'm sure Candace Owens has him on just for clout. This is fucking pathetic, though. Thanks for the donation, dude.
How steep do you have the decline bench set?
It's set to the maximum setting. I don't know exactly how steep it is, but looks like it's at least 45 degrees, maybe a bit more. But yeah, it's probably like around like 50, 55, 60. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Thanks for that, Sprickety.
Inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark. I used my own jizz for shampoo but it didn't foam. What to do? Gains. If I have hair transplant, will beard hair work? Oh, gainy gainy, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark. I like a nice gash but also like a nice ass. Gains please, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark. Can I cool you a mushroom?
Sure, thanks for the donation, Uphill Gardner.
People out here in the world don't care, but you're going to sit there and you're going to care. You're going to be the only person in the world who cares. You're going to walk around telling everybody, trying to find somebody who gives a shit. Good luck. Because
I just... If, like, mental health is clearly debilitating, like, I mean, let's say you had some other debilitating problem, like, I don't know, you had a broken leg. Oh, is the person who's going to mug you and steal your wallet, do they care if you have a broken leg? Oh, what if you go to work and you have a broken leg and you can't do your job? Do you think your work is going to care? Like, it's like, yeah, I'm sure some people, like, your broken leg is going to negatively impact somebody. Like, yeah, your job. If your employer knows that you have a broken leg and you can't do your job properly, obviously they're going to care if you have a broken leg. If you have a, I don't know, benevolent boss or like a good work environment, then they're going to try to help you with your broken leg and try to see if they can fix it so you can work harder later on. Same with mental health. Like, the analogy he's using is so stupid.
Because what's going to happen is you're going to walk around feeling sorry for yourself, trying to find somebody who cares. You might find somebody who pretends to care long enough for you to get a little bit of dopamine. But all in all, you're wasting time in a hyper-competitive world where people like me who perform regardless of how they feel are just going to perpetually bury you. And then you're going to sit there.
By the way, Andrew Tate smokes all day, drinks alcohol, guzzles down caffeine. And then he's saying, oh, I don't care how I feel, while taking like at least 3 different drugs that positively affect his mood.
And wake up and go, why am I a loser? Well, because when Andrew was sad, he continued to perform.
What is your body fat percentage?
I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
When Andrew was in jail, his business didn't fall apart. He was doing push-ups every day. His body didn't fall apart. Nothing about his life degraded when he was in a jail cell surrounded by cockroaches. You're in a plushy bed at home, crying about what? And you expect the male world's hyper-competitive. So you're not allowed almost as a man to put that much importance on how you feel. You don't have time to care about it because you have too much to do. This is what I find so remarkable. If I feel sad, I don't think, how do I stop myself? I need to not feel sad. I just go to work. I got stuff to do. I'm a man. I have things to do every single day. This whole therapy garbage, I can't think of a way faster to ruin your mindset and destroy your ability to resist the perils of life than going to therapy.
And the overdiagnoses.
Thanks for that.
Of everything. It's like you have this, you have that, and then people take that as an excuse to not ever have to get better.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, now I can be permanent because I realize that I've got this. I went to the doctor and the doctor says that I have this, and so that's the reason why I don't respond. I've got ADHD. I think now it's like 1 in 2 people has ADHD, and that's why I'm not able to focus and do my homework or complete a task or keep going to the gym every single day. And I hate it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And
like what? The reason an ADHD diagnosis is important because if you know that you have a particular problem, then you can find ways on how to treat that problem so you can function properly. Maybe you have to go on meds, maybe you have to spend extra time with like some sort of therapy or mental exercises. Like, are they fucking stupid?
I really
they are. I
can't
don't
think
know
of
why
a
I'm
quicker
asking
way
that.
to destroy your mind than go to therapy. Part of me, if I had time to waste, Candace, which I don't, because I've been on house arrest long enough, and once I'm out of here, I'm going to enjoy myself. But if I had time to waste, I would love to go to start therapy. I would love to, like, imagine me, Andrew Tate. I'm going to go to a therapist, and she's not going to know who I am, and I'm going to sit there, I'm going to do therapy, and I'm going to do a video. I might actually do this. It's actually a great idea. I might do a video after each therapy about what bullshit it was. And just sitting there talking about, okay, when you were 8, yeah, what happened when you were 8? Because when in your childhood, not everything's because of my childhood. Not everything works that way. Like, it's so asinine. I've actually had conversations with therapists, I think twice in my life. I did a TV show in England, and I had to speak to a therapist. And then I think it was another TV show, 2 TV shows, I had to speak to these therapists. And I sat there and said, I don't believe in your science, because in math, 1 + 1 is 2, and we understand that. Whereas with what you teach, you can have a guy who doesn't drink alcohol because his dad was an alcoholic, and a guy who is an alcoholic because his dad was an alcoholic. So how can you have the same scenario and 2 completely different outcomes? She goes, oh yeah, but there's general rules we can follow. I said, then let's end the conversation. I'm not a general person.
Like, what? As if there can't be, what is it called? There can't be different routes to different diseases. Like, what, or the same disease.
I'm not a general person, I'm exceptional. So can we just stop wasting everybody's time here? Because all your general rules don't apply to me. I'm smarter than you. What have you achieved? Goodbye. I'm a world champion. See ya. Like, it's garbage. And I really do believe, I think there is this massive.
So because he got his head punched in kickboxing, he knows more than a therapist. Okay.
Drive to instill the idea of absolute selfishness in people. I think they're trying to, when I really analyze the ideal citizen they want, the ideal citizen is, yes, docile, and yes, he's unique, but he's also ultimately selfish, because then you don't care about community. And I think therapy is a fantastic way to make you selfish, because that's all you talk about is, what do you talk about? Garbage.
Yeah, why you have the right to act this way, even if you're
Why
acting like terrible.
Why did I do? Well, you know, when I was 9,
what?
Get a life.
Yeah, that's really Prince Harry's book, honestly.
Is it?
Yeah, I could only get past the first 2 chapters. I was like, it should have just been called Privileged. You know what I mean?
And this is the thing.
These aren't even struggles.
And here's the thing. I think Margaret Thatcher said the best upbringing you can have is good parents and no money. Because you look at Prince Harry you can't talk about anything better for a perfect upbringing. Royal family, come on. It's not his fault, right? Royal family, fine. But he was supposed to have gone to the army. He went to Afghanistan, and supposedly he fought, but obviously he didn't. He's the prince.
Played Xbox.
Of course, he just sat in the back. But if you don't give a man struggle, look.
Isn't that totally false? I've seen photos of him in Afghanistan. Yeah, I don't know about that. killed 25 Taliban. So he claimed he killed 25 Taliban in his memoirs. So it sounds like he had actual confirmed kills, and I've seen photos of Harry serving in Afghanistan. Like, where are they getting this idea? Is there any proof that he lied about the amount of kills he actually got? I can't find anything. Turn against military, ex-commander, da-da-da. It's not how you behave. Yeah, sure, right. Because we all know ex-Marines or Army or whatever don't brag about their fucking kills. So Harry he actually served. He apparently got 25 confirmed kills, and they're saying all he did was play Xbox when neither of them even served in the fucking military. So much for Candace Owens, appreciating service members and respect our troops. Oh, right, okay.
Look what he becomes. Tell me the kind of man, if I were to say to you, imagine a man who's never struggled in his life. Physically, mentally, everything's gone perfect for him. He's born in the royal family, everything's been perfect for him his whole life. Is that the kind of man anybody respects? Is that the kind of man anyone wants to be? And
he fought in the military and had 25 confirmed kills.
Struggle is subjective, right? So Prince Harry dealing with his current problems of his wife nagging, to him that's full mental breakdown, right? My problems are obviously much larger, but struggle is subjective. To us, they're almost on the same level.
Okay, well, so, again, apparently he killed over 24 people, so it seems like he can handle stress to some degree.
But if you were to compare them side by side, they're absolutely nothing. So as a man, you have to build resilience, and you build resilience through going through something and building a tolerance to it. And this,
if that story is true, I can fucking guarantee you, if Tate had to serve in Afghanistan and deal with the shit Harry went through, probably he would have a harder time handling that than Prince Harry, honestly. Tate does not seem to cope with stress well.
Gaines, seriously, this asshole went to prison in the same cell as his brother and he boasts about handling it better than any of the other inmates. What an absolute piece of shit. I want to smell you bum 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 circle jerk me inverted exclamation mark inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark inverted question mark or.
Okay, sure, thanks, jerk me off.
This guy's had such a privileged life that he's ended up a miserable, depressed, unhappy person. So this is what's actually very interesting when men come to me or young boys come to me and talk about something bad that happened to them.
There is a direct correlation between wealth and depression, and it's a inverse relationship. So the more wealth you have, the less likely you are to be depressed. So this idea that, oh, Prince Harry's depressed because he's rich, the likelihood of that is incredibly fucking low. And again, if this guy actually served in the military, got 25 confirmed kills, clearly the guy has an ability to do some difficult shit and handle stress. What has Tate ever done? Okay, you've had a few boxing matches. You weren't getting shot at, as far as I understand. So, who is he to fucking talk shit about Prince Harry?
I said good. Absolutely, not really good. You should be glad that thing happened to you because that's the reason you're going to be the man who can resist the perils of life in the future. If bad things don't happen to you, you're going to end up like Prince Harry. You do want to end up like that dude, do you?
No one does.
Yeah, exactly. So your life's going to be so easy. You're going to get to the end result and your wife's just going to wreck you. So you need to have all these bad things happen to you so you build the mental resilience. And that's another thing about masculinity and males as a whole. We're trying to take that all away from them in almost every regard. And it's kind of like, there used to be like rites of passage where a boy would become a man. That's all gone. There used to be this masculine, very healthy peer pressure to be big and strong, and that's all gone. There used to be, I mean, I don't want to use the wrong words. I don't want to get attacked for it, but men used to not pick on each other, not bully each other, but hey, you can't do push-ups, you're weak. We push each other in that way, shame each other to excellence almost. We still do it to this day in this house. Tristan's bigger than me. He's 10 kilo bigger than me, 6'4". I'm 6'3". I'm smaller. He'll bench 160, 170 kilo. I can only bench like 150 kilo. He'll call me a bitch for 3 hours. Like, that's just how we are. So I have to get up and try again. That's how men are.
Women are too. And that's what I'm really against. Sorry to cut you off, but I'm super against this parenting structure where you don't want anybody's feelings to get hurt. I'm one of 3 sisters. We're a year and a half apart. We tried to kill each other. You know what I mean? All I would do is call my sister. No one has called her ugly or more. You know what I mean? I'm like, you're ugly, you're this, you're fat, That's actually good, you know?
Yes, it's good to bully people, make them feel bad for no reason whatsoever. Like it's kind of funny. Like I said earlier, we're probably gonna hear about another divorce very soon. She's talking about not getting along well with her family, literally abusing her male romantic partners, talking about how bullying's a good thing. You're probably gonna see her end up getting a fucking divorce. Like, again, this is happening with all the fucking conservatives who supposedly, they follow God, they know how, like, rules and relationships are supposed to work, and then these are all the ones that are going through, like, really horrible toxic divorces. Can guarantee you her marriage isn't gonna last too long.
It makes you tougher. And when you see these only children who've never gone.
Sofa King, Tony Tellers, watch till the end. Okay, what am I supposed to... Great, thanks for the donation,
through anything. Their parents told them they were perfect and wonderful. And I'm thinking, I wouldn't trade my childhood me and my sisters trying to kill each other, every single day.
Life's difficult.
Over a t-shirt.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how much money you have. Life is always going to be difficult. It doesn't matter how much you try and shelter your children, how rich you are, what family they're born into. Life is going to be difficult. And if there is no struggle in their life, they're going to find struggle. Or something that shouldn't be a struggle will become a struggle for them because their life has been so sheltered. And life is hard. So if you can't avoid the difficulty, you may as well get very good at it. You may as well get good at difficulty. And it's amazing when you look at someone like Prince Harry. He's just a man who has not become very good at difficulty, and he's just completely collapsed in the face of a woman who's complaining at him. And yeah, even worse than all that, the dishonor of selling out. We were talking about how I feel a duty to my bloodline and my last name, and I have to do my father proud. He's from the British royal family. And he had no honor. He couldn't even sit and say, look, listen.
He couldn't even shut up for them.
Yeah, literally. He had to sell out in a book. Like, God does not smile favorably on people.
He literally has Nazis in his family, so why the fuck would you? The royal family is so fucking corrupt and disgusting and fucked up. There's literal Nazis in their family. These are people who've married their first fucking cousins, are responsible for fucking war crimes. Like, what fucking loyalty do you have to any of these pieces of shit?
People who make these kind of decisions. And I think that's why he's going to be unhappy for a very long time, and he's going to realize that it was never worth it. And what did he do it for? Money? You're from the royal family, my friend. You really need money that bad? Like, it's truly shameful.
Well, they cut him off, so...
I think deceit and treachery are the most heinous and most disliked personal qualities, or something you can actually witness somebody do. I think everybody hates them. And it's because anybody can fall victim to them. Anybody can fall victim to deceit or treachery because you trust that person. Everybody trusts someone, right? So that person turns on you, you're always in trouble. So I think he thinks that he has the populace on his side, but I don't think he understands that when you out yourself as a snake, everybody intrinsically dislikes you.
Even if they enjoyed watching the show.
Oh, completely.
They've stepped away and went, okay, because I gave the example on my show. You know, you have the Kardashian family, but the one thing about them is they're thicker than thieves. So America does like a reality show, right? Like a reality show, but the reason why they have gained popularity is because actually they always back each other up. They still remained a family unit.
100%.
And when you betray that, when you betray family, I think left and right, you just kind of go, okay, maybe that was a little too much.
Yeah. It was fun to watch.
It was fun to watch, but we don't really trust you.
I don't want to be your friend. Yeah, I don't want to be your friend.
I don't want to be your friend.
Yeah, completely. I mean, you're going to sell your own brother out?
What am I to you, right? If you do that to your own brother, what am I to you?
Absolutely crazy. And then he wonders why. And I also think what he probably doesn't understand, and if he's watching this, you never know, he might. Hello, Harry. If he's watching this, I don't think he even understands that even his woman views him that way. Even Megan views you that way. Even Megan looks at you and goes, I complained at you over William, and you were supposed to tell me to be quiet, and you didn't. So now I think you're a bitch. Now what? And you wonder why she's never happy. So now he's in big trouble. I don't know what he's going to do with his life, but he's in big trouble. But it's interesting where I don't see how. It's actually an interesting conversation to have about how psyops can work as a whole, because when I analyze, especially as a man, and I always talk from the masculine frame, not because I'm a misogynist, but because I'm a man. And I understand the masculine frame because I am a man. If you stray from the archetype of masculinity, if you stray from honor, courage, if you're not dutiful, if you don't believe in putting honor in your last name, if you don't want to be physically and mentally strong, if you don't believe in finding problems to solve, you don't believe in having a difficult life, if you stray from this because you've been psyoped to stray from it, all you end up with is misery. And it's amazing that people will see anybody who's strayed from it end up perma-miserable and still fall for the psyop. I find it incredible that people don't think logically long enough to sit and say, okay, whose life do I actually want? I would never adopt the thinking of somebody whose life I didn't want. I don't know why people even do that. I could sit and have a conversation with Prince Harry for 10 hours straight, and he could be as compendious and convincing and concise, and he could be extremely perfectly articulate with his points. And at the end of it, I'd say, yeah, but I don't want to be you. So I don't want to think like you. So get fucked. Yeah. But I wouldn't want to listen to him. So I don't know why people don't even just wake up and go, okay, whose life do I want to live? What kind of person do I want to be? Who do I want to be like? That's the kind of thinking I need to adopt and install in my mind, because we're all being programmed by someone to a degree. And I don't think you can escape programming. You can just choose the programming that you are going to install inside of your mind. I'm not going to sit and say I'm not programmed. My father programmed me. My fight coach programmed me. The friends I have around me program me. My brother programs me. My social circle programs me. We're all programmed to a degree. You have to be very careful with who you're going to allow give you the programming. Because if you put it up to society and culture, the current culture, as a man, you're going to end up like Prince Harry. Do you want to be Prince Harry?
It's a big question.
It's a big question.
And the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no. It's interesting what you said earlier about putting things back to biology, because a lot of human nature is certainly animalistically biological. And even if we look at Harry and Meghan and how they interact in their home, I obviously don't know, but I can almost guess to the T the arguments they're having. I can imagine him saying, I gave up my family for you. This is what you wanted. I gave you what you wanted. Why aren't you happy? I gave you everything you liked. And he's trying to use a logical or an emotional, well, he's trying to use an emotional argument, but it ain't going to work because she doesn't respect him. But he's trying to use a logical argument with her, trying to understand why she treats him so badly after he completely and utterly complied. But humans are biological, and she, as a woman, wanted him to be a man. She wanted him to have some degree of parameter and barrier. And if you don't put up any parameter or barrier as a man, what a woman's going to do is she's going to push you and push you and push you and push you. She's going to see how far she can push you.
No. If you're with an abusive, manipulative person, they're going to keep pushing you to see how much they can get away with. Like, it really shows none of these people have healthy relationships. Like, they think they need to exert some sort of, like, force or pressure on their partner to make sure they're treated with respect. Like, it really shows you why this guy did the shit that he did with manipulating the women he was with. Donate $2. Pikmin 4 came out the other day. I'm playing it now. Oh my god, it's good. You don't know what you're missing. Also, they have gone woke because one of the captains is black, so it's only a matter of time before Ben Shapiro boycotts it. That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That's the reality of it. We can talk about any relationship, whether it's Harry and Meghan or any other relationship. If you're a full-grown man and you don't set parameters or set barriers, the woman's going to push you and push you and push you until she eventually finds one. And we can look at that in a romantic relationship, but also people People in general, if you're going to give to a taker, they're going to take and take and take and take until you eventually say no. That's how humans work. So she was waiting for him on a biological level to stand up and be a man and say, listen, you've joined the royal family. You're right. You had to bow to the Queen of England. Correct. Because it's the royal family. Get over it. That's all he had to do. He could have saved himself all this mess. He could have saved himself all the running away and looking like a fool and upcoming divorce and all this garbage if he would just put his foot down. He never did. And she was trying to inspire in him the warrior. I think a woman sometimes tests a man to say, okay, how much will he put up with? Because they want to see, are you a man or not? What if a man's giving you shit? What will you do? They want to see if you're about it. And she was just testing him and he failed every time. And that's why he's tried to perma please her. And now he's in a situation where he's asking her why she's unhappy when he's given her everything she wants. And she's unhappy because you gave her everything she wants because you're a punk.
Women don't want neutered men. They don't.
Absolutely.
Even if they personally neuter them themselves, it's not what they want in the end. So I'll ask the question, what do you think men want in women?
That's a really good question. And I can answer that one easily. I think that
yes, because men and women are a monolith. Thanks for the sub, Eric. Appreciate it.
the masculine realm that we operate in is based on respect. I think that men are constantly looking for a way to be respected. I think the world is hyper competitive and we're constantly always looking for status amongst our peers. This is why you will see a man give up his basically entire life to do something which will only gain him respect, even in a very small sphere. There are CEOs who go to work every day and don't even see their family and give up their entire life and work 12-hour days just to feel like the man in that office. Feeling important in that one office, in that one skyscraper, is worth him giving up his life because he feels like he matters. And if he gets more respect in that office than he does at home or anywhere else, that's where he's going to want to be. Men function on that. So if I had to build the idea,
yeah, it's either that or maybe they're working that hard so that they can provide for their family because they think they're giving their family a better life by doing that. Or maybe they just enjoy the work they do more than their family life. Or maybe they don't really like their family and they work long hours like that so they can avoid their family. Like, my God, as if all people are the fucking same.
Ideal woman who could get any man on earth. What she would have to do is understand that I need to give my man as much status and as much respect as possible. I, by extension of him, being next to him, need to make him look respected. And a lot of this is the easy things we know. No one's going to respect a man who's with an ultra promiscuous woman. No one's going to respect a man who's with a woman who's back-talking him or horrible to him in public. No one's going to respect a man who's with a woman who clearly isn't interested in him sexually, whatever. That's all the obvious part. But the hidden actual message behind all of it is that men are constantly looking for status and respect, and a woman who makes her man feel respected, not only from her, but from his peers, is the kind of woman a man's never going to want to lose.
Right.
So if I had a woman and I came home with all 5 of my friends and she came in the house and said, came in the room, who's hungry? Anyone want any food? It's not about food. I'm the G now. I'm the big boss. My woman wants to feed all of us. Of the guys there, most of their chicks would never do that. That's respect. That's status for me. That elevates my status. So I think as a woman...
Like, notice the narcissism. He wants a woman to offer to make him or his friends food when they come home because it makes him think like, oh, I have power and control over you and I have higher status and I'm the top G. And he's not thinking like, wow, she really cares about me and loves me. So she's willing to do this. Like, this guy's a fucking narcissist and all he thinks about is himself and everything's me, me, me.
If you're watching this and you want to keep a man happy, you need to wake up and say, how can I improve the status of my man to his peers? How can I make him look more important to the world? And as long as you take that basic mental frame, you can extrapolate that out to anything. Your man's not going to feel high status and important if you've had a whole bunch of sexual partners, because you're promiscuous. So obviously that's that's no. He's not going to feel high status and important if you belittle him in front of his friends or you argue with him in front of his friends. He's not going to feel high status and important if you disagree with him on small, minor issues about, if he votes one way, just vote the same way. Like these small, voting's not a small thing, but these things make the man look in charge. It increases his status, and that's what he's most interested in a woman. So That's what men are looking for. That's the secret for the women who are out at home. They're going, men are hard to please. No, men are actually very simple to please. Make him feel important and make him look important. That's it.
Since when did we decide to stop upholding free speech as a basic right? Obviously, everyone should have the right to express themselves freely. Sadly, the big tech monopoly has instead opted for silencing tactics and censorship. To fight back against big tech's control of the internet, I use ExpressVPN.
That is a very odd advertisement for ExpressVPN. That's not going to get you unbanned from Twitter, dumbass. I don't think she understands how a VPN works.
Was your mother like? I don't think I've learned anything about her.
Yeah, so I had a fantastic mom. She did what a mother was supposed to do. I guess I was raised in a I call it hyper traditional. The modern world will call it misogynistic household. My father was in charge. It was his household.
Yeah, his father would physically and emotionally abuse his mom. His dad would literally beat his mom across the face.
My mother was in charge of feeding us and clothing us and sending us to school, and she did a fantastic job. I think that as a boy, as a man, I always wanted to emulate my father. My father was the superhero. So my father instilled a lot of the mindset that I have, but my mother did a lot of the basic things that kept me alive, if that makes sense. She was a fantastic mom, and
yeah, I think what actually happened was his dad, like, basically put them in financial ruin and then tried to stop his wife from actually getting a job so they could barely make ends meet. Let me see.
Sergeant Airman in the U.S. military, and his British mother Eileen, who was a part-time dishwasher. Andy was born in late 1986, his brother Tristan in mid-1988. The two parents produced these two partners in crime and a daughter named Janine. Janine, the youngest child, is a lawyer in the U.S. who has very little contact with her older brothers, while the two boys are reportedly inseparable. Obviously, Janine is the smarter of the siblings.
Yeah.
Emery Tate III now chooses to go by his middle name, passed on genetically on the male side of the Tate bloodline, 15 years prior to Emery Jr.'s death. Maurice at Indiana State Championship at going at one and tell that story again.
The state chess champion age 5.
Finished all the sit-ups. How many siblings does he have?
Just 2. He has a sister and a brother. And now I have 50 sit-ups left. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
5 in Indiana, the under 16.
3 by knockout. The organization.
I say listen.
Okay, that's not.
The age of consent in Romania is 15. Held for or a is Episcotalian Neanderthals as they washer, and which she is.
Translation.
That's how someone describes a servant, a maid, or a nanny, as the final line in the triad, which would seem to be passed on genetically, as Emery Jr. seems to be genetic and was largely quiet. Although Emery Jr. claims servant, that's literally only quite a bit, but we're going to get to that later. Broke and cheated to get to that later. 5 years after Emery Jr. got the boot from the military, his lady servant decided she'd had enough of being broke and cheated on, so she packed up the kids and moved back to the UK.
When my mom and dad split up, we moved to England, and my sister stopped talking to my dad because obviously my mom was upset as they split up, and my dad cheated.
Yeah. She should have expected it.
When my sister stopped talking to my dad, me and my brother obviously still spoke to him, and he said, "Boys, when you're older, you'll understand." And now I'm older, I understand. Yeah, he fucked a girl, so.
Yeah. So when you see tweets like this or hear stories about how Andrew Tate...
Yeah, so Andrew Tate's dad was fucking broke after he got let go from the military, refused to accept his pension and severance, wouldn't let his wife work, they had no money, then they split up because they were broke and she was getting cheated on. And then Tate was like, oh yeah, like that's what dudes do, right? Oh my God.
She's still alive today, and I love her very much. One of the first things I did when I got rich was retire her completely, so she is one of the people I take care of, and I'll take care of her for the rest of her life, and she did the absolute best she could. And that's the reason we moved to England. They decided to get divorced, and England has a better social care system. We had no money, so we got moved to England. And I grew up in Luton, which is the worst town in England, in an area called Marsh Farm, which is the worst area
of the worst
of the worst town. So it's like as bad as you can get, like the worst place you can possibly go. I think my school had a 4% pass rate or something.
Which is his dad's fault, by the way, and he won't acknowledge that. Dodo declares there's a hypothetical phenomena called the Schamhorst effect, where a tiny gap in which vacuum fluctuations are suppressed, like with the Casimir effect, light should be moving a little faster than C photons are slowed by interaction with vacuum fluctuation. That's great. Explanation, Dodo.
Was Tate born in the US? Is Tate part Indian?
He was born in the US. Don't think he's part Indian. Pretty sure he's just half black, half white. Thanks for the nation, Sam.
Something ridiculously low. So I grew up in a really bad area, but my mother, yeah, she was fantastic and she did the absolute best she could. And she always loved my father to the end. But I think my father in many ways there's certainly been a lot of circumstances where he sacrificed his marriage to raise us in a very particular way. Because my mother and father would argue most over the raising of me and Tristan because my dad was so hard on us. But he said, look, you boys are my legacy. You're more important than arguing with your mother. So I think that's actually why they broke up, because he was so hard on us. But I thank him for it. So yeah, but I don't want to disrespect my mother by saying there isn't much more to say besides the fact she was a very nice, very loving, very attentive mother. That's what she did. But my dad was always my superhero. And I don't know what else to say. My dad was my superhero.
Oh, I see it now. My son's only 2, and he's now toddler terrorist, wakes up every day, wants to go to war. I don't want to go to war. I just want to love him.
Yeah.
And so he is obsessed with my husband. I mean, forget it. The second my husband walks through the door, it's like I don't even exist, right?
Yep.
Forget the fact that I held him for 10 months. I don't exist. But unless he's sick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, then it's like totally mommy.
Oh, completely.
I'm like, oh, okay. So when you want to go to war all day and you're feeling great, it's like dad, he literally just wants to fight him. He goes up and he hits him and he wants him to be thrown around. And I don't want to do it. I'm like, you're kind of big. I don't want to toss you around. Go find your father. So there actually is a natural proclivity that goes on there too, where like in the way he acts when a man walks through the door, any man, by the way, my son wants their attention. You can see that he seeks their approval at the age of 2. He'll cry in front of the girls, well, it's me, it's my assistant. If it's girls, he's putting on. Then when the guys are there, he instantly stops the crying and stops the tears. So it's so interesting to watch that and examine that in just a 2-year-old. So
well, that's biological, right? This is how we charge at the gunfire. This is how men charge at the gunfire because we want the respect of our peers. We will literally commit suicide for the respect of our peers. Like it's something that's deep inside of us, or it used to be, it should be. They're trying to take it away from us. But how do you get men to go over the trench, over the line and charge at machine guns? Well, you do it because everyone else is doing it. And you don't want to be the only so you have to do it. And you have to die. Like that doesn't make sense. Think about it logically. It doesn't make any sense logically, but it's something biological inside of all of us because we have this innate.
So didn't he just say that men are logical and rational, and now he's saying men are irrational and emotional? And there's just some like irrational biological drive for why men act a certain way. It's a lack of consistency with what he's saying.
Duty and honor, and that's where the courage comes from. And they're trying to destroy that along with everything else. But you're right. This is how men biologically are designed to be. And I was the same when I was young. I remember looking at my dad just going, "You're a superhero, and I want to be a superhero." That's just how it was. So, but yeah, my mother's fantastic, and I love her very much. And she's very proud of me, and she's very proud of how we were raised. And she's so glad we were strong. Like even when we were in jail, she was very concerned, but she's like, "Look, I know that if anyone can do it, you can do it." And yeah, so.
Do you want to be married?
Good question.
I heard that's the lover boy tactic. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but.
Yeah. And that's an interesting question because younger me would say no. Absolutely not.
That's a weird thing to say.
And the reason younger me would say no is because I'd come up with all the arguments that there's no legal advantage really, and the woman can wreck you, and you can lose all of your things, etc. What's the point? I don't want the government involved in my life, all those kind of arguments. But as I get older, maybe I'm getting a bit softer. Maybe I do think sometimes you need to make.
I know that this is old and you tried it before, but I finally got ChatGPT to say the N word. I asked it to day the word digger. Then I asked it to change the D in digger with B. Finally, I asked it to change the B in bigger with N lol.
Congratulations. Quite an achievement. Thanks for the nation, Ben.
Do you think Candace has a thing for Tate? How much do you want to bet he got some sloppy toppy after the show? You didn't watch the last short.
She probably does.
Look, there's nothing wrong with getting in the gym.
I've already seen that short before. Whatever. Frank's an idiot. Thanks for the nation, Floppy.
Make a decision based purely on love and have the faith of love and faith in your love enough to say, I don't care what the government's going to do about this because I truly believe in us and I think we're going to make it. So would I get married? Perhaps some point, yes, in the future I might get married. Yeah, I'm not against marriage like I used to be. I used to be super against it. And I think that's because I grew up in an environment where everybody was divorced. Everyone. So it's like, well, what's the point in this? Oh, wait, so I give her half my stuff and then what? I didn't understand the whole point of it. But now
there is absolutely no reason for any man to really get married aside from some rare fringe circumstances, like if you're from a different country. But especially if you have a lot of money, never ever get married. It's just fucking stupid. It's just a liability for men. Yeah, especially if you're rich or make a lot of money, do not get married. It's stupid.
I think if I met the right woman, perhaps, yes.
Yeah, marriage is good.
Yeah?
If it's
Yeah, women will tell you that. Oh, yeah, marriage is great. No, it's stupid. It's nothing but a liability. Even if you get a prenup, it's a liability. Just because somebody tells us would rather be an accountant or police officer. Thanks for the nation.
Looks like Frank has some muscle in that short. I would need access to certain powers before I would consider marriage.
Yeah, Frank's been taking steroids again. That's why he looks a bit bigger now. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
So
convert me, Candace.
Yeah, if it's the right person, if you marry the right person, and I'm saying this as someone who grew up with divorced parents, well, they got divorced after I was out of the house, but this speaks to your earlier point about it either impacts you one way or the other. You either want marriage because your parents were divorced, you don't want marriage. I desperately wanted marriage, and I think the ways in which we both have grown, and the confidence that it gives you. I think there is something about people are, how do you do what you do every day? Because you cannot impact my life.
Finished the sit-ups.
Yeah, all done. Did all 750. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
is so stable. The nucleus of our household is so stable. And to be able to raise kids and have them see that example of the perfect yin and the yang, there's something divine about it. There's something spiritual about it. It's why I won't accept you. I think you are actually a libertarian right now, and I won't accept you as a libertarian. I think you will not be one in a few years. If I had to make a prediction, I think you will lean towards conservatism, because even in just the crack of you talking about the attack on masculinity, because first you say, oh, well, if everyone wants to do what they want to do, if you guys all agree and you want to be homosexuals, fine. But then we'll start to realize that libertarianism, live and let live, is what welcomes in through the door. I'm, very against every ill that homosexuality.
So isn't that funny? She claims there's an attack against freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And then here she's talking about how, oh yeah, we need to crack down on people's free will and make sure they behave a certain way that we want them to, to act. Like, these conservatives they don't care about free speech. They're not in favor of free speech. They're fascists. So, yeah, in one breath, she'll talk about how, oh, it's so horrible that free speech is being cracked down on. And then she literally says, yeah, we need to stop people from, using their free will.
Has brought. And again, these are consenting people that are doing what they want to do.
This is true.
But look, evil.
My dream is to have a threesome with Candace Owens and AOC. Goddamn, that would be hot. Bet both of them are freaks. Candace Owens wants to cheat on her husband so bad. She is thirsting for Tate.
Probably. How is she not fucking banned from YouTube after saying this? Like, wouldn't that violate TOS saying being gay is evil? You would think that would. Like, if you were to say Judaism is evil, or Jews are evil, something like that, like, pretty sure you'd get banned, but this is okay?
Gonna start the long twerk after this vid?
Probably before this vid is over, because there's still hour 30 minutes left. But, yeah, I'm gonna start the long twerk soon. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Is evil, sin is sin, and we're yesterday talking about homosexual marriage. Today we're talking about transgender.
Well, it's such a slippery slope. This is the thing, right? You're completely right, because the idea of live and let live was a fantastic one if it could actually operate without slippery slopes and it descending into chaos and anarchy, and it can't. So this is the difficult thing about it. You get called a bigot for saying, this is my line, I don't agree with this, and you're going to be called bigoted and you're going to be attacked.
Okay, so Candace Owens, I really wish I could debate her. Like, I'd make her look so fucking stupid. So she doesn't actually care about free speech. She's anti-free speech, anti-freedom of expression. Like, again, she's a fascist. She wants to force everybody to behave a certain way.
But truthfully, it's just understanding that, like you're saying, it's a slippery slope. And it's unfortunate.
So what is the slope that we want then? Okay, then we should aspire towards heterosexual relationships. We should aspire towards marriage. We should, and this is the mold that I am selling all the time. Wouldn't have said this 10 years ago. I was probably more libertarian when I first got into politics, and oh, what's the big deal if people want to do this to themselves? And then I realized, no, there is a reason.
No, and you're completely right. And the reason I gave that example is because I'm currently in a legal jeopardy or a legal situation where people who have nothing to do with my life are trying to say that people were victims when they weren't, when everyone was consenting. And you're right. I agree with you there. I also think with the whole LGBT argument, it's interesting because I will be honest and say I do think there is a difference between G and T. I think they are different things.
Of course.
I think they're massively different things. However, you're right. It's a shame it's such a slippery slope where you can't just say to people live and let live, because it's going to be hijacked and Trojan horsed. And they're going to Trojan horse it, and they're going to inject something in it that destroys the lives of every single person on the planet. And they're going to try and do it. So you have to draw a hard line. You have to be a bigot. You have to never give an inch, because if you give an inch, they take 10 miles.
That's more than 10 miles. Look at where we're at. I mean,
there must have been something bad that's said in some of these clips that are, like, I'm surprised she said the thing about gay people being evil, though. Why can't YouTube just deplatform them? Like, fucking please. Make her post on Rumble.
None of it makes any sense. But these are real evils that we're fighting today. And I think it's because we haven't put those firm lines in the sand and said, no, actually, there is such a thing as right and wrong.
Well, this is the thing I love about, and this is where religion comes in, right? Because I used to be an atheist. And then exactly what you just said about there's something divine about marriage, and exactly like you said, there's such a thing as sin. Everything you're talking about is religious. You're completely correct. You eventually, if you're going to wake up and be the kind of person who has hard parameters and said, this is right, this is wrong, it's very difficult to do that without.
Like, dude, it's so funny that this guy calls himself Muslim. I mean, aren't you supposed to give to charity if you're Muslim? Like, how the fuck does this guy also have like 10 different girlfriends, not married, had children out of wedlock, and then he's calling himself Muslim? It's just so fucking stupid.
Without then turning and understanding that has to come from God. Who else is going to decide what is right and what is wrong? And people say, oh, they're all man-made religions. Well, then why does it go against so many of the wills of man? Some of the sins that man want to go and do, the religions are against. If we made a religion wouldn't be against our own sins, would it?
Right.
So.
What? I don't know how this logically follows.
It's interesting that this is almost proof for God in so many ways when you're going to wake up and realize that there is genuine evil in the world and there's genuine good in the world, and there are two sides and two camps. And I do believe that the good is on the side of truth, and I do believe that comes from God. And there's many different ways to God. I think there is one God and there's different religions, and I don't want to argue the differences between the religions, because I think we have a lot more in common than we have, especially in the fight against evil, than we have as differences. But yeah, it's super interesting. And you're right. Firm lines are absolutely and utterly required. And
the idea that there isn't a substantive difference between Christianity and Islam is a little crazy, especially since Christianity adopted the golden rule, whereas Islam did not. I don't know how the fuck you can claim that there's ethical similarities between the two.
And if we don't have them, it's why society ends up in the position it's in, with so many subjective lines and your truth, my truth, the truth. And you're completely correct. It's not very often I sit with somebody who I feel like says something and I feel corrected, but you're right. Live and let live is hijacked. Yeah. It's hijacked. And it's unfortunate that me as a person now, especially, and maybe this is more of a personal thing. Maybe this is more of a personality trait where I'm in the position I'm in. I'm saying what I believe is the truth, and I'm out here trying to help people, and I'm saying about the difficulties I went through in my life so others don't have to go through them, just as you said. But if somebody doesn't want to listen to me, I'm like, okay, you don't want to listen to me. I don't care. You do what you want. But that live and let live mind frame can be hijacked, because when I'm saying to people, okay, don't do what I want, or don't do what I believe to be good, don't do what God believes to be good, do what you want, I don't care. And then they get in a large enough group and they end up attacking morality.
It redefines, normalcy, it redefines morality. And, I recently was sitting down having a conversation with a friend of mine, Brandon, and when I first got into politics, I wasn't so staunchly against homosexual marriage. I didn't speak out on certain things, abortion. And then I saw it firsthand. I just examined just the differences in my relationships with heterosexual couples and homosexual couples. And homosexual couples, I'm talking about two men. You don't realize that God designed a man to be with a woman because it prevents men from giving entirely into the worst components of who men are. Just having sex all the time.
Yeah,
right? You can't do that. If you're with a woman, okay, maybe it's menstruation, maybe it's pregnancy.
I'm sorry, but what? God made it so men would be with women rather than men be with men, so that men wouldn't have sex so much. What? Yeah, like, pregnancy, menstruation, that prevents men from having sex as much. I guess hand jobs and blow jobs don't exist. Like, okay. Oh my God.
Pregnancy, maybe it's afterbirth, but there are these natural barriers that make it so that your relationship has to be about something else other than just sex. Yep. When I'm with my homosexual friends, they talk about sex.
I don't understand. Like, You think gay people can't have meaningful relationships? Like, what about lesbian women? Like, okay, well, you'd have periods and lower sex drive and shit get in the way. Like, so are lesbian relationships okay for her? This is just insane.
I don't think they realize that heterosexual couples don't just sit down for lunch and be like, we banged 20 times last night because we could. They think that that's normal.
Sure.
So then you talk about how that bleeds into pornography, that bleeds into wanting to talk about sexuality in the classroom, how that might.
What world does she live in? Oh my God, she's crazy.
Bleed in to suddenly wanting to speak to children about sex and go, oh, this is all normal. It's actually not normal, but because it's normal in a homosexual relationship, you think that it's actually normal.
Totally right.
And so I have suddenly...
She thinks it's normal for gay people to have sex 20 times in one night, like each night. What a fucking wacko.
Realized, and this is why I become so staunchly conservative, how it all bleeds into everything. And there is such a thing as objective rightness, and there is such a thing as objective wrongness.
Completely correct. And I agree with absolutely everything you just said. So my question would be then, what do we do? Do we force everybody to be Christians or force everybody to be religious, or how do we do it?
Well, I think the first thing is having the courage to talk about it. And nobody even talks about these topics anymore because they just go, oh, they've won. So we need to let this go. And more you're seeing culturally, people are afraid of being canceled. I mean, what I just said to you is grounds for a cancellation. How dare you question this? How dare you? I even believe now, after seeing the ways in which society has made children believe that they're all trans. I went to university. I went to high school. I didn't graduate with a single trans person. Now you want me to believe 1 in 4 children suffers from identity issues? Yeah. No, that's socialization.
Completely.
You place that on them. So is it such a far stretch to imagine that the same happened in the when homosexuality?
These fucking wackos need to be stopped. Why the hell does she still have a platform on YouTube? Like, this is insane.
They came to America, and then we popularized it, and we put Ellen on TV, and we gave Melissa Etheridge a platform, and suddenly pride parades were happening everywhere. Whereas you don't see this here. You don't see this here in Romania, where we're sitting, because we haven't. This is the power of culture. This is the power of pop culture. When you make something, you have to go the other way. You need to normalize it. You need to say, actually, this is abnormal, and this is what normal is, and it's not both. So yeah, I've become very conservative.
This is really weird. So she's saying if you have a totalitarian system that forces people to behave a certain way, then people will act in a natural, quote-unquote, way that they're supposed to. But if you maximize freedoms and let people live the way they want, then they'll do unnatural things and not live appropriately. I don't know how the hell that makes sense to her. How... Like what? You need totalitarian fascism to make people act natural? It's just bizarre. And how is this allowed on YouTube? This is literally hate speech.
In all of these perspectives.
You're completely correct. You nailed it. When I said, do we force everyone to be Christian? You nailed it by changing to the exact thing I was going to say. It's about culture. It's a cultural issue. And it's completely and utterly correct. And I think that's actually one of the reasons why. I mean, I don't state this with arrogance. I don't want people to understand. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm trying to make people understand the situation I'm in. I was the most Googled man on the planet at one point. So I had a massive impact on the culture, and it was dragging in the complete opposite direction that the culture wants to move in. Mm-hmm. I'm dragging men in the complete opposite direction that the Satanists and the people who want to turn us all into slaves want us to go in. So
I have a funny feeling if these two were allowed to say whatever the hell they wanted, they'd mention Jews.
I think that anybody who sits at home and realizes that my legal troubles appearing basically directly after that is a coincidence, then you're awfully naive. So it's unfortunate also that the way the world works, at a certain level of influence and power, the justice system almost breaks down. We see that even in America and most other countries. It all just becomes a big game and a big show, and it's about power plays and a whole bunch of conversations behind the scenes. It's not about justice anymore. So it's very concerning, because you are right. We are in a culture war, and it's culture which is absolutely not really defining the direction in which we move. And this is one of the reasons why I reverted to Islam, because I feel like the Islamic culture is the strongest. You feel the culture.
I was
You
wondering
feel
because
it.
you were Christian, and I definitely do not know enough about the Islamic faith to sit here and debate you on it. I'm never a person that will debate somebody on something that.
Well, if you want to learn about the Islamic faith,
American 11, are you trying?
you feel it. Like, funny how Candace Owens is saying she doesn't know much about the Islamic faith. Sure she does.
Natty or not swoon.
She's just saying that because she wants to give the most softball interview imaginable. If she was talking with anybody else, like, I don't know, Donald Trump or something about Islam, they would be mentioning 9/11, suicide attacks, terrorism left and right. But because she's talking with Tate, I don't know anything about Islam. But again, if she was with somebody like Trump, they would be talking about 9/11, terrorist bombings, like that one nightclub attack. Like, sure. Let me take a look, TT. Ugh. This is weird. Like, some of this looks photoshopped. Her proportions are pretty bizarre. Some of this looks like edema. Because there looks like there's a fairly big difference between her right and left. Like, calf. And she doesn't look anywhere near fat enough to have, like, calves that are that swollen. So I think part of this is edema. Yeah, I think she has, like, mild edema, and she also just happens to have really thick legs. As far as if she's natty or not, I don't know. Some, like, it's odd proportions, but she might just be kind of thick. But I think one of the reasons why her legs look that chonky is because she has edema. So this is when she's lean and competing. Yeah, I'd want to see more competition photos. Because even in her competition photos, like, her odd shape to, like, the sweep of her quad and everything. Yeah, she might just hold, like, a lot of, not just body fat, but, like, water in her legs. I think she has edema and, like, doesn't realize it or something. Yeah, that's gotta be edema. Because even when she's lean, her legs kind of look like watery.
Speaking of Candace Owens and Donald Trump, I still love the time that he schooled her on vaccines and their effectiveness and safety and completely demolished her conspiracy theories lol.
Vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. We would have had a 1917, remember the Spanish flu, killed perhaps 100 million people. Actually, it ended the First World War because the soldiers were so, a lot of people don't know that. The soldiers got so sick. It was a terrible thing. There were no vaccines. There was no anything. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines. All are very, very good. Came up with 3 of them in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years.
And yet more people have died under COVID this year, by the way, under Joe Biden, than under you. And more people took the vaccine this year. So people are questioning how.
That is not true.
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but some people aren't taking it. The ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine. But it's still their choice. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are...
Imagine, like, it really shows you how stupid Candace Owens is when Trump is fucking explaining to her how vaccines are so important, and then she's the anti-vaxxer in this conversation.
Very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying.
Like, he's right. It's so bizarre to listen to fucking Trump talk to Candace Owens, and he's the one who's right. Oh my God.
I'm not an expertise on.
Yeah.
But I will say that I'm sad that you're not a Christian anymore, because I can sense, perhaps it's because you felt that Christians weren't doing a good job defending their beliefs.
Yeah, I think that God...
Oh yeah, Muslims definitely do a better job defending their beliefs compared to Christians. I can fucking guarantee you that. They have way more machine guns, RPGs, AK-47s, that's for fucking sure.
God should be feared.
You ever listen to this? It is the exact play of the Republican Party even to this day.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. All right, I won't hear it. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites.
Holy shit! I never heard of this one before. Oh my God. Holy crap, talk about saying the quiet part out loud. Shit.
And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing. And a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
Holy fucking shit, that is crazy. Oh my God. Well, we already knew that, but like, holy crap, I didn't know anybody said that out loud. Thanks for the donation, Sky Gardener.
I believe that God should be feared. I fear God. It's one of the only things I fear. And I believe that also...
Clearly he doesn't.
You see God.
Yeah, I don't think Tate would be abusing women the way he does if he actually thought there was a God watching him.
To a degree, or you see religion, how you see yourself. And I see myself as a person of strong principles and strong morals. And I like to think of myself as the kind of person nobody
Right, that's why he's on trial for rape and human trafficking, because he has strong morals.
He wants to cross, not because I'm a psycho, but because I'm a man of capability and I'm smart and I'm strong and nobody wants to make an enemy of me. So I feel like I find an affinity to a belief system.
Right, that's why you're under house arrest right now, right? Because nobody wants to make an enemy of you and they're so afraid of you.
Which has very similar outlooks. And there's a whole bunch of other things I can say from
so
the Quran.
delusional.
The health benefits of microwaved poop is undeniable. Probiotics, anti-inflammatories, rich in fiber. Great for sharing, too. Microwave a fresh log each morning until piping hot. Save a log under your pillow for a secret snack. Liquid poop gargle.
I'll be sure to do that. Thanks, microwave.
And Islamic texts, etc. But to keep it very vague and very broad for people who are not Islamic, I felt God when I was in an Islamic country. If I went to an Islamic country,
That's the problem.
I
The
felt
West-
God.
West is
You don't
Christian.
feel any God.
Yeah. When you go to an Islamic country, you feel God, do you? Like, do the AK-47s and machine guns, does that help you feel God? Like, yeah, you can feel God's presence when you go to Afghanistan and you see all the Taliban around, right? What a fucking crackpot.
How is it a Christian country if Satanists are mocking Jesus on the streets?
I understand what you're saying, and I was trying to gather in my head what pulled him away from Christianity, and I said it's probably the example. If you're thinking that America is a Christian country, and you're thinking that the United Kingdom is a Christian country,
They're not.
going, Christianity is getting it wrong.
Yeah.
And the truth is that America is no longer a Christian country. We're being run by people that are satanic. Hollywood is satanic, and Hollywood is running America.
Correct.
So you're not wrong. But I think that right now America is facing a spiritual battle. And for the first time in a very long time, Christians are starting to stand up and speak about our principles.
I hope so.
And I could have used.
No, you're seeing Nazis feel more comfortable about their political views. That's what you're seeing. It's nothing to do with God. It's just, for whatever reason, probably because Elon Musk bought Twitter. That's probably a big reason. You're just seeing more Nazism.
You
I know, but I have seen in California, I've seen Christians and Muslims get side around. You see it in the way the people.
Yeah, you see it, like when Iran murders innocent women. You see God's work, you know, when innocent people are getting rounded up, murdered, tortured to death. Yeah.
Are dressed. You see it in the fact that everyone's in a family. You see it in the.
Hi, Richard. Poop, 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 Richard. Poop, 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 Richard. Poop, 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 Richard. Hive, 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 fubbity glubbity guro popium guddy cum negatio chip make worty big. Neem toms upsloped eddy cum negatio chip make worty big. Name toms upsloped at 777,777,777,777.
Thank you for that. Poop on Richard's cock. Appreciate it.
The fact that there's a mosque on every corner, it's in the air. And it's almost like when I'm in Dubai and I'm talking to my friends, my Islamic friends, and I explain to them the things you have to protect your child from in an American school. They literally think I'm lying. They're like, no, surely. Like, it's mind-bending to them.
What about African countries that are Christian?
Okay, so yeah, this is interesting. So
yeah, they still are mind blown by the concept of what we're fighting in America. So America.
Yeah, so in African countries, they murder gay people, and they literally still believe in witchcraft. And to this day, in these African countries, you'll see witch burnings. And that's the kind of society that they want to promote.
America is unique. We shouldn't say that this is the blanket.
You're right. They're right. There are Christian countries which still take Christianity.
And they're like, what do you mean men can be women? Like, they think you're crazy.
And we're in Romania.
What do you mean you don't burn witches at the stake? Like, holy shit. These people are fucking fascist, and then they invoke these free speech and freedom values so that, like, as a protection for them to promote fascism.
Yeah, and Romania is a country which is
Christian.
very conservative and very Christian.
Very Christian.
And they don't buy into any of this garbage either.
None of it.
So this is absolutely not true. It's unfair to say all Christian countries are like that.
America is an exception, and not in a good way.
Yeah, I think like the whole West is unfair.
Well, Tate, why don't you go to some of these African countries and do the stupid fucking shit you were doing in Romania and see how long you stay alive. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if they find Tate to be like doing witchcraft or something, and then burn him at the fucking stake with all the degenerate shit he does, having like 10 or 20 fucking girlfriends at any one time, doing sex work, fucking criminal activity, like laundering money. Like, if you think this is so great, okay, go to fucking Africa, do the shit you're doing there, see how long you're even allowed to live.
Unfortunately.
The West is, I've said on my show the entire time, the West is falling. The fact that we're even having these debates is not good.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, it's so fucking strange that they're saying this. Africa, the fucking continent, like the entire continent's a shithole. And if you're talking about these like extremely strict, like Christian countries in Africa, they're absolute fucking shitholes. They have the most corrupt political systems. Everybody's fucking impoverished. And then they're talking about how the West has fallen. Well, all of the most powerful, greatest fucking Western nations that are degenerate, corrupt, have Satan worshippers, where the wealthiest country, they're the wealthiest countries, most well off, least amount of poverty, least amount of income inequality. And then they're talking about how, oh man, if only we could be like these shitty African countries where everybody's starving. But, like at least they still have, their Christian values where gay people are murdered and there are witch hunts,
The West has fallen, and unfortunately...
Russia, Christian country.
Yeah, absolutely. A very Christian.
Yeah, Russia, a very Christian country, which is run by corrupt oligarchs who murder their fucking political rivals, start pointless wars, bankrupt the entire fucking country, and leave millions of people fucking starving and literally kill off millions of their own fucking citizens in a war that they can't even fucking win. Yeah, Christian country.
Christian country. So yeah.
Like, by the way, it's pretty clear Vladimir Putin has been having numerous affairs with at least dozens of women. He's probably like raped these girls too, and they really have no choice. Putin has basically thrown his weight around, and he's like fucked these girls who are like ballerinas, figure skaters, shit like that. So yeah, like so much for fucking Christian values when you have the leader of the fucking nation who preaches these Christian values, who has had who knows how many fucking mistresses and cheated on how many women. And again, like, given the fucking power dynamics here, who knows if like these girls have even had a fucking choice. But oh yeah, it's a Christian nation.
You are right, but I felt an affinity to Islam. I felt God in the air, and it's difficult for me to explain any other way.
Okay, that's fair enough. I won't push you any further on that. All right,
He felt Islam. Feeling. So none of this is rational. I thought men were supposed to be rational, Tate. Like, aren't you supposed to be logical? 1 + 1 = 2, math, science? But I just felt, like that Islam was right. I had a feeling. Oh, weird. It sounds like this is emotional and has nothing to do with reason and logic and science. Like, this guy's a fucking clown.
Let's get to your case that's happening today. So, and why conservatives are screaming about it in America, and why they feel that Tucker didn't push you enough on this case.
Push me.
Okay. So first and foremost, one thing I want to clarify for people that are watching this is that there seems to be this understanding that you are being prosecuted, or you're being indicted rather, for human sex trafficking charges. I've read the indictment, and I do want to make it clear. The words human sex trafficking occur on the indictment, but then it makes it very clear that what they're referring to is they've kind of extended the term. It's not what we think about in America when you think.
It's sex trafficking via deception using the Loverboy method. They abide by international sex trafficking laws. Sex trafficking isn't just pointing a gun at somebody's head. He used manipulation tactics. So Candace Owens is trying to say it's not sex trafficking if you emotionally manipulate somebody.
Of a bunch of children being put into a truck and taken over the border against their will. They're basically saying that if you trick a woman into
Bizarre.
coming into a country by using the lover boy method, then they consider that to be human sex trafficking. So the definition has definitely expanded over time.
Well, it's also ridiculously misogynistic to believe that women can't make their own decisions on it.
Yes, people can't make their own decisions if you're manipulating and lying to them and using deception. Like, if a politician were to lie about all of their, like, political stances, like, oh, yeah, I'm pro, like, you know, freedom, I'm pro freedom of speech, I'm, like, pro-choice, all this, like, they run on all these progressive, you know, they claim to be progressive, and then when they get into the office, they completely flip around and they ban abortion, they get rid of free healthcare, they get rid of workers' rights. Oh, well, you're an adult, right? You voted for me. Like, it's the same thing. Like, yeah, if you lie to somebody, then they can't make a fucking choice, and free will goes out the window if you're gonna lie to somebody.
Anything. So the whole thing about it is misogynistic. But yeah, you're correct. That's a very important distinction.
Essentially what they're saying is we have a show in America called 90 Day Fiancé. That is the lover boy method, is women that go over to the U.S.
That's not the lover boy method. It's pretty clear what the relationship is. In a thing like 90 Day Fiancé, it's negotiated. Okay, well, I'll be with you if you give me a certain type of lifestyle and a certain amount of money, and the relationship works out a certain way. With Tate, he was like promising marriage and shit. Then they wouldn't get married. Then he'd start making these different demands and then getting other women to pressure this like new girl to do sex work. Like, like Candace Owens is literally fucking trying to rationalize that it's okay to sex traffic women as long as you manipulate them into doing it and don't literally hold a gun to their head.
They're clearly coming for citizenship, but these women kind of get duped and they sponsor these people. This would be the same vein of what they're trying to describe. I've read it myself, of what human sex trafficking can be, which is
it's
a woman fell for you,
This is
fell in love,
batshit
moved
insane.
over here, overseas, but it's only because you were very convincing.
Yeah.
That is the definition given in the indictment of what they're referring to.
Correct. So I'll give a very quick rundown on the case. Everything from these old videos, old clips, my webcam company, things that happened 10 years ago have absolutely nothing to do with the criminal case. Absolutely zero. Anything you see from before 2021 has nothing to do with the case. The case against me is that from 2021, my brother and I, when we were already worth hundreds of millions of dollars and already successful and famous, created an organized criminal group. And our intention was to...
So this is a lie. Tate has already admitted that they've been looking into his history for about the last 10 years. If the court case had nothing to do with anything before 2021, then why would Tate have admitted that the police have been looking into him for the last 10 years? So he's like, he can't even be consistent with his own lies. So if the police were only interested in whatever happened 2021 onward, why would they have been going back into his history for the past 10 years?
Convince women to move to Romania to make TikTok videos so we could steal...
Like, he's such a lying dumbass. Like, holy shit.
TikTok money.
And TikTok, and they mention OnlyFans.
Correct.
On the indictment page. And they say that you did this using the lover boy method. Yeah. And it almost reads, what's interesting to me and why I was compelled by this case is just that because they tremendously changed it. When they were investigating you, we were told that there was a woman who went to the UN who escaped your grip, and that, you know, she's...
Yes, that's one of the women that's involved in the indictment.
Said, I've been held captive. And then after they investigated...
No, she was held captive. So they lured her there with the lover boy method, and then the nature of the relationship changed, and then because she was uncooperative and shit, Tate put in place all these different ways to like basically keep her there and take away her free will. So yes, she wasn't allowed to leave the house. By the way, there's text messages and shit proving this. She wasn't allowed to leave the house. There would be either Tate or other people constantly accompanying her if she were to ever go outside. They tried different ways to ostracize herself from her family and friends. They wouldn't let her communicate with certain people. Like, and now, like, Candace Owens is getting involved in gaslighting everybody online into thinking Tate is innocent and helping him come up with these fucking lies.
They came up with what it sounded like regurgitated
crazy.
Andrew Tate videos.
Yep.
The lover boy method, which is in one of your videos where you're talking about women. So it seems like during that time where they held you in the cell, perhaps the initial case that they fed to the media fell apart.
Yeah, I believe what happened, and I have to be very careful what I say, but what I believe happened is in April of last year, Tristan and I had some visitors here from America who were only in the country for 5 days, made some very strange demands financially when they were...
Only 5 days. Yeah, okay, so again, this is going to be played in court to show that he's a fucking liar. Again, like, we know this is not true because of information that's leaked from, you know, the evidence that's being put against him by the prosecution.
They're rejected. They called the American embassy and said they had been kidnapped. Those two women, we deem now to be professionals. One of them has accused 7 men of kidnapping in her life. And she's also lawyered up instantly from a left-wing NGO because she's currently being sued by us for false charges. And she seems to be very well supported and funded. So I don't know if she was sent as an agent. We're not entirely sure. So there's a very interesting beginning to all of this in April. The Romanian authorities arrested us for precisely 2 hours and threw it out and knew it was all garbage from the beginning. The case remained open. Nobody understood why the case remained open. My lawyer made repeated requests to close the case. They wouldn't close the case, and it remained open and absolutely and utterly dormant. When I was canceled, when I was deleted across all social media and canceled and lost my bank accounts, my Uber account, my Stripe
all of
account,
these
my
are
Gmail,
lies.
absolutely everything. Literally within the same week, the case was picked back up, which was very strange. I was followed. They tried to find evidence of any kind of crime at all. They couldn't find any crimes whatsoever.
Oh my God.
They then raided my house for a second time with the intent of getting my electronics, which they got. They went through all of my electronics and they could find nothing of actual criminal intent. What they did find is my brother and I and our personal assistant, because at the time, if anyone who knows on the internet or has been around for a while.
He keeps changing the fucking story, so this is all new. So now he's claiming the woman who's accusing him is like some sort of secret agent. And she was hired by the Jews, I guess, to like cancel him. Like, this is just insane.
You'll remember my face was all over TikTok. You could not get rid of my face on TikTok. Me and my brother were explaining our strategy for how we got so big on TikTok to some friends of ours. They then said that we were forcing them to do the TikToks for our money, for our brand. They made this huge reach and said it's human trafficking because we're forcing women to make TikTok videos.
Yeah, so that's the part that registered to me as strange. It started as we were told it was kidnapping, which is it's very serious, that somebody fled to the U.S. Embassy. This is the woman that you're talking about that you say you're...
No name donate tellers. Any idea if a whole food plant-based diet can have an effect on androgenic alopecia? No idea. Probably wouldn't. Maybe it can. Usually plant-based diets are associated with higher sex hormone binding globulin. It may have some sort of impact on androgenic alopecia just because of things like conversion to DHT. But usually androgenic alopecia has less to do with actual circulating androgens, including DHT, and more to do with sensitivity at the receptor site in your scalp. So probably not. I'd be a little surprised if it did prevent balding. Thanks for the donation, though, No Name.
alleging has also accused 7 other men.
Alleging, it's literally now on Twitter. You can see the complaint we filed against her. 7 men she is accused of kidnapping. She's done it with 7 different boyfriends who didn't buy her what she wanted. One of them killed himself.
Okay, wow.
Sure.
So,
she's a professional.
Okay, so it's very strange that she comes over, she accuses you of kidnapping her, but then they decide not to prosecute that, but they fed that to the media, that you kidnapped someone, that she fled to the U.S. Embassy. Yep. Then all of a sudden we learn that they're investigating you, and the charges...
So can Andrew Tate please explain why he's self-incriminated himself countless fucking times, admitting that he'd use the Loverboy method and try to manipulate and coerce these women into doing sex work? So, like, how does that play into all this? So, how does he explain away any of that?
Then go from kidnapping to, well, actually what he was doing is a lover boy method, which we're saying is human sex trafficking, and that these women didn't know what they were getting into. They thought that he was going to marry them, and actually what he wanted them
By the way, Tate, like, again, admitted to this out of his own mouth.
To do was just to make TikTok and OnlyFans videos.
Yeah, so the Loverboy method, traditionally, the way it would traditionally work, the reason it was criminalized and added to the criminal code is that I would be a Romanian man and I would meet a Romanian girl. We would get married. Marriage is part of it. I'm not married to anybody. We'd get married. We'd move to a rich...
That's not what the Loverboy method is.
...country. You go from a poor country to a rich country, let's say America. You put the girl into sexual work, let's say prostitution, and then I'll keep...
That's not what the Loverboy method is. So now he's trying to gaslight people into thinking the Loverboy method's something else. So he didn't do it because that's not what he did.
Keep all the money, and I'll control her or coerce her by pretending to love her. That's what they're saying. That's how it traditionally works. They've accused me of using the Loverboy method because basically I was a nice person. I was nice. That's the thing that's so, I think most people don't understand about the law. It's so ridiculously...
This guy literally, on an audio recording, admitted to choking a girl when she didn't want to be choked during sex. And this is the same guy who's also been accused by, I think, 4 different women of rape. And then he's saying, oh, I was nice to women. He is literally on an audio recording admitting to choking a woman when she didn't want to be choked during sex. But he's being nice to women. Okay. There's also him on camera admitting to lying to women, stealing their fucking money, frauding them, lying about getting married so that he can convince them to do sex work. But he was being nice to all these girls. Oh my God.
If they want to weaponize it and use it to attack you, that's exactly what they'll do. They can accuse any man of using the Loverboy method if you send nice messages on a text message. If you're like, hey, baby, how are you?
So did you,
hey,
did you promise to marry these women?
No, I didn't promise to marry anybody. What I had...
He did. He can't lie about this. There's literally... he not only admitted this publicly in several videos... But there's also like chats that are being leaked on a number of different fucking messaging platforms where he admitted to lying about like promising to marry these girls. This is just a fucking lie. It's going to be proven in court that he's lying.
Was girls, the 2 girls who were in the criminal file, asked me how to be famous on TikTok. I told them how to be famous on TikTok, and I spoke to them nicely the entire time. These 2 women have come out and made videos repeatedly saying, we're not victims of anything. I don't know if you've seen them.
No. Okay, so just so I back this up.
The victims.
The victims in the indictment.
Correct.
Have made...
Yeah, so this is how criminal prosecutions work. If there's evidence a crime is committed, the victims of the crime do not have to cooperate with the prosecution. The prosecution just has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime is being committed. Whether or not the victims agree with that, it doesn't matter. There have been women and men who've been kidnapped, raped, who end up sympathizing with their captors and then don't cooperate with the prosecution. And the kidnappers and rapists are still prosecuted. You don't need cooperation from the victim. You just need evidence that the crime occurred. So, like, again, this is just another gaslighting tactic that he's using. Just because the victims aren't cooperating with the prosecution, that doesn't mean a crime hasn't occurred.
Videos saying we're not victims.
Correct.
I did not know that.
It's all over Twitter.
What is your recommended gaming headset? All gaming headsets suck. Never get a gaming headset. You want to get a good pair of quality headphones and use some other microphone if you want to do voice chat. Gaming headsets are a scam. They're overpriced. They have really shitty audio quality, and usually their microphone quality sucks.
In fact, on my, I think it's my pinned tweet, you can see the criminal case against Andrew Tate. The two victims who the DCAR are accusing me of using Loverboy method on have made videos saying, he just told us how to do social media. We're not victims.
I've never seen any of them being aggressive.
Isn't this the woman who is his quote-unquote bottom bitch? Who was actually part of the indictment and has been criminally charged with
I think it is time to take a long twerk break. This whole interview is feeling repetitive and circular.
Well, yeah, I wasn't planning on reacting to much more of this. I'll just watch like another minute or two, and then I'll start doing the twerk. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's the woman who was his quote-unquote bottom bitch who'd help him manipulate women into doing sex work. I'm not sure who this is. Like this is just... Candace Owens is literally just helping him come up with lies and gaslight everybody. It's hilarious. I'm sure this is going to backfire spectacularly, because it really doesn't matter at the end of the day who online he's able to convince. This isn't going to be convincing in a courtroom. So yeah, he can trick people into thinking, oh, these are the women that were supposedly, you know, trafficked and everything. Like, in reality, I'm pretty fucking... She looks exactly the same. What was her name? She was the ex-cop. Andrew Tate. I'll just Google it. Who's the... Yeah, and apparently he had a relationship with this woman when she was 15 too. So she would have been underage. I can't remember her fucking name, but she was an ex-cop as well.
Aggressive or rude. They've always respected people.
Ai fost amenințată?
Nu, n-am fost niciodată. Dacă eram amenințată, automat nu mai eram idiotă să stau în casa asta. Suntem prieteni buni de 2 ani de zile, cam așa. Poți să mă treci pe mine ca și victimă, dacă eu n-am spus că sunt o victimă.
They gave this statement to the police. The police ignored it and said they're brainwashed. So they ignore it. So
yeah, so if there's evidence that they were, like, again, this is nothing new. There's like Stockholm syndrome and everything. Like, there are people who end up sympathizing with their oppressors or captors. This is actually a pretty common thing that a lot of people don't understand. When you're in close proximity with someone, you end up just kind of getting along with them. This is why a lot of relationships end up happening at a workplace, or if you're in the same classroom as somebody, you end up just getting along with people that you're forced to be around. And that's probably what's going on when you're talking about situations like this, where even if you're like literally held at gunpoint to be around somebody, it's just a weird quirk of human psychology and how our brains work. So it doesn't matter if these people are uncooperative with the prosecution. If there's adequate evidence that a crime occurred, police aren't going to care.
now we have a criminal case where we have girls who are saying they're not victims of anything. Me telling girls how to make money on TikTok, or not even how to make money, because no one makes money on TikTok, telling them how to get famous on TikTok, and them saying that I forced them for money, which doesn't exist. There's no money in the criminal file.
So again, this obviously isn't about TikTok.
There's no transactions, there's no financials, nothing. The girls themselves have given statements in my defense. They're being thrown away so they can continue with this case.
So he's lying about how evidence is being acquired. He is the defendant the Crown, like, you know, the police are basically the ones prosecuting. Their statements are going to be used as evidence in his defense. Whatever evidence the police can collect is going to be used for the prosecution. He's acting as if any statement these women make cannot be used in his defense, which is untrue. Like, it's just that the prosecution is going to disregard their statements and just use some other form of evidence. Just the way he's presenting this, he's making it seem as though they're setting this up as if he cannot use any evidence in his defense.
Saying that I've brainwashed the women. So now we have, imagine in court, my brother and I, and the two victims, all on the same side, saying nobody's done anything wrong. We're all friends. We were talking about TikTok accounts. And then you have the state with no witnesses on its own saying,
this doesn't even make any sense. He admitted that there's a woman who's moved back to the United States who's involved in the prosecution, and then he's acting as if these two women on camera, like his story isn't even fucking consistent. He's admitting there's some other girl now who's not.
Time is up.
Okay, sure, Sam. Yeah, he's saying the same shit over and over again. Maybe we'll watch the rest later, but this is fucking crazy. Thanks for the nation, dude.
This vid is going to play in court, lol.
Give me 1 second. This is... what the fuck? Page not found. Account suspended. Well, yeah, no shit. I'm not... Crayon murder status. Give me 1 second. It might have logged me out of my Twitter account or something. No. I think x.com is not working. Yeah, it's not. For whatever reason, the link you sent isn't working. But thanks for the donation anyway, Ryan. I'm just gonna go grab a drink, get a little hydrated, and then we'll do the twerk.